Hey Matthew, you might like this deal.
Long ago, far away, we did a Junt's cart at a place called Family Foods Factory Outlet.
It was a lot of fun. It was a great place.
I love that place, actually. I miss it a lot. This place is like a discount and salvage grocery store.
It's like a last chance for groceries.
A lot of food service stuff that's been pulled off shelves due to just market changes. They also have convenience store polls, which are goods from convenience stores that are past date. They sell them here for way cheap.
The owners, of course, quickly found our video
They did?
and said, hey, this was great. And then you guys even have like revisited it before it closed.
Yeah.
Every time I
As
came
local
in,
semi-celebs.
they greeted me like
Yes,
by
me
name,
too.
so.
They were nice.
John has learned that in this very inconspicuous location,
It was very hard to find.
you should have heard us screaming at each other in the car about it.
It's like a speakeasy.
Google does definitely not know where it is.
This is where it is.
Like in the middle of nowhere. There's a cop out front that deterred us.
Yeah, we pulled into an empty parking lot in Fall River with a cop just sitting there. And we like turned away and drove off. With somebody loading up a chair.
Yep.
This is the kind of place this is.
It's only open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 to 2.
Oh my God, is it closed? Are we?
What time is it?
2:30.
God.
I mean, unless the sign's wrong, we can go check.
It is open.
Yeah, well anyway, the place is now called the Snack Factory. Look, it's a haunted house. What the?
Where are we? Maybe he'll give us a tour.
Can you please explain to me what the spinning wheel over there is, that game that they're playing?
So they do some kind of like promo here where if you keep your receipts and come in, you can change them in for tickets and then get prizes.
Okay.
It's very like 1980s supermarket stuff.
I had a nightmare like this once.
Did John just turn and run?
Yeah, he sold our kidneys and bail.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I think it's the exact same place.
I think so too.
I mean, it looks like the same layout and everything.
This is a little spooky.
I'm not going in. They're playing music and they got lights going.
I thought that maybe because we had established such a great rapport with Mike last time,
Of course.
that if he was there and we showed up, even though it was closed, he would still let us showcase.
We'd love to shop here, but we can't. No, I don't need to go any further.
So, what'd you think, John?
One of our more interesting trips.
I am baffled. I really love the old store, and
It's the same
the
store.
same store.
We were really seeing
But they
behind
do
the
have
curtain
a
today.
cafe outdoor seating area right here.
10 to 2, Saturday and Sunday.
It's a weird business
I
model.
understand if you want to do weekends.
We were hoping to talk to him,
I was hoping to I was going to
probably
really
in
enjoy
there.
it.
but you got so
If you
chicken
want to go in there and get arrested by the cops sitting up there.
Do I gotta go in there and yell, hey, is anybody here?
That's
We
what
want
Matt
somebody.
repeatedly asked if he would do, and I didn't respond.
Look, if one of you wants to go in and rile up some associates,
Some market?
afraid?
have them boot up
Are you
the store.
afraid?
Like he's gotta flip a giant switch and turn all the lights on.
I don't
Cage
want
comes
any
down on
trouble
us.
of any kind.
Are you some kind of law?
Are you some kind of law?
John wants to keep his record clean. He's made it this far without getting arrested.
We should go ask the cop. What are you doing?
What are you guarding?
And apparently
Snack
nothing. We waltzed right in. You failed the penetration test. Where have you brought us to?
So this is a place I'd never been before called Creative Auctions. And it's in Fall River. I think it's in the same spirit as that other place we used to like, which was the Family Foods and Grocery Outlet.
Didn't we try to get to a new version of that recently?
We did.
Maybe 10 minutes ago?
Maybe 10 minutes ago. It didn't work out so well.
It's very
because it
interesting.
closed at 2. This place is open till a Bounty 6.
Look, and they got more than food, my man. They got brand name clothing.
Clothing, supposedly. They have those
Furniture,
big
electronics,
frozen
toys.
cases.
Stereos, VCRs, toys.
Let's see what we got. The store is definitely open.
It does indeed strike me as what you thought it was.
Yes, mill basement kind of version of that, which I am fine with because it's going to be cheaper prices and better values for me.
It's kind of nice and toasty in here, too.
I like it. I'm getting that Building 19 vibe.
Did you expect to see kitchen supplies?
I did not. They have a real great variety of stuff here. Ooh, a cake
In
holder.
the market for a good cake container.
For your veggies? I am so appealed to making my own like TV dinner.
For $7, you get that, but not that, that.
Yes.
I love it.
I actually do love it.
Are there any checks or X's on this one? I think I
No,
see
you
the
get-
whole
you
thing.
get the whole set.
For $15.
And you can get your like diapers and paper towels here.
The door had a sign that said 50% off all Christmas items. What's the conversion? Is 75% off all Halloween, further back the holiday, the more percent off.
You got to do an Excel formula by the day.
Last Christmas's stuff is 100% off.
Yes.
They have ones that have ones missing, and they're cheaper. But this is like 50 cents less.
You're like, maybe I just want the pack of 5.
Just want 5.
Do you guys even want to see the mac and cheese section? Do you even care?
An 18-pack. I've never seen an 18-pack of Kraft.
I've been trying to do less gluten stuff lately, ever since this.
It's garbage. It's no good. Don't buy it. 79 cents for a can of Campbell soup is a good price.
Yeah.
Solid.
I've been eating chicken gnocchi soup for dinners, and I recommend. I buy these by the bucketful because I put them in my yogurt bowls. $2.99.
$2.99.
But expired in January of 2021.
So what?
It's probably fine. My favorite Dissesso pasta for $1.
Are you in love? Do you have hearts in your eyes? Is this a Valentine's Day episode?
Put that filter on me right now.
For $6.50, you
Look,
get
yeah, you get
you get
spotty.
some.
Yeah. Hey, look, you don't want to eat all of them anyway.
Why didn't they put X's on those and check marks on those? I don't get it.
It's a huge box. Oh no, it's 2 taped together, and it's $4, which is a great price. Quite a variety of like canned soda that you can take out with you.
A lot of the packages here are resealed. Great prices, but if you have trust issues, this might not be the place for you.
Yeah.
Look at that food service pack. I would never buy it, but it's one single package.
$25. 10 pounds.
What a hunk of cheese.
Look, there's a kind of a porn area. Oh, wow. This must be what they meant about like clothes and stuff. You get some Christmas trees. Gloria and I could do a haunted house this time of year.
Ooh, premium ramen.
Butternut squash crackers. Maybe the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
On the entrance door outside, it said all Christmas items 50% off. But if you look, 10% off. So does that mean, is it in addition to the 50% off, or is this an exemption?
I assume it's just 50, and that's an out-of-date signage. This is very much in the spirit of Building 19. Like, we got goods. You want them, talk to us.
Yeah, yard sale store. Hey, John, this thing's a little noisy.
Let's give it a little push, it'll be fine.
Oh, you push it and it gets quieter? You get yourself a cross-cut shredder.
Don't need one. Vending oots.
Folding exercise bike. So you can, if you wanted to exercise upstairs, you just wanted to move it around.
DJ equipment?
You could get started here. It basically has everything you need.
You know how much this is? $1.
And look, 2.
It's a double. Hey, Matthew, you might like this deal. It's gluten-free and $1.
$1 for that much gluten-free food. You're gonna have to say yes and
Get
snack
rid of
on
those Cheerios. Get rid of your gluten.
Why do I have to choose?
Get it out of your life.
It's $1.
I don't even like Chex. I'm considering buying some.
cinnamon and honey nut.
I'm buying mystery tomatoes. I don't even know how much they are.
Oh, look at you! You're loading up.
What's mystery about it? It says diced and it's tomatoes. What's the...
Oh, you really are considering it.
It's $1.
You think the cheese cauliflower crackers are any good?
They're $3 for a pretty big box.
You want me to get some?
Sure.
$3, Nina. Do you need a cart? Would you like to upgrade to cart status, Nina?
Look,
Carts available. No coin bullshit.
I want my own cart too.
I was gonna offer Nina mine.
this place is popular. All 3 of them have carts.
At these prices, we can all afford our own cart.
You're gonna come back here?
I'm gonna come back here on a reg.
I don't want you buying cheap junk.
This is bigger than BJ's packaging. This is a 250 pack of Freeze Pops.
But how out of
What's
date
the
is
catch?
it?
How many is it missing?
John has the vapors. I wonder how cheap that fainting couch
Maybe
was.
we can find a fan.
A few fans and a fainting couch for only $1.
Pop-Tarts on the back wall are $1.
What are we looking at?
I don't know if you need these like plastic. I don't know how much they are. I don't know why they're here.
I've never done a Junt's cart before where so many people involved were trying to capture my attention about the thing they found. This $50 4-in-1 table supports table tennis, billiards, and axe throwing.
What? The first 2 I was with you. And then?
A little air hockey table, it would be fun. To avoid mistakes at the end of the night, all items must be paid for before taking them out of the building. Thank you. Well, obviously.
I would think that would be.
Is that aimed at somebody else besides the customer?
Pay as you exit? Isn't that what the customers were doing already?
Kind of, I guess. Shut up.
Some of our food have passed their Best By dates, and some may have lost their nutritional value, but they are still sound. Lost their nutritional value. Did they ever have any?
What I gonna have them as a light dinner?
A light dinner, $1 of checks.
Not $1 worth. I could not eat it.
Positively no admittance. Once this dude gets a cart when he didn't expect to get a cart, that's how you know he's happy as a pig and shit.
I am. Any deals in here? No, just trash.
Look, this trash is 50 cents.
Is it though? Only this area is mine.
Oh, okay, true. I know you get a little Carvel. Ming Bings.
Wings, nah, not into it.
Look at all these chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Who knows what it is? Is it tasty?
It's chicken tendies.
We hope.
Oh yeah, here they are. These like 99-cent like cookies.
What?
These are ginger snaps. I just want to
For 99 cents?
like bake them and see what happens.
Let's do it.
All right.
What are you finding, John?
This is a great buy.
Yeah?
Raw stuffed chicken breast with brie and apple.
and they're $1 a piece. They're usually like $3.09 at a supermarket a piece.
Are those heated blankets?
They got some good stuff, but I don't have the freezer room. The cooked chicken breast, not breaded, which is the stuff that I love. Looks like a 5 or 7 pounder.
Damn.
For $24.99.
You gotta come back. You know, a respectable toy section. So you can buy like Teddy Grahams and Icy and all this stuff.
A toy that simultaneously delights and disgusts me.
Oh my God, a second present pet? But how much for a present pet?
I don't know. But
20.
Gloria, what did you get?
Present pet.
How do you know what a present pet is?
uh-oh.
I saw the commotion at Nana's house.
Are you honestly looking for a second?
Only if it was that other one that she wanted.
Now, most of the gimmick is that it unboxes itself. Now what happens?
Oh, something's going on in there.
Something's happening. Oh, look. He's opening the box himself. He's trying. He's gonna get out.
I'm alive.
The other gimmick is there's only 2. There's Blossom and there's Missy, and you don't know which one you get. I'm willing to bet you the reason these are here is because in store, people tried to rip open and see which one they was going to get.
Yes.
Big stuffed.
Look.
I love a good stuffed. You know me.
$12.99.
Vibrating neck.
Vibrating neck. A neck vibrator.
I like that it works good.
It's right on the edge of unsellable and usable.
Yes, it's like in that gray area where there's value. It's not like total junk.
Right.
This is very much why I loved Building 19 back in the day. Same idea.
Kid shoes?
Yeah. Like water shoes?
This kind of place is actually perfect for shopping for children.
That's what I'm thinking.
Disposable, cheap. I saw like $1.50 sunglasses.
Yeah.
You know, I lose my sunglasses.
I'm going to go take a look at them, actually. Just making one more pass through here.
How many things in life make you happier than a place like this?
Not many, I tell you. Just because there's so few places like this, you laugh. This could never be a chain. It couldn't survive as a chain.
No, it doesn't scale.
The idea of it scaling has died.
John's in love.
Me too.
You love it?
I'll come back here with him anytime he wants.
This is a product that I use, and this is a good price on it.
Wild rice?
Yes.
This is what you make your rice with?
Yeah, it's a good side.
You like wild rice more than white rice?
I like them both. I like the wild rice because it adds a little variety, and it usually comes with a little bit of seasoning too, which is really good.
Oh my God.
$10. You get your Happy Cola, your Gold Bears. Oh,
Good night.
I would buy that, but it looks like it would be a real hassle. Tell me this, is it actually penny candy?
3 cents each.
Oh, there you go. That's as close as you're going to get.
When you're a kid, you could, take a little selection. I love it.
I love Halloween-themed erasers on the tips of pencils.
Well, why don't you get one for next year? You'll never see them again.
No, we're fine. Oh, Nina, if you wanted to buy tons of Scotch tape, just load up on the Scotch.
Let's see what we got. Definitely can taste the cauliflower, but
nicely flavored.
They're nice and crispy.
Actually, pretty tasty.
Yeah. So all of that for
$36.60.
What a bargain.
What a bargain.
Pay as you exit. Sweet deal.
It's like the backpack in Phantom Menace.
The backpack with a loop on it. It's just a child's backpack they got from Ames or something.
It says Anakin on it and LL Bean. He's wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. He's got Scottie Pippen's jersey on. You know, I never really knew happiness until I discovered these little arcades you can put in your basement. It started innocently, with YouTube recommending reviews of the Arcade 1-Up cabinets, by which point I had come across the Ms. Pac-Man and Space Invaders ones at Walmart, and was only slightly intrigued. For those who don't know, Arcade 1-Up is a company that makes, among other things, 3/4 scale arcade cabinets that are modeled after, and fully licensed, some of the most popular retro arcade titles. For instance, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cabinet has the same nostalgic and hilarious artwork you would find on the classic 4-player cab. You know, with this lady as April and Halloween costume Shredder here. This is such classic artwork, if I didn't have the cabinet, I'd be tempted to get a poster because it just screams nostalgic arcade for me. The Arcade 1-Up cabinets are all very similarly modeled. For instance, they only have one set of assembly instructions that's meant to apply to all of their cabinets, which are very IKEA in nature, though they have a pretty awesome online animation to walk you through assembly. There are unique variants to each cabinet, normally as it relates to the control deck. Again, with TMNT, you get a custom 4-player control deck with a corresponding color for each turtle, with yellow instead of orange corresponding to Michelangelo, true to the original, with only attack, jump, and credit buttons available for each turtle. The control deck is tailor-made, after all, to only play the 2 TMNT games the cabinet comes with. Yes, that's right, 2 games. Since Arcade 1-Up runs emulated ROMs of its original games, they always package an extra game or several in addition to the game on the physical marquee, and sometimes other features like online play. Turtles comes with the original beat-em-up as well as the arcade version of Turtles in Time, Ms. Pac-Man comes with Dig Dug and Galaxian, X-Men vs. Street Fighter comes with Children of the Atom and Marvel vs. Capcom, etc., etc. Other variants you see across models include vertical screens for some games, such as Ms. Pac-Man, custom control layouts for each cab, like the rifle with Big Buck Hunter, or the wheel and driver's seat for Outrun. And while their first-generation cabinets had only a mono speaker built into the control deck with basically no volume adjustment, just off, too loud, and way too loud, the Generation 2 cabs include a stereo speaker as a separate piece to go under the marquee, with a volume dial, though I'll say 1 bar of volume can be a little too loud if you're just trying to keep it faint. Because of the licensed artwork and the allure of the actual games, these cabinets look a lot higher quality than they really are. It's just particle board, connected via screws and wooden dowels, with a cheap 4x3 17-inch LCD monitor connected to a mounted PCB running the games, connected via ribbon cable and auxiliary cable if you have one of the Gen 2s. There's just one power cable for the whole thing, which is cool, and a power on-off switch on the control deck. The buttons and control sticks themselves are the cheapest Arcade 1-Up could possibly go with. They don't feel very sturdy, especially if you're going to have kids wailing on them. But fortunately, if you want to perform a simple mod, like changing out the joystick balls for bat tops from eBay, you can do so very inexpensively, as they just screw off. If you want to change the actual buttons and control sticks, that's more serious surgery, and stay tuned. The bottom line is this. Arcade 1-Up wants to provide something that absolutely looks and feels like an arcade with games we all know and love, but fits very comfortably in most homes without taking up half the room, at a price point fair to most budgets with generous profit margins for themselves. I mean, face it, an original TMNT is going to sell for $4,000 to $5,000, is too large to ship, and uses a tube monitor that is certainly faded by now and would take real money to fix and maintain. Arcade 1-Up is selling a 60-pound digital version of the same game for $300+ with free shipping or pickup. A while back, you would see deals that price these as low as $130, but recent releases like Killer Instinct, The Simpsons, and X-Men Arcade go for around $700, so these are getting stupidly priced as demand goes up, and they inflate their features and increase the number of packaged games. But overall, they have a good consumer strategy here, and they've expanded their product line to include countercades and lots else. Now, by default, these cabinets are actually only 4 feet tall, which is perfect for a child's standing height or for sitting height. But for an additional $50, most models come with a 2-foot riser it can sit on to make it a full 6 feet, also complete with custom artwork from the game. The generic Arcade 1-Up risers, without custom art, are sold independently. More recent releases seem to package the riser, custom stools, and backlit marquees by default, all of which used to be bonus purchases. Some of you might be wondering if these come with any coin operation. They do not, though some have coin graphics on the front, and newer ones even have molded coin doors, but it's just cosmetic. As I said, it's all just wooden boards, cheap buttons, and great art and games. For games without a free play option, you just award yourself as many credits as you'd like with the credits button. Games like Mortal Kombat 2 that did have a free play mode are made available in that mode only. When they don't come with complimentary items, you can just buy the $80 adjustable bar height stools, for which you have to decide if you're going to use the leg extensions or not. If you want to replace the marquee with an electronic marquee that lights up by splitting power from the PCB so there's still only one power cable, another $80 investment can make that happen, along with the wherewithal to disassemble the whole cabinet to put it in. Their countercades and gaming tables aren't my thing personally, but the licensed 3/4 scale pinball machines are pretty cool, and they also sell a few really awful looking HDMI consoles. Like, look at this Mega Man Blue thing, I hate this. And before I keep talking about Arcade 1-Up, I of course want to acknowledge they're not the only game in the home arcade town. At Games, famous for the dog shit mini consoles, sells a really great looking home arcade called Legends Ultimate, for instance. That comes with 300 games for $540, but most popular among them are Burger Time, Star Wars, Tetris, Tron, Centipede, and some of the classic Disney games. Looking at the several hundred titles, I'm not wowed, but if you're not looking to mod anything and just want a lot of game options, this might be the best value. Apparently, you can easily add ROMs with a USB stick with that unit. People also seem to like these MVSX Neo Geo consoles, which I hear also have better buttons and sticks. No Shredder Halloween costumes, though, which is the majority of the value for me. My point is, I fully understand that home MAME machines have been available for a long time, but to be honest, the licensed nature of the Arcade 1-Up artwork and the form factor just captures me. I mean, look at Raiden here. So if you like one of these Arcade 1-Up products, you just buy it, right? Oh heavens, no. Unless you're really lucky, the thing you want isn't going to be stocked. Not in store, not online, not anywhere other than marked up questionable eBay listings. If you go to your Walmart electronics section, chances are you'll see an Arcade 1-Up product of some kind, often whatever cabinet they're currently shipping. I think they do very limited manufacturing, sell them out, release new product, and wait a good long while to ever rerun old cabinets. I walked by the TMNT box for a solid 6 months without ever buying it, and when I was ready, it was long gone. NBA Jam seemed to be plentiful, but an NBA Jammer I am not. So last year I did in fact purchase TMNT used on eBay for $360, which is perfectly in line with retail, except the shipping bumped that to $478. And that was with the purple ball top missing, which was easily bought on eBay for $3. I decided if I was going to have a mini arcade in my basement, I would need at least one other cabinet, and I could not resist the Mortal Kombat 2 cab, which also came with the original game and Ultimate MK3. They've since released a Midway Legacy cab that includes Mortal Kombat and a fair number of other Midway games like Joust and Defender. The original MK cabinet had been unavailable for quite some time, so I paid a much higher premium. $690 all told after shipping, and there were issues. Lots of missing wooden dowels necessary for assembly, and most oddly of all, the screw holes that were required on the back of the monitor were just not there. So I had to compromise a little when building it, but I've had no issues. It also only shipped with the generic Arcade 1-Up riser and not the awesome custom one. Worst of all, the Player 1 control stick barely registered left clicks. It was clearly damaged. Still, after a fun couple of nights assembling everything, I had my little arcade. My daughter and I loved playing Turtles, and I tried to divert her attention away from Mortal Kombat, or as she referred to it, the Dragon video game. Walmart did have the Turtles stool, and Arcade 1-Up had the Mortal Kombat stool on their Amazon store, so $160 more later, and we had a more complete setup. If you, dear viewer, keep going down this rabbit hole, I warn you, you're gonna get the modding itch. It'll be purely cosmetic at first. How can I make my arcade look cooler? That question led me to the first time I ever felt compelled to go to Etsy, where you can find pretty cool homemade add-ons. These toppers from Zabo's Arcades, for instance, not only add height and grandiosity to your cabinets, but in the case of Mortal Kombat, all the special moves. I like how the turtle one adds in that 80s animated series vibe that the original artwork otherwise doesn't have. These are available for $32 each if cardboard and $60 for acrylic, which I went for. There are quite a number of custom dust covers for the joysticks. The manufacturer ones are just black, but for TMNT, I bought these awesome little pizza ones for only $22 for a set of 4, which included shipping from the UK. Some people swap out the silver screws for black to hide them a bit better. I bought some folding cup holders from Amazon for $13 and affixed them to the sides of the cabs with industrial double-sided tape. Finally, my generic riser for Mortal Kombat just wouldn't do, so I bought a set of decals from Gulf Coast Decals on Amazon for $50. These are incredibly sticky and had insane instructions for applying carefully to avoid bubbles. It was incredibly frustrating, but the results were pretty decent. It also comes with red tape as lining to accent the art. So that was $1,500 for a pretty sweet home arcade setup with 5 great games and a beautiful presentation. Then I joined some Arcade 1-Up modding Facebook groups and subreddits, which honestly completely changed my social media experience from painful to joyful. I could scroll through other people's arcade mods and game rooms for hours. I saw a lot of talk of replacing the built-in PCB with a Raspberry Pi Linux computer, famous for running RetroPie with RetroArch, an extremely common way people emulate thousands of retro games and consoles. It became obvious that at a minimum, you needed to either replace or completely rewire the control deck to be USB compatible, and you needed to buy an HDMI converter for the Arcade 1-Up monitor. That or replace the monitor entirely. Some people upgrade the 17-inch to a full 19-inch without the border. I started fantasy shopping for packaged solutions. Someone who does all the work for you with reliable instructions. I figured if I was ever to mod either of the cabinets, it would be the Mortal Kombat one. If for no other reason than it would allow me to replace the bad control stick. Plus, I feel TMNT is a bit more of a tailored presentation and worth preserving. And most retro games are 2-player anyhow, so MK seemed a more worthy sacrifice. For about a month, I stared at an Etsy listing that will send you everything you need, including speakers with volume control, the Raspberry Pi, a fully redone control deck with whichever button customization you requested, and even double-sided tape, instructions, and support if you needed it. This same seller now has all of his same offerings on upgradearcade.com, and I highly recommend him. For me, it was $413, and about a week later, my Mortal Kombat cabinet was now a mind-blowing video game experience. It remains a focal point of my evening activities with my daughter. The controls and sticks are Sanwa, the most reputable arcade controls manufacturer, and feel awesome. Raspberry Pis don't have their own power buttons, so this seller ships a power cord that has a power switch, though whenever possible you should do soft shutdowns through the interface. I do tend to leave mine on, and I just cycle through games to display. The Pi board has audio, HDMI, and USB ports. He also ships a heatsink for the board to prevent overheating, since some of the higher-end games can tax it. The new control deck doesn't include a speaker, and he instead includes a speaker system with lefts and rights, and a base that goes inside the cab. Again, to avoid screwing and drilling, double-sided tape goes a long way, and he ships good stuff. I have the volume knob taped to the side of my cab, which offers the perfect control you'd expect from any sound system. The stock control deck had the credit buttons on the top, and he moves them on the lower front panel for a little more authenticity, which I prefer too. He ships nice instructions on how to map the 6-button layout and all the necessary hotkeys, like holding the credits button and pressing start to exit to the last menu. His RetroPie image is 256 gig, and you can set that up yourself to play games for several lifetimes, from classic arcade titles to Dreamcast to all the Game Boys, PlayStation, NES, Genesis, Sega CD, even ROM hacks, all with beautiful cover art and video samples to help you select. And there really just is something about playing Mario 3 on your own personal arcade that's just so satisfying. Not to mention thousands of other arcade classics, from Robotron to Bubble Bobble to Bucky O'Hare. You can also buy a USB Wi-Fi adapter and connect the Pi to your home Wi-Fi and enable SFTP and upload ROMs directly to the image. Alternatively, you can take a USB stick, connect it to the Pi, wait a few minutes, then connect it to your computer, upload the ROM to the correct directory, and then connect the USB back to the Pi, wait a few minutes, and restart Emulation Station, and the new ROMs will appear. And of course, standard disclaimer, it's only legal to possess ROMs for games you already own. I recommend downloading such ROMs from archive.org, where, as a digital library, they enjoy an exemption from the Digital Millennium Copyright Act for vintage or obsolete software. A warning to anyone, there are modding services that are not reputable. The social media groups are good resources for finding the scams. As a finishing touch, just about everyone buys multicolor LED strip lights, which are very cheap on Amazon and can be used to accent or backlight the cabs themselves or the surrounding area. So what do I play on my arcade? Well, there's the ones you probably already know. TMNT and Turtles in Time. Metal Slug. Q*bert. Ms. Pac-Man. Galaga. Bucky O'Hare. Defender. Robotron. The Simpsons. Burger Time. X-Men.
That was Mystique, not Magneto. Magneto is at another place. Go, X-Men!
Marvel vs. Capcom. Some lesser thought of titles, or at least ones I've really enjoyed playing on my arcade cabinet, include Biomechanical Toy, Charlie Ninja, Ninja Baseball Batman, Demon Front, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, G.I. Joe, Jurassic Park, Terminator 2, Asterix, Battletoads, Boogie Wings. This one is really awesome. Golden Axe, The Revenge of Death Adder. Punisher. Captain America and the Avengers. Sengoku 2. Puzzloop. Aliens. Rambo 3. Dolphin Blue. Super Mario Bros. 3 Mix, a ROM hack. Monsters Probably Stole My Princess. Super Mario Land 2 DX. This is a ROM hack that makes Mario Land 2 for the Game Boy colorized. Rocket Knight Adventures. Power Rangers the Movie on Sega Genesis. Strider 2. Fix-It Felix Jr., another ROM hack. Space Megaforce. Sewer Shark. Episode 1 Racer for Dreamcast, which is probably the closest to the PC version. Batman Returns for the SNES. On the topic of Batman Returns for SNES, that's an example of a console beat-em-up that really plays better on a cab than it does on a home system. The same goes for Streets of Rage, TMNT The Manhattan Project, and many others. Even a lot of PSP Mini and GBA games offer smaller, more arcade-friendly experiences, like Jetpack Joyride or the Mario vs. Donkey Kong games. I'll add that my daughter will only play games where you can play as a girl, and there aren't a lot of retro games that fit the bill, but the Game Boy Advance has plenty of options there, from Lady Saya to the Kim Possible games. Obviously, most arcade games are programmed to eat quarters, so having an infinite supply of credits makes them fun. For console games with the same impossibility, like Contra Hardcore, I recommend Infinite Lives cheats, which are easily applied through RetroArch. With my modded MK cabinet and the standard TMNT next to it, I think I have everything I need. I see people with rooms stuffed to the brim with these things, and I think they're too samey for that, especially when a good mod can get you the game variety you're looking for. I say if you're going to design a game room, buy diverse cabinets, like a racer, a light gun game, a pinball, and a beat-em-up or a fighter. Recently, EJ from the Red Cow channel completed a Donkey Kong mod that's amazing, and you should check out his video. If you're looking for YouTubers who can make retro game recommendations, I think SNES Drunk and Sega Lord X are great places to start. It would be a video for another day, but I've bought another fancy retro handheld emulator, the RG351P, and in the past year, dozens of these style devices have been coming out. I love it much more than my GPD XD, and if you want to learn all about these wonderful things, follow Retro Game Core. If you have a home arcade, what did you buy? And if you don't, what would you go with? Let us know.
Hey, Crane, bring that statue back.
What are you eating?
Pizza. Jump, Mikey.
Instead of the bullshit man, you have the I don't give a fuck man. You know what I don't give a fuck about? Content. Producing it. I gotta do it all the time. And then you gotta hire slobs. But nobody likes the slobs. Stock images from Google Image Search that still have the watermarks on them and stuff. So then you gotta buy a house for your kids. The only space you have is a garage. Oh, great. Now I gotta rebuild my whole set in a small garage. I'm drilling holes in desks.
My childhood desks.
And now I'm in anti-gravity because fucking lights are on the ceiling. I don't give a fuck. I pretty much have his cadence down.
It's uncanny.
Why so many shitty games? Cursed to the bowels of hell. Am I doomed forever to review these games? And then it's the LJN rainbow of shit. It's like beat poetry.
It is.
And that's why I don't give a fuck.
As if I'm not aware.
Hi, my name is EJ Massa. When I was in college, I'd have orange-flavored chicken every Wednesday. I'd order it from Dragon Dynasty in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was bready, crispy, sweet, with a little heat. I'd get it with white rice and no vegetables. I was in college, and by law, I could only consume trash and alcohol. Maybe I still consume trash and alcohol. Wednesday night was when new episodes of Lost were on, so I'd bring back that styrofoam container and I'd keep it on the coffee table. I'd keep it closed so it would keep warm, and I'd do that until the television proclaimed,
Previously on Lost.
Then I'd break in to that container, and then island mysteries would circle around me while I consumed that citrusy chicken bounty. What was the smoke monster? Would they get off the island? What did Jack's tattoos mean? Finding out the answer to that specific mystery was the most unsatisfying, and I regret ever asking the question in the first place. But what remained were memories, mostly of orange-flavored chicken. And of course, I'd go to malls and get Panda Express, and that was good too. But malls are closing down, or they're filled with COVID, or they closed down because of COVID. A Google of my area reveals that there isn't a Panda Express near me, and orange-flavored chicken served by my local Chinese restaurants leaves a lot to be desired. I'm looking for John Locke caliber of orange-flavored chicken, and all I have around here is Nikki and Paulo tier orange-flavored chicken. So I'll just do it myself. I have a recipe for orange-flavored chicken from Jimmy Wang from Panda Express. I started out with just over 2 pounds of boneless, skinless chicken thighs. I cut the thighs into bite-sized cubes, making sure to slice off any fat or hard gristle still attached to it. And in the end, I have a pile of chicken cubes, ready to be covered in batter for frying. For that batter, I added 1.5 cups of all-purpose flour, a 1/2 cup of cornstarch, a teaspoon of ground white pepper, and 2 tablespoons of salt. Whisked that all together, cracked an egg in there, added 1.5 cups of water, 2 tablespoons of oil, and then whisk that together until it was all incorporated and the consistency resembled sort of pancake batter. I should put that into this weird vertical waffle maker Airjo sent me and see what happens. Until then, I added the chicken cubes to that batter, mixed it until the chicken cubes were completely covered in the batter, covered the bowl in some cling wrap, and put that in the fridge to chill for at least 30 minutes. I left mine in for an hour. Gonna put that King Cooker Walk Drunken Monk sent me to good use by adding 2 quarts of peanut oil. You can use vegetable oil if you want, but I'm more of a fan of peanut oil. I like using woks for frying, seems easier for deep frying than the straight-sided pots. I remembered that the King Cooker came with this thermometer, so I decided to try it out. However, the thermometer ended up being too slow and inaccurate to be actually useful. I ended up ditching it partway through the cook. This will be the last I mention this thermometer. Because I have young children running around trying to knock over my tripod, I cooked outside on my Camp Chef outdoor burner. Well, you might be asking, why aren't you using the burner that came with the King Cooker Wok? Well, this one isn't awkwardly short, and it has a built-in side table. I turned on the propane and used a lighter to start the burner. I used a quick read thermometer to check to see when the oil's temperature comes up to around 325 to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. I like to stir around the oil with a thermometer too. Not sure if it helps, but I like to do it. Once it's up to temperature, I added the battered covered chicken pieces, trying not to crowd the pieces together. I don't want a giant chicken nugget. Actually, I do want a giant chicken nugget. But no, I'm not worthy yet. Using a spider skimmer, I made sure to break apart any clumps of chicken and flip them around so they brown evenly. And after about 6 minutes, the color looked perfect. And the nuggets will continue to brown slightly after you remove them. After I removed from the oil, I put the nugs onto a sheet pan lined with paper towels. I actually did the chicken in 2 batches, so I fried half the chicken, strained it onto the sheet pan, then fried the second half. Mostly to avoid crowding, and to avoid making the forbidden giant nug, with which I am too riddled with horrific sins and deceit to ever consider crafting such a holy object. And there we have it, a bunch of crispy chunks of chicken ready to drink some sauce. In my spare wok, I put a tablespoon of peanut oil, along with a couple minced cloves of garlic, 1/4 teaspoon of pepper flakes, a 1/2 teaspoon of minced ginger, and maintained medium-high heat. Sauteed that for a little bit, then added 1/4 cup of white sugar and 1/4 cup of brown sugar. Just stirred it around to break it up. Then I added 1/4 cup of orange juice, stirred that around to mix and dissolve the sugar, reduced it a little, then add 2 tablespoons of soy sauce and 1/4 cup of white vinegar. These are added later so the vinegar doesn't cook off too much. We'll reduce that a little, and then I'll add this slurry that's 2 tablespoons of cornstarch and 2 tablespoons of water, and I'll add that a little bit at a time until the consistency is like a light syrup. Then I'll add half my crispy chicken. If you want the syrup to cover the whole 2 pounds of chicken, double the sauce recipe. I kept some unseasoned for my boys because they can just have some plain chicken nuggets. Stirred the chicken in the wok until it was completely coated in the sauce, getting into every nook and cranny. Then finished it off with 1 teaspoon of toasted sesame oil. Gave it a final stir, and we are ready to plate. Scoop on some white rice, some steamed broccoli, and then plated some fragrant, crispy orange chicken nuggets. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to sit down and figure out what's inside the hatch. I know what's going down my hatch. It's this chicken. Oh, this is way better than any orange flavored chicken that I had. It has a lot going on with it. You got a little bit of the spice from the pepper flakes. It kicks in like toward the end. You get the sweetness, syrupy sweetness up front from the orange. It's very well rounded. The acidity from the vinegar. And it's fresh, crispy. You're not going to get this at any Panda Express. It wasn't that hard either. And after that oil cools, I poured it through a strainer. You can reuse cooking oil several times, and since this was fresh oil before this cook, I'll save it for a future cook. Oh no, I'm slipping through time. I'm getting a time travel nosebleed. I think I need to think about my constant. I need to focus on my constant. Yes, it's Ribs. I'll make a phone call from the freighter, and the call will be to Ribs, who will be in an elaborately decorated Christmas room, and I'll tell Ribs that I love them, and Ribs will say they love me, and that will be the best moment in EJ Cooks and all of YouTube television. Okay, I'll deep fry Ribs too, and in the spirit of Asian-inspired cuisine, I'll make a spicy, sweet honey sriracha sauce that will go with it. Like my previous video, I will be sous videing St. Louis ribs, so I remove the membranes, cut them in half, and then season them simply with just my all-purpose rub. Vacuum sealed them and put them in a water bath at 165 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours. When the time was up, I took them out of the water, let them cool off in a bowl of ice water while I was preparing the oil for frying. I used the oil I saved for my previous cook, and this time I'll fry them in a Dutch oven on my stove. The kids are asleep now. I'm deep frying ribs at midnight. Nobody can tell me to stop. Nobody. I remove the ribs from the bag and cut them into their individual ribs. For the crust, I'm going super simple. Basically the back of the panko tube recipe. Dip them in 3 stations. All-purpose flour, an egg wash, and then finish it in the panko breadcrumbs. If I was depending more on the crust to carry these ribs, I'd season the breadcrumbs a bit with salt, pepper, and paprika. But I want the sauce to do most of the heavy lifting here. And now I have these really weird Twinkie looking ribs. Maybe I should deep fry a Twinkie. The sauce is super simple. I'll combine 1/4 cup of ketchup, 1/4 cup of sriracha, and 1/3 cup of honey. 1 tablespoon of rice wine vinegar, 1 teaspoon of garlic powder. I whisk that over low heat for a couple of minutes to help those flavors come together, and that's it. Now the oil has reached around 325 to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, and I dropped in my encrusted ribs. Made sure they had plenty of room around them, and I let them fry for a couple of minutes before flipping them so they brown evenly. And then after about 4 minutes, the color on them looked perfect, so I removed them and put them on a paper towel lined sheet pan. Here we go, deep fried crispy ribs. You can either dip them in the sauce like a fat mozzarella stick, or you could toss them in the sauce like the orange flavored chicken we did earlier. Time for a taste test. I'm gonna take a bite of the unsaucy end. The crust is so crispy. If I didn't have a sauce, I'd probably season the breadcrumbs more, but I was just trying to see how it would be unseasoned. But the meat is good, it's tender, it's juicy. Perfect. A little bit of heat, a little bit of tanginess from the rice vinegar. And the sweetness really tones down the sriracha. This is awesome. This is like beyond awesome. I gotta tell you, those ribs were a top 10 thing that I've made. Highly recommend you try something like that, especially with the sauce. Well guys, now that I have piles of fried, vaguely Asian flavored foods, it's time to sit down and watch Ben Linus commit genocide against hippies. What a gas! You see, it's a joke because he helps murder all the hippies with gas. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Until next time, bye!
People have asked me, what would you do if you had the reins at Lucasfilm? And I said, I would create a 2D animation division. They would do like DC animation, like those straight to Blu-ray movies, that level of quality of animation. The idea would be to distinguish it from Clone Wars and Bad Batch. Let those continue to be these kind of serialized Filoni type things. This would be like classy animated Star Wars, and I would do as movies, not as shows, movies, direct to streaming, Star Wars Legends stories. So I would start with Shadows of the Empire.
Absolutely.
90-minute 2D animated Shadows of the Empire. It's not perfect animation style, but it would suit this sort of thing very well. There's your Luke Skywalker, there's your Han Solo, there's your Princess Leia. They're all there. Different voice actors. It's okay. Nobody cares then. You don't have to de-age anybody. Do it for Heir to the Empire and do it for Jedi Academy. Han and Leia's triplets there and the death of Chewbacca. And because they've already done a pretty good job branding Star Wars Legends, call each one of them Star Wars Legends, Shadows of the Empire, Star Wars Legends, Heir to the Empire. So something I've been thinking about lately is, wouldn't it be fun to review a scene from cinema history that I've seen many, many times that I feel really works, where the emotion is right where you want it. It demonstrates excellence in editing, cinematography, acting, everything that you would want in a scene. And we could do a few of these. I think that'd be kind of fun, like a little, little course on scenes that work. So this one is from Return of the King. You probably know it as The Ride of the Rohirrim, or The Arrival of the Rohirrim, or Pelennor Fields. So up to this point, we've watched something like 7 hours of movie. So we know all of the players very, very well. But what matters in this scene is that Minas Tirith, this sort of city that's built like a castle, basically, mile-high city that's built vertically, has been overrun by Sauron's forces, by the evil forces. Gandalf has done everything he can to fight them off as their general, but they just breached the city. So that means they're going to reach the children. It's over. They actually just lost the battle. Okay, so then they cut to Sloth here from the Goonies. So he's been set up for the past hour as the orc general. So he doesn't have any special powers per se, but he's the most vocal. We're going to need a villain. We're going to need to be able to see through the orc perspective. You still need to personalize. Everything needs to be personalized, which is going to be the theme through this. Now, we're watching the extended version, The Witch King of Angmar, Sauron's second in command. I don't personally think that this adds a lot to the story. It's an extended scene, so I understand why they cut it. But I suppose it's nice to see, like, not only has the city been overrun, but actually your guy, Gandalf. They even set this staff that gets destroyed right here. That was set up in the last movie as, like, this really important, or even an hour prior, and this guy just blows it away. So all is lost. Now, normally, an all is lost moment would come at the end of the second act. So if you think of most movies in terms of 3-act structure, you have the first act, which establishes the world. End of first act, there's some kind of inciting incident, or there's something that changes the status quo for the characters, that launches them into action. And then they have kind of an all is lost moment right before the third act, and then they rally and they overcome the issue, by the end of the movie, or they don't, or whatever. It lands as it will. But normally there's kind of this re-rally thing that happens. And this is in the middle of the movie. There's going to be more moments. Like, there's so many layers to the story. There's so many characters that they actually have these kind of micro 3 acts throughout the film. They really want you to feel that. And then you hear the horn. And the horn was set up in the horn of Hammerhand and the horns that go before the horse riders. So then these angels show up in the middle of hell. These angels on horseback. And you get a sense for how many of them there are. But as the shots tick on, you're going to actually get to, it's a serious amount of horses. It's the very cavalry that's required to turn the tides of a battle that's been lost. King Theoden is the main character of this scene. We've never been given information about this person that would make us not want to root for him or make us feel like he's incompetent or anything like that, but he has made mistakes. He led his people to a bad fortress in the second movie when they really had no chance but to fight, but instead he kind of cornered them and then fought. So he's made some bad calls. He also has no heir. At the beginning of the last movie, his son died. Most of all, the most important thing going on here is that the two kingdoms of men, Rohan and Gondor, have not been allied for a very, very long time. Even after what they went through in the last movie, Rohan, King Theoden, says, why should I come to their aid? They didn't come to mine. There's a very big scene earlier that shows the lighting of the beacons. And there's even this triumphant moment where he says, Gondor calls for aid, Rohan will answer. So he's already made the decision, like, I'm going to go. And I'm going to sacrifice my people for this cause. But I think he's still, like, he's not, he now has to commit to his own decision here. So he looks out, what have I brought my people to? Am I about to die? Spoilers, yeah, he is actually about to die. He dies in this battle. And I think the filmmakers wanted to show that he kind of knew that. And yeah, and I mentioned earlier, they show up to hell itself. And if you didn't believe us, look at this image right here. This city on fire, this grand city on fire with just an uncountable number of evil forces. Now, Éowyn and Merry have hidden in the ranks to join their people. I mean, in Merry's case, it's not even their people. He's a hobbit. But he wants to join this fight. And it's going to be revealed they're close to the front lines, which I think was probably a visual decision so that she sort of had to, she could remind the audience that she has to hide her face. Otherwise, probably the better decision would have been to hide more in the crowd. But she's horrified and he's horrified. That's the first piece of information we received by cutting to them. And this is the thing I want you to pay the most attention to and why I think this scene works so well. The filmmakers never stop attending to the emotions of the characters. Every action has a reaction, quite literally a human reaction. You see something, you see somebody react to it. If you're wondering, hey, how does so-and-so feel about this? They answer that question. And whether it's through the performance, because the performances are really nice here and well nuanced, whether it's through the visuals, the editing, I think most of all, because choosing what images to match, like, I think I'd like to see Merry respond to that wide shot, or I want to go from Merry to Éowyn. Those are the things that maybe you envision when you write this stuff, but really those are all post-production decisions. So you really are writing the scene in post-production. It's the thing that matters the most. If you're ever making a movie and you say, I have to tell the audience how to feel, yeah, you want to elicit emotions in the audience, but the way you do that is by making them feel what the characters are feeling. And so attend to the characters and what they're feeling more than anything else. Never forget what your characters are feeling. And by the way, I don't care if we're talking about a dialogue scene. I don't care if we're talking about an action sequence. What are the characters feeling? What are the characters feeling? It's what you're going to remember when you stop watching the movie. And when you're watching it, you're going to inevitably think about times that you've been up against something insurmountable, or the time that you had a relationship problem, or, all of the empathetic responses are going to come from that. Pikes in front, marchers behind, meaning we will stab you if you run here, or we will shoot you. Theoden kind of ignores his own fear and starts saying, all right, guys, we're doing this. I'm doing this. We're doing this. Fear no darkness. So she has to see. And you even get a little bit of a POV shot. And by this point, Theoden is probably not thinking about individuals in his family. He's thinking about the mission. I think in his own mind, he's said goodbye to his family. A red day and the sun rises. And that's the first time you actually get a real sense of how many forces are we talking about here. The pikes drop. Yep, okay, the opposing army, they're convicted. The good guys are convicted. I just want to remind you, you don't have to do the scene like this. You could just hear the horn, and then Gandalf looks out, and they're charging.
Horns, 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 o'er the fields of Pelennor they echoed from the distance. Theoden and the rescuing armies of Rohan had come at last. You don't have to milk it for all the drama, but it makes all the difference in the whole movie. It's what makes you leave the movie going, I had a life-changing experience watching that. No matter what happens, hold on to me, I'll look after you. So we're in this together. And then they could have cut, but see, Merry looked off camera. That just kind of orients the viewer. If he looks to camera right and then sees Theoden blessing the pikes. And I love the touch of Theoden blessing the pikes. Yeah, ride for ruin in the world's ending. We're going to die. And then literally screaming death. And I love that Éowyn swallows in horror, like I'm accepting her own fate, basically. Did I make the right decision to come here to die? Because about a shot or two later, she's all turned. By the time he yells death 3 times, Merry and Éowyn scream it as well. And then you get that beautiful Howard Shore music. One final shot of everybody. For Theolingus. You don't have to have the horns, but every horn blows. Why? Why not just one horn? Why many horns? Well, there's a practical reason. It's to carry the sound for the entire army. But really, I think it's about unity. Everybody believes in what we're doing. Theoden is our leader. What is a leader? A leader is somebody we follow. Let's follow this guy. And then they could start charging. Again, there's a practical reason not to. You don't want to trample each other. But I love that they trot out like we're going to move as one. Cut to the characters again. What are the characters feeling? Little Mary, cut out, and you see everybody. And then where does your eye go in this shot? It goes straight to Theoden's horse, I think. Theoden being the apex for the entire army. So he represents this entire effort. And then you just, the spectacle here. Just can't believe what you're looking at. And of course, and by this point, this Rohan theme, this is so well established. It's and the horse culture and the lore, it's just infused with meaning. That's everything you're watching makes sense to you. I mean, look at that shot. 2003. A few of them go down because we're not going to lie to you and say that they're all going to survive. You could compare this to Avengers Endgame when all of the Avengers show up, they come back to life, and spoilers. That's the all is lost and they all come back in the third act moment. I don't think that you have the same sense of like, no, they're really, this is their last stand. And there's a shot coming up of Éomer, the king's nephew, the head of the Rohirrim, where he's just like fierce. I mean, look at that shot. It's like ants. Yeah, he's just grabbing somebody else's pike. He is just done with evil. And he's not even, he's a very virtuous character, but he's not like, Christ himself or something. But he is done with evil, and just getting to see his aggression is wonderful. And then, they don't cut away. They don't say, and then of course they win. You actually get to see orcs get trampled, which is very satisfying by this point. Look at Éomer yet again. Another breathtaking shot. I remember seeing that in the theater and just being like, what am I looking at? And that was after seeing the fourth Aer Lingus scene from Two Towers, which if you enjoyed this, we can do that scene next. This is kind of the ultimate version of the same sort of scene, but you need that scene to get to this scene, I think. What else in the scene did you respond to that I didn't talk to? Would you like to see me do more of these? It's really fun for me to talk about filmmaking. I hope you enjoyed it. And then he's like, the only thing I can do is show up to set and improvise with my buddies. He was making tabloids a year ago where he and Tessa and his girlfriend are having a threesome, and there's weird candid photos of them all making out. Vanity Fair had one of those videos where he and the actress go through a scene, and he like can't be f***ed to do it. He just wants to joke around. He doesn't want to give you any interesting insights about what he was thinking on that day. She's trying, and he's being super flirty. And all I can think is like, do we have a major ego problem on our hands with this guy? Because he made some really killer movies. Jojo Rabbit, Thor Ragnarok, and What We Do in the Shadows are all winners.
I think his ego like inflated past the point where I think it's gone to him. He thinks he could just throw in as many jokes as he can, put Korg in as much of the screen time as he can.
A day on the set working with Taika involves hijinks, dancing. Yeah, he's just a big kid.
And the best adapted screenplay goes to Taika Waititi. Okay.
You ever been to a Radio Shack?
Oh, I definitely have. I still see all the things on the wall, all the hangers.
You may be as close to like a targeted demo.
Radio Shack was one of my favorite places to go to in the mall, usually. I used to love to play with the computers. Radio Shack had their own line of computers, the Tandy line, which I now have a number of.
Exclusively at Radio Shack stores and Tandy computer centers.
I grew up with a Tandy. My parents were sold one in '89. They bought it for my sister. And I believe it was at Radio Shack, and the salesman said, if you make this $3,000 investment in 1989, it will get your children through college. They will use this through college.
The Radio Shack computer. Okay, switch on to be in the back. Oh no, on the side.
Of course, my parents were brand new to technology, and they knew that. And so they just like encouraged my sister. They're like, I don't know, call them. And she was like, call who? She was like 6. They're like, call who? They're like, call them and ask them how it works. The operating system was a DeskMate.
Yep, DeskMate.
The new Tandy 1000, complete with DeskMate software for easy-to-use word processing, filing, worksheets, scheduling.
It was a neat thing for the time.
Oh, it was a GUI.
You know, yeah, it made
a TUI.
It made computing a lot easier at a time when Windows wasn't yet known to people.
I wonder why Decimate didn't take off. Come to think of it,
I think it was because Radio Shack didn't want to license it to anybody except Tandy. And as PC compatibles became ubiquitous, you couldn't get Deskmate for your non-Radio Shack computer.
Crazy to think there was this like computing era pre-Microsoft.
There totally was. It was not just always a duopoly between Apple and Microsoft Windows.
What was the appeal of Radio Shack? Was it comparable with Circuit City?
No, it was very different. It had a ton of small electronics. Like
peripherals.
I remember going there to get audio cables, XLR cables, remote control cars.
Yeah, sound systems were a big...
Yep, science toys, resistors, capacitors, electronic components.
I know I've done a good job when a customer comes in looking for that little gizmo and he leaves the store with that exact thing. And I know I've done a great job when he leaves the store with that little gizmo and a cellular phone.
That's how you earn the money.
How are their prices?
I mean, in the era of modern internet, not comparable at all. But in the time period where there were no other stores at all, and you would have to otherwise mail away for it. You know, what a ridiculous concept. It was for hobbyists at the beginning especially, and then eventually owning home electronics has kind of disappeared. You know, a stereo system or anything like that, largely replaced by the phone.
And they were also small.
They were all small unit format, focused on their particular market, right?
I remember my dad worked with a guy named Lenny.
Yeah.
And he was the only nerd my dad knew. And he too was like a big guy who knew everything.
Wore shorts all year long.
And nobody else knew anything. You know, it took me a few years before I met John.
Yeah.
But I eventually got my own Lenny.
I'm your Lenny.
You ever miss it, or do you feel like, the internet's got me?
I miss it for if I'm working on like an old computer and I need a component. Right now I got to order it. And if I order it from China, it's 50 days. Online, I'm going to pay $10 for a component. I used to be able to get 30 cents there. Yeah. Or another thing that I really love from them with is electronics kits, like the 101 kit where you could build projects with wires.
As a child, I found it a bit boring because I didn't know what the hell to do with any of it.
I loved it because I kind of had an understanding. Circuit City kind of became Best Buy. Best Buy was their improved form. Radio Shack never had any other iterations. There's nowhere now that sells stuff like they used to sell.
Because it's really just an internet thing.
Yeah.
And there's just too many damn parts. What would you stock?
Yeah, you stock everything. There's still a few stores throughout the U.S., but nothing around here we could go to that stocks stuff like they used to.
What I like, it's the closest thing electronic stores ever had to their own hardware store.
That's right.
The Home Depot
of electronics.
Yeah.
It originated from hobbyists who wanted to make radios, get components for their radios.
Yeah.
That's where it came from.
Rip.
Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Well, they act like it's impossible that this many movies could be bad. It's like, no, it's possible. The prequels can be real rough. Yes, I get it. In the light of day, where filmmaking has gone, what has happened to all of these franchises, they're in a better light for sure.
When I first started watching Obi-Wan, I put on Revenge of the Sith. I had to turn it off. It was awful. It's so bad. It's so awkward. Especially in the beginning where basketball droids get on their ships and they're like farting and slipping and they're like, oops! And you're just like, why is it so noisy? Why is it so goofy?
The goofy moment I'm thinking of, Anakin starts force choking Padme with that weird face. And then she drops. I don't know. I guess they wanted her to do her own stunt. So it's the gentlest drop you've ever seen. And then it's a shot of her napping on the ground. And for some reason, somebody chose to do a gentle zoom. And it feels like kids are making this thing.
Frankie, it's good and well that you've got your freak flag today on BoxMac.
Not just well, Jonathan. Well and good.
Not just new, darling. New and good.
Not just new, darling. New and good.
Would you like to feel how light this box of macaroni and cheese is? I got some concerns about the mac.
Talk to me.
I think these are going to be Garbo.
Why?
Because they're vegan.
The mushroom one's called Wild About Mushroom.
These are that prep where you put all the stuff and the noodles in the thing and you leave it sit for 22 and a half minutes.
Why do you always say leave it sit?
Leave it sit.
It's obviously non-grammatical. Are you just talking fast and it comes out crappy? Or did you mean to say leave it sit?
I meant to say leave it sit.
Yeah.
It's an expression in my mind, you know.
Leave it sit.
Leave it sit. Like, I guess
let
it sit.
Or let it set.
Yeah.
Because there's sometimes people mess up their sit and their sets.
I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, it's just supposed to be leave it sitting in a state of active.
Let's talk about these. These look better.
You sure?
because they're organic and one of them has kale.
And they do a lot of talking about like punch up protein, add some crunch for panko breadcrumbs. So are we gonna make it with milk and butter?
I don't know. You're the one that wears a chef costume. Imagine the chef walks up to some Joe Blow. He's like, so what do you think, salt or...
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay goes up to some...
Do you think I'm an actual chef? Have you...
Yes!
What? Have you been confused by our own charade?
Gordon Ramsay goes to some asshole and they're sitting at a table.
Hi there, yeah? Do you want salt? How do you want this prepared? What was the thing where his voice cracks? Where's the lamb sauce?
Where's the lamb sauce?
He is funnier than every comedian right now, without exception. Like, see Gordon Ramsay's comedy show, and he just screams at people for their food taste.
What is going on? Are you f***ing blind?
No, chef. And it'd be way funnier than like, all right, Trevor Noah, give it to us.
This is the amount of butter that goes in this mac.
Do you really think, I mean, look, does the butter make the mac?
Yes.
I think not.
Yes.
There's gonna be mushroom flavor in that thing. You're gonna dilute it with butter?
This is new directions to me, so I'm a little confused and disoriented. You'll have to understand.
It's okay, I'll vamp. Where's the lamb sauce? Non-stick. It's f***ing non-stick!
That's why it's called f***ing non-stick! I don't know what non-stick means in Texas, sweetheart, but f*** me!
Yes, chef! He leaves that pissing over.
Brings that pissing over, and the big surprise is the f***ing bass is f***ing raw!
And the big surprise is the f***ing bass is f***ing raw!
He brings that pissing over, and the big surprise is the f***ing bass is f***ing raw!
Sorry, chef.
Wake up!
Yes, chef.
You! What's wrong with you? Nothing.
He's a man of high standards. You ever watch this more like kind of chilled out content where he's like, here's how to make a delicious egg sandwich.
I actually love that stuff.
To perfect a mac and cheese, make sure you blanch the macaroni first, 2/3 of the way, and just allow 1/3 to finish in the oven.
Does this look like the kind of cheese sauce you want in your mac? Give it a squeeze.
Yeah, it sounds gritty.
Yeah.
It feels like breadcrumb.
I'm sure that they're going for that a little bit. Look, look, look. Look at it! Look at this, pissing over, and the worst part is the f***ing panko crumbs are f***ing raw!
Do you always think I should add any salt to those? Because I don't even know what I would add.
You're the chef! Yes, chef.
Why are you deferring to me as if, like, I have all the answers about this? Because I went on Amazon and bought a $22 6XL chef costume.
I guess you have a point. Who bought this gigantic chef's costume?
I never thought we'd sell any of those. Here's your pocket of pasta.
There's not much.
No.
This is a whole box. Who is this for? Who's this product for?
For very thin women.
Really? Whoa, this one is actually like a brick.
This is how this was too when I started.
Look. Look. Feel it! Look at it cracking. Meanwhile, in the dining room, a Karen is getting angry.
Can you just shut the f*** up for 30 seconds?
That's like, and then he told the people back there to ignore us.
Hey, that's so impolite.
It's just, we've been here for a really long time. What's going on back there? He bitches out the customers too.
He does.
So you have to wonder where his allegiance really lies. He's like, I have very high standards, but fuck your standards.
It only lies with himself.
I just want more pumpkin, that's all I want.
Right, well, I'll get you more pumpkin. I'll ram it right up your f***ing ass. Would you like it whole or diced?
This goes in here? Yeah?
Yes, it does.
Pissing over.
Yeah, I think you gotta like be aggressive on the stirring with this.
It's gonna turn into a milkshake.
It's gonna bring all your boys to the yard.
Hey, you ever heard of bloodletting as a remedy back in like the 18th century?
Oh, sure.
I heard that when like George Washington was dying, you know, high status individual, they were like, we don't know, he's got some sort of fatal disease. Bring an expert from many states away, so you have to wait a couple days, and he's a bloodletting expert. He's gonna just cut open George Washington, take a little blood out, and see if that
does it.
See if that starts to clear things up a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna help, right? Remove your essential bodily fluids.
I like it. I'm wondering what the first bit of evidence where they're like, maybe.
We used to think the human body had 4 important fluids: phlegm, black bile, yellow bile, and blood. And if they were imbalanced, that could lead to illness.
Maybe the bad blood needs to get out, you know? Maybe you gotta vent that stuff.
I mean, maybe it came from like pus-infected things where you wanted to let the pus out.
That could be it.
Leeches do have medical applications.
Yeah, we're gonna get like 26 comments that are gonna be like, actually, in some cases.
As long as they comment, right? I don't give a If you want to lecture us about the effectiveness of bloodletting, go ahead.
It's your engagement.
Subscribe first.
Yeah. Subscribe for more bloodletting facts.
And tip.
Comment below what you know about bloodletting.
Okay, it's part of alternative medicine. They
Even
still
today?
do it, yeah.
And-
But I want to hear about George Washington. Well, because they say that the bloodletting actually probably killed him.
George Washington was bled multiple times when he came down with a throat infection. If anything, it probably sped up their demise.
Learn the gruesome details of President George Washington's final hours.
Oh, this sounds like a great clickbait article.
After a series of medical procedures, including the draining of nearly 40% of his blood, he died that evening.
I can't imagine why.
I may have overdone it in a few places.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
You were supposed to only let 15% out. You let almost half his blood out. Why was George Washington bled?
That sounds like the first line of a joke.
Washington insisted upon it.
Oh, okay.
He said, keep going. Most doctors agreed that bleeding would lessen the excitement of the blood vessels.
Oh.
So that's not founded in fact, obviously, but it's, you can kind of like create a hypothesis where like, well, maybe.
It's like fact adjacent.
There was like a Dr. Fauci then, and he's like, you got a bloodletting.
You don't need to be walking around letting your bloods out at this moment in time. I think we need to be letting out more blood, quite frankly with you. The blood droplets get excited, and this will simper their excitement. Is that a word? So it would lessen the excitement of the blood vessels, which would in turn reduce pain, induce sleep, and prevent relapses. What?
It would definitely induce sleep.
Bleeding was prescribed for everything, from fever to consumption to madness. Bleed this motherfucker.
I guess I gotta try a noodle from this creamy weirdness. Oh, gross, gross.
What's gross?
It's unseasoned milk noodle. You want some?
No. Not after.
You're gonna have to eat it.
Well, yeah, but I would like cheese.
And there's almost no liquid left now. I don't know what I'm gonna make a sauce out of.
I think you're supposed to do this in a pan.
No.
So there's standing water?
It just says small pot. It doesn't say like a frying pan or anything. Oh, Frankie. It smells worse than those. Yeah. It's almost barf worthy. Frankie.
No, it's fucking gross.
It's actually gross. EJ, just be careful. I don't want you to. Oh! I don't want to eat this. My house is gonna smell like this. Barf in my house.
How do you describe that?
Barf. I've smelled barf that smells better than that.
Me too.
My kid's little angel barf smells better than that.
Angel barf. This one smells a little less like barf.
No, I'm seriously ill from the smell of it.
I am too. I'm not gonna eat this.
Oh no. No, seriously.
Did you eat the toy toy?
Oh, smell it.
No, please be careful with
Right
your
in your nose. That's not gross to you?
No.
That to me is vomit. That's the inside of somebody's stomach.
All right, pour it in.
Into what, this one?
Yep.
Look, and it's, no, look, it's like rocks.
This is not, okay, this is, Frankie, this is 2 months out of date. It's not like it's 3 years out of date. 2 months. I'm not gonna want to eat this.
Well, no, we know that. It's not about want anymore. My name's Junt, and this is BoxMac. Look, it's dog shit in the Mac.
I have a standard which says if it smells bad, you don't eat.
Oh, is it? Because that's actual mushrooms? That's
know.
actual, yeah. This
Yeah, they are.
No, seriously, for a minute there, my stomach went.
Yeah, mine was.
Whoa. You know, Evol truffle, that was our least favorite, and this is mushroom yet again.
It's gross. It's awful.
Let's have a quiet moment. What the hell's going on? Traditional cheddar flavor? Traditional barf flavor?
Traditional medical waste flavor.
Dude, I'm genuinely concerned that like a bite or two in, I'm gonna have a gag reflex.
You're gonna have a retching. Should we prep the toilet? I'm sure I salted this. I actually salted it extra because it's a little bit bigger.
It absorbed it?
It absorbed no salt.
If anything happens to me, take 40% of my blood. I am not suicidal.
It smells delightfully herby. Doesn't smell like cheese.
I mean, at this point, the smell of food is making me sick. Because of the first
Because
thing.
of the first one. Look what happened to this sauce. So I definitely followed the directions right.
Oh, nice. Diarrhea.
It looks awful. I gotta put more milk in.
Diarrhea. Cha-cha-cha.
Diarrhea, cha-cha-cha. Diarrhea, cha-cha-cha.
Is that the kale one?
Yeah, this is kale.
Mackish Chaldean?
What am I making? It's like a roux.
It just cold milk just keeps going into this thing. I can't believe he's serving this on a plate right now.
You're gonna have to eat it too, bud.
Don't serve too much. John chickened out big time with his serving. Look.
Let's start with the reasonably edible one.
The white one?
Yes. Freak flag 4 cheese.
Dry, tasteless mac?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got a serious dryness problems.
Yeah, I don't care for it at all. It's
No.
nothing to like. It's just terrible. Let's try the kale. Now, I love kale.
Kale's probably not my first topping I put in a mac.
I wouldn't call this a mac and cheese, but it's not entirely unpleasant.
It's more like a prompt for maybe I could make a pasta dish with kale.
Yes, it does not taste anything like mac and cheese. It's super dry. It's not creamy at all. It has a little bit of spice in the back end, which is kind of weird.
Like a
too.
buttered pasta with nice fresh kale in it.
Yeah, it's like reminding you about the existence of kale. 4 cheese, that's the non-mushroom.
It's disgusting.
It tastes like a vacuum cleaner.
It's supposed to be traditional. It's supposed to taste normal. That doesn't taste normal.
It's disgusting.
Like 1-star mac.
Could we do 0?
Would you eat it if you were starving? No.
What I would do is I would take the noodles and wash them in a small pond and then eat them.
It paints an image.
Me over a small pond.
It's like you in some post-apocalyptic setting. Instead of doing laundry in the pond, airing out the mac.
Like on a washboard.
We've only got one thing in the pantry. His contribution to the surviving village will air out the max. Okay.
All right, well, we gotta try the worst.
Get a nice good mushroom on
No. Yep. Disgusting.
Okay. Need to tell you what happened back there. I did put a big mushroom on my fork.
Yep.
With pasta all over it. And I put it in my mouth. And I bit down. It became instantly obvious that it wasn't going to start getting chewed or dissolved in my mouth. It's just a rock hard, disgusting turd. And I just aborted.
Yeah. It's still like lingering in the small section of my mouth I let it in.
I'm surprised you didn't actually have to mix that in sooner to like rehydrate the mushrooms in some capacity.
That's what it said to do.
I'm just trying the pasta. It's got all the same problems as the one that needs a pond wash. Slowly, we are rebuilding. John washes the mac in the pond as we recover from nuclear annihilation.
Truly among the worst macaroni and cheeses we've had on the show.
The freak flags were middling.
Yeah, I mean,
Twos.
I thought the kale was okay.
There's a whole thing of sachets coming up.
I don't think it could get worse than this.
I didn't actually swallow one of those mushrooms.
I didn't either. I didn't swallow either of those 2 Macs. I could not bear.
Okay, I'll see you later. Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. It might be my favorite movie of the year. Did you watch it when you were a child?
Yes. It was like banned in our house, but we still watched it.
Yeah, it was like close to porn, like banned material. So I didn't have cable. But also, like South Park a few years later, where suddenly you started hearing, oh my God, they killed Kenny all over the place. Beavis and Butthead-esque things started showing up on Full House and Boy Meets World.
They're out there watching Beavis and Butthead. Who?
Because of Beavis and Butthead here.
Hey, don't blame Beavis. This is all Butthead's fault.
There was a sitcom, Step by Step, where just literally there were 2 characters that were Beavis and Butthead. There were 2 guys who did the same shtick with the same hair. I remember staying up till 1 in the morning and it was on TV. And like at my house, we had network TV and like the national anthem plays and you go to bed. Beavis and Butthead were still rocking at 2 a.m. I was like, this is an exciting way to live.
I'll take the blonde one. She looks like she wants me.
Hi, my name is EJ Massa. The first video game system I ever played was the Atari 5200. The first games being Pac-Man and Space Invaders. Now, I remember these being fun diversions, a quick reprieve from the real toys, but by no means did they hold my attention as a little one. Also, look at the Atari 5200 controller. They got a telephone keypad in there? It's a nightmare. Video games weren't a huge thing. There wasn't even many arcades near me outside the pizza parlor with a Miss Pac-Man machine. Again, a fun diversion, but it quickly was abandoned once your personal pan pizza arrived. I remember when all that changed. My sister burst through the front door of our house holding a box. I could tell she was excited, so I got excited in a burst of empathetic joy. Me being the youngest sibling, I often looked to my older sister to know what's cool and what to pay attention to. And that box she was clutching was a Nintendo Entertainment System action set. Things were never the same after that. Now action figures and toys were secondary, and video games were primary. So, while Super Nintendo is ultimately my favorite system, and I made a painstaking list of my favorite games on that system, so check that out, the original NES was what made video games the cultural phenomenon they are today, at least in my life. So why not make a list of my favorite NES games? Now, like my Super Nintendo games list, this isn't an objective list tallying up graphics and gameplay mechanics and trying to objectively sort them on those merits. No, these are games that are indistinguishable from the marrow in my bones. And I will talk about them in the context of how I encountered them in my life and why they're important to me personally. And sometimes it's because they have good graphics. Let's start with some honorable mentions. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Most people when they make a sports game try to mimic the sport in a more realistic fashion, not Nintendo. Instead, they make a rhythm, puzzle, and memorization game with giant racist characters. I remember as a child being especially impressed with the large, cartoonish sprites. And it's weird to see a real celebrity in a Nintendo game. It's like if I was playing Metroid Prime and suddenly Matt Damon appeared, and I'm not talking about a character played by Matt Damon, I'm talking about it's literally Matt Damon, and he's trying to sell me crypto.
Fortune favors the brave.
Star Tropics. This game totally passed me by as a kid. The cover gives you no indication of what it could be. It's got palm trees or whatever. Is it a vacation sim? What is this? It wasn't until the game came out on the Wii Virtual Console that I found out it's actually a really awesome Zelda clone, set in a more present day but tropical setting. Even the hearts look very Zelda-like. It's got dungeons, cool bosses, and NPCs to talk to. My favorite thing is it has physical DRM in that the cartridge came with a note to physically dunk in water, and that gave you information to beat the game. Apparently this was an effort to thwart game rental stores. And in the Wii Virtual Console version, you can virtually dunk the note in water. Pretty neat. Ninja Gaiden. Back in the 16-bit era, as people were leaving their Nintendos behind, somebody gave me a box of their NES carts, which included Ninja Gaiden. But strangely, I never played it. But I had this cart the whole time. Again, the Wii Virtual Console was my gateway into playing it, and I loved it. The challenge can certainly be difficult with its constantly spawning birds sending you to your death, but I love the way Ryu moves. I love the Castlevania-like sub-weapons, and even when I played it for the first time on the Wii, I was very impressed with the cinematic cutscenes. Seemed pretty groundbreaking for the time. River City Ransom. In my Super Nintendo Top 10 video, a few commenters mentioned I didn't have any beat-em-ups on the list. And that's because it's not really my favorite genre, especially on consoles. When I have unlimited quarters on like my arcade 1-ups, sure, I'll breeze through one to pass the time. But on consoles, I need a little more going on, and I feel like River City Ransom provides exactly that. You can beat up gangs for money to buy food, and moves, and upgrades, so it's not just mashing buttons. There's slightly more strategy to it. Plus it has naked butt sprites when you go into the spa, and yes, that's enough for an honorable mention. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game. Speaking of beat 'em ups, I, like everyone else in my generation, had Ninja Turtles merch. VHSs, and beach towels. And after being unimpressed with the first NES game, which felt too uncanny valley to the Ninja Turtles property, this port of the arcade game had much more charm. I actually didn't realize there was an arcade game, so the subtitle confused me until years later when I found an old Turtles cabinet at a candlepin bowling alley. But it was a joy to have two-player action that looked like the cartoon show and played great, using the environments to blow up foot soldiers and big detailed boss sprites of our favorite villains. Crystalis, or Crystalis, something like that. Here's a game I didn't play until just last year. On the surface, you may think Crystalis is another cheap Zelda clone, but it's got some nice RPG elements, a rich world to explore, complete with towns and NPCs to chat with, a unique cross between sci-fi and fantasy, and some big bosses to defeat. It's a fairly forward-thinking game, one of those NES games that plays like a Super Nintendo game. Super Mario Duck Hunt Kart. This kart was my first love. Maybe for many people, it was their only kart. Much like Wii Sports was your grandpa's only Wii game. But I can't even tell you how many hours I've actually played this kart, trying to find warp zones, or playing through the game straight through and actually playing the tree level. Pressing the zapper up against the screen to cheat and blast those pesky ducks. Maturity was learning that it was more fun to blast them from a distance using the sight on top of the zapper. Nintendo used Rob to break into the gaming market after the Atari crash, but I didn't see a Rob until I was an adult. I saw it in a thrift store. It was this cart specifically that showed me that games were much more than a gimmicky time waster. It was a fun experience with expressive characters, great music, captivating stories for the time, and fun challenges. Sunsoft games like Batman and Journey to Silius. We got a handful of great licensed games on the NES, and perhaps countless licensed trash as immortalized by the angry video game nerd. Batman is a very good licensed game that I feel like if they lost the Batman license, it would just be rebranded Robot Ninja Man, and it would still kick ass. A very solid Ninja Gaiden-like experience. On the flip side, Journey to Silius was intended to be a Terminator licensed game, but lost the license. And well, it's still a kick-ass shooter. Sunsoft was at the height of their power with these two games. And finally, Mega Man 1 and 2. When you found out a game was made by Nintendo, like your Zeldas or your Marios, you knew you were getting a quality experience. And because of Mega Man 1 and specifically Mega Man 2, I started to feel the same thing about Capcom when I saw their branding on the box art. It was pretty mind-blowing to see I could select stages in any order, and you'd have gameplay that just worked. Mega Man jumps great, moves great. You'd think that's like basic, but in this era of gaming, you'd have a better chance of getting a character that moved like he was wading through molasses. The rock, paper, scissors weaknesses added some strategy to the bosses, and you can't beat these large enemy sprites. You got bright, colorful, different worlds, and some of the best music on the system. These games set the stage for not only future Mega Man games, but all platformers for decades. Wow, those games are pretty good. If those are the games that are left off the list, then what actually made it onto the list? You can find out right now. Oh wait, actually there's one more thing I want to mention, which was essential to my childhood. Game Genie. When an overwhelming majority of NES games were quite frankly bullshit, Game Genie allowed you to actually see more levels in Battletoads past this freaking car level. Not only that is that sometimes you would put the Game Genie in the system just so you could bend the pins down so that you could actually play the game on your finicky console. It would come with that purple book of codes, and you could order smaller manuals for newer games. This was before the internet. Before emulation and save states, you needed infinite lives. Or infinite health. Okay, now on to the list. I wouldn't worry too much about the order of the list. It's fairly arbitrarily ordered until you get to the number 1 game, which is actually my favorite. Number 10, The Adventures of Lolo. Now this is almost like a forgotten Nintendo property made by Hal, who famously made the Kirby games. Lolo even appears in Kirby's Dream Land as a boss called Lololo. Being a more obscure, or at least not as talked about game in the Nintendo library, I feel like I need to talk about the gameplay a bit more than I would for other games on this list. You play as Lolo, who is trying to save Princess Lala from the evil King Edgar. Lolo struts into the castle and he basically goes floor to floor collecting hearts and obtaining this egg key egg, to get access to the next floor. Some hearts give you random powers like a pink fireball, which turns enemies into eggs, so you can move them or obliterate them entirely with a second shot. Some hearts give you the ability to make bridges over water, or turn the direction of one-way arrows. Each floor is basically a self-contained puzzle box. There's lots of block moving enemies around, and eggs, avoiding these guys who sneeze on you, which kills you. Oh, I guess they're Medusas. Oh, so that makes more sense. They're turning you into stone with a look. I always saw it as terrifying sneezes. They actually are terrifying. You use blocks to block their lines of sight, and sometimes you get lulled into a false sense of safety, and you get jolted out of your reverie by an abrupt death sneeze. These guys spit daggers at you, which is also terrifying, and kind of gruesome, as a knife lodges into Lolo and he abruptly dies. The puzzles start out easy, where you just gotta push a couple snails around and grab an egg, but progressively they get harder as they throw more combinations of blocks, sneeze guys, and these assholes who fall asleep when you touch them, and then they block your way and you gotta start over. You can get into situations where the level becomes unbeatable and then you have to press select to kill yourself, which is really dark. There are lives in this game, but it doesn't really matter much as you just start over from the same level when you run out. There's no saves, but thankfully the password system is mercifully only 4 letters. That was always a limiting factor in those days, when you had those huge digit passwords and you were too lazy to write them down. Damn it, I guess I'm starting over from the beginning. That password's too long. I'm a dumb little kid. I love these puzzles. I like how you can see everything on a single screen and the gears in your head turn as you try to figure out all the combination of actions that could get you toward the goal. I was always sort of a problem solver, even as a kid. Hell, I edit videos for my job, which is really just constant problem solving. You have all these assets and limited resources, and you have to lay them out in a sequence that tells a story, or fills any holes, or fixes issues along the way. I think that's why I feel such kinship to the Lolo series. There's nothing more satisfying when all the pieces come together and you solve a particularly difficult puzzle. You feel like a genius. It was also the one game my cousins had, and I loved going over to their house to play it and staring at that art on the cart. And during the Genesis era, when they abandoned the NES, they gave me that cart, and so I have it today. So even looking at it now, it reminds me of childhood sleepovers and the thrill of getting to play with toys and video games that you didn't own, but you loved to visit. Number 9, Galaga, Demons of Death.
Don't let the badass name on the cart fool you.
This is just a straight up port of Galaga, but it's a great port of Galaga. I see Galaga as the perfect balance between complexity and simplicity. Space Invaders, while groundbreaking, was a bit too simple, and space shooters that came after can sometimes be a bit too complex. I see Galaga as just right. And I like the risk and reward loop when you sacrifice a ship to a bug for the opportunity to save it, and then when you do save it, you become a dual blasting monster. Or you can take a risk and accidentally blast your own ship like a moron. So obviously I played this game in the arcade first, but I didn't play it until it was featured in the Miss Pac-Man Galaga 20-year reunion cabinet, class of 1981. The pizza place I went to in high school had a brand new one. And I thought, well, I played Miss Pac-Man as a kid, and I've heard of Galaga. Let me try that. This was during lunch break, and we had sort of an open campus high school, and during lunch you could wander to the nearby pizza place. I just finished my pizza, grease still on my fingers. I popped a quarter for my change in there, and I was expecting something slower paced like a Space Invaders, but what I got was pure white-knuckle action. Luckily, the Class of 81 cabinet was very popular, so many arcades in my area had it. So when I went to the arcade, I played Galaga and Dance Dance Revolution. I have no shame admitting this fact, but really I wanted to play Galaga at home. And I saw on the GameFAQs forums that the NES port of Galaga was actually really good. I still had an NES at the time, so I went on eBay. Using my paycheck for my lifeguarding job, I bought a cart along with an NES Advantage controller so I could get that authentic arcade experience at home. And you can see from the arcades behind me, I'm still trying to get that authentic arcade experience at home, even at a time when GameCube and PlayStation 2 are at their height, with Dance Dance Revolutions and EverQuests and Max Paynes vying for my attention. All these years later, it's Galaga, little old Galaga, that makes me think of that time period. Number 8, The Legend of Zelda. It's a good bet that Mario Duck Hunt Kart is many people's first NES game, of the ones who grew up in that era. And yes, that was the first one I played as well. And the second game we got, it was Zelda. Do you know what this did to my expectations of video games in general? My first game was a genre-defining gem that served as a framework for countless games in the future, and then my second game, a genre-defining gem that served as a framework for countless games in the future. Imagine my disappointment when the next game I played, after that, was Karnoff. Yes, that game brought me back down to reality. It's like the oldest fact on the internet that Shigeru Miyamoto was inspired to make the game from his childhood experience of exploring the caves, hillsides, and forests of Sonobe, Japan. And, well, it shows. While it's obtuse by today's standards, when it's the only other game you have besides Mario Duck Hunt, you spend hours and hours exploring, burning every bush to see if it's a secret, or maybe you cobble together where to go from your neighbor who has a subscription to Nintendo Power, or you find out where to go from rumors on the playground. And I don't think I had this sense of exploration again until Breath of the Wild. The other 3D games feel more like a direct translation of A Link to the Past, a great game in its own right, but there's something very freeing about the non-linearity of the first Legend of Zelda, and in turn Breath of the Wild. Hell, Breath of the Wild was prototyped in an NES Zelda-like engine. They should release that, by the way. They should make that. The innovation was there from the start. I love the vague clues. I like how you can find important items under some random statue guy. The old men who throw fireballs at you if you stab them. It's relatable. I throw fireballs at people who stab me. The more you explore, the more powerful you get. You save up to get the blue ring, and you turn blue, and you have more defense, and you look cooler. Because blue is cool. Go in this cave and you can pick anyone you want. But if you pick the potion, you're an ignorant fool. You pick the heart container. Look, this game is on my mind so much that I made a cartoon short series called The Adventures of Depressed Link, exploring the idiosyncrasies of the game.
You can give me a sword if you want, but I'll still feel alone.
Speaking of cartoons, this game was of course hyped up by the cartoon show, which appeared every Friday in place of the Super Mario Super Show. This added a sense of drama, importance, and mystique to the Zelda series. I mean, the quality of the cartoon in retrospect doesn't hold up.
Well, excuse me, princess.
But I remember looking forward to Fridays specifically to see the Zelda cartoon. It was like an event. Then you have the drama of the game itself, and the manual ignited my imagination and made it feel like an epic tale, even if you don't necessarily see it in the game. It was my first glimpse of narrative storytelling in gaming, or at least outside of gaming in the manual. Remember when you couldn't be home playing the game, so you just take the manual with you in the car and you'd stare at it to try to eke whatever fun you can out of the drawings and out of the pictures of the items, imagining yourself fighting the enemies. Not to mention, after you beat the game, you suddenly have a second quest, a remixed version of the one you just played, which I think my sister and I accidentally unlocked by naming our character Zelda. Such a cool discovery. And last year, when those little Game & Watch consoles came out, I couldn't help but play through the game on that as well. An infinitely replayable game. Number 7, Castlevania. I had an internal debate whether to talk about Castlevania 1 or Castlevania 3 for the video. Castlevania 2 was not invited to this debate. Sorry. Not in the mood for curses. Castlevania 3 being the more natural evolution of Castlevania 1, and Castlevania 2 being kind of a weird detour. Castlevania 3 definitely builds a lot on the original with branching paths and recruiting multiple characters. It also inspired the excellent Castlevania anime on Netflix. One of the best video game adaptations. But ultimately I have to go with the original, and I think that's because it's easier for me to beat. And that matters a lot, because if I'm trying to get my classic game fix, I want to be able to fly through it in one sitting. And Castlevania allows me to do that. I remember my friend had this game growing up, and it was the spooky game. It had a vampire on the cover, it had bats and mummies, even fishmen. Scary Fishman, and of course the scariest creature of them all, the sine wave, which is the movement pattern Medusa heads fly in. I could never comprehend this pattern as a child, maybe as an adult too. The art design of the game is almost garish, like they're going for dark and spooky, but don't quite pull it off, so it ends up being a little ugly, but I think there's a charm in that. I was vaguely aware of the classic horror monsters and horror in general, but this game was probably my first introduction to those classic tropey monsters. The whip is such a fun weapon idea too. Perhaps the creators were Indiana Jones fans. I always liked the feel of the weapon in this game, the strategy of finding upgrades to it, and of course the sub-weapons, which you have to ration the hearts you find to use them. The axe is useful on some bosses, the holy water breaks most bosses, and of course, there's the pain of accidentally obtaining a sub-weapon you didn't want. God damn it! I like this game. It doesn't waste my time. You just go through a spooky level, you eat old chicken in the walls for some reason, and then you fight a spooky boss at the end of the level. You got 6 blocks of levels with 3 stages in each block, so that's a total of 18 stages. Like I said, you have your unique Monster Mash boss at the end of each block, and eventually you fight Dracula himself, who then in turn turns into the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street. However, the real final boss is this hallway. This hallway can seriously fuck off. But all in all, I like the balance of the original Castlevania. It's tough, but beatable. It's a great length, and I find it massively replayable. Oh, and the music. Vampire Killer is one of the best video game tracks of all time. It's probably been stuck in my head at least once a week for the past 30 years, and that's enough to earn it a spot on this list. Number 6, Kirby's Adventure. I didn't have a Game Boy until much later in the system's life, but my cousins, they had one. And one of the games they had was Kirby's Dream Land. It definitely made me a bit jealous that there was this world of Nintendo I couldn't access. I also didn't have a Super Nintendo yet, so on the schoolyard I would hear stories of a new Mario adventure with Yoshi, and there's a bigger Bowser flying in a clown car, and I didn't have access to that either. I only had the NES. I was stuck between worlds. But then one game came out that made me feel like I wasn't missing out on anything. Released relatively late in the NES's life, you had what at first, on the surface, seemed like a deluxe version of Kirby's Dream Land. No, it was a game-changing experience, giving Kirby his iconic power-stealing ability, and a large, graphically beautiful world to explore. What would Smash Bros. Be without that power-stealing ability? Much less cute. I remember. It was the 1993 issue of Nintendo Power with Batman Returns on the cover, and they had a spread of Kirby's Adventure inside it, and I studied it like a hungry animal. It's a game that came at the right place, at the right time, for little 7-year-old EJ. I especially love the box art where Kirby is so hungry he's eating the box art itself. That gluttonous bastard. Maybe it's controversial, but I prefer this entry to Kirby Superstar for the Super Nintendo. I like the more focused take on Kirby. Being a late NES game, it has more refined features you'd find in a Super Nintendo game, but with the charm of an 8-bit system. It's also got the right difficulty in my opinion. It's not brain dead easy like some later Kirby games. You can get through it no problem, but it's a very balanced yet casual game. Plus it's got plenty of hidden secrets, which gives you some optional challenge if you choose to seek it. The star of the show is obviously the power-ups. I irrationally love the sword power-up and try to use it every chance I get. Something about the swing of the sword just feels so satisfying. I love how they try to make most of the power-ups useful in certain situations, like lighting a cannon with a fire power-up, or driving through sections that were designed to be easier as the wheel. You can ricochet the laser off certain spots. You can turn into this cute UFO. There's troll power-ups, like the sleep one, that makes you fall asleep. It's stupid. I love it. Even the stone power is useful sometimes. For the first game that has this copy ability, there's already a ton of powers right out of the gate, and the game rewards you for trying them out. Lots of charm to this game. Kirby himself is very expressive. He clones himself and dances at the end of stages. Bosses are equally expressive. The classic Tree Man is here. I always liked the Sun and Moon boss. DDD is so fun and expressive too. It also made me realize that even Mario at the time seemed stiff in comparison to how energetic Kirby was. You got fun little mini games, and then you add in the great soundtrack, and Kirby's adventure is the total package. A package that Kirby is actively trying to devour, revealing a demonic hellscape which resides just below the surface. Number 5. Metroid. Okay, I'll make a confession. Metroid is only on this list because of my love for Super Metroid. But if I had not played the original Metroid, seeing Super Metroid on the demo unit in Nobody Beats the Wiz in 1994 would not have been as impactful. So really, everything is owed to Metroid. The indie games clogging up the Nintendo eShop most definitely owe something to Metroid. I'm looking at you, Axiom Verge. What makes the NES Metroid so important to me is the mood, atmosphere, and music. Samus triumphantly appears on screen and suddenly that adventurous music starts playing. Oh man, you are ready for action. Now with the games you played before, you usually go right, but being the mischievous little devil you are, you decide to see what happens if you go left, and bam, you get the first power up. So the game is teaching you right out of the gate that unconventional exploring is the key to success in this game. You go a little further and you use your newfound ability to get past some obstacles, and then you're thrown into a chamber where you can scroll up. Up! Look, Mario, you only went this way. Some games, they let you go this way. And that way. But going that way too? Damn! Innovation. As you explore, the game unnerves you. You got this music. This music haunts me to this day. Nothing even spooky happens. I guess maybe the statue is spooky, but it gives you a present. So it's not that bad. It was always so satisfying when you found a new area with different textures, or a power-up that made things easier, or an elevator which brought you to hell. This is just hell. It's space hell. I know what you're thinking. EJ Massa, when you first played this game, when you were a kid, did you know that Metroid was a girl? Yes. I knew immediately. You see, the Justin Bailey code raged through the schoolyard like a fire. So despite Nintendo's best efforts to misgender Samus in the manual, we just put in the code and went crazy on this game with a powered up, suitless Samus. Green hair Samus is the best Samus. Changed my mind. I'd be lying if I said that I could beat this game without the Justin Bailey code as a kid. I could not. It wasn't until later, I think maybe high school, when I had access to GameFAQs maps, that I could actually find enough missile tanks to do the damage I needed to beat the bosses. The Kraid Lair theme slaps though, just listen. Music and sound has a lot to do with my love for this game. What I love about this game is that after I beat Kraid, I don't bother with Ridley. He looks like a sick duck anyway. Gross. Now, you have enough missiles after beating Kraid, so you can defeat Mother Brain by just taking this bug guy, and you can trick him into going into this door. Freeze him, and there you go. You can skip Ridley entirely. Then you're off to face Metroids, which are the scariest enemy in any game ever. The way they move around and lunge at you, it's like organic and creepy. Obviously, everything this game does is improved tenfold in the Super Nintendo sequel, but you can't deny the impact the original game had. And isn't it amazing we live in a world that Nintendo actually developed a AAA 2D side-scrolling sequel in 2021 with Metroid Dread. And on top of that, it actually sold better than any game in the series. Well, I can't believe it. Number 4. Final Fantasy. The year was 2009. I wasn't doing the greatest. I was an engineer, working for a wire factory. Yes, a wire factory that manufactures wires for many purposes, including military, automotive, and telecom applications. The industry was being hit hard by the recession that started the previous year with the collapse of the housing market. I wasn't in love with my job, and the stress of the recession on the industry wasn't making anything any better. So I turned to old comforts to help me get through it. I never played the original Final Fantasy by this time. In my Super Nintendo top 10 list, I stated that Final Fantasy VI, called Final Fantasy III at the time, was my favorite experience with JRPGs. And while I did go back and play other Super Nintendo JRPGs, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy IV, I did not venture into the old NES entries. Until I wandered into one of my favorite stores, That's Entertainment, and I saw a cart of Final Fantasy for the NES for sale. I was eager to try to connect with something, and try to take my mind off the economic and occupational struggles at the time. And I did indeed purchase that cart. And it was just what the doctor ordered. Look, it's definitely rough, lacking the quality of life of later series. For example, in the turn-based battles, if you defeat an enemy and another character was assigned to attack that same enemy, it'll miss instead of automatically attacking the next enemy. Saving is a bit of a hassle. You have to go to an inn or use a cabin on the overworld. You have to grind. The grind is real and necessary. But where some see tedium in grinding, I saw therapy. What I love about the original Final Fantasy is that a lot of the elements I liked about the later entries are already there. The story begins simply with a quest to save a princess from an evil knight. But then the world opens up and the story expands until at last you're fighting the embodiment of chaos itself. It's a well-worn formula. Like in Final Fantasy VI, it starts off as a simple group of rebels fighting off an oppressive empire until the story opens up and the real enemy is a world-destroying chaos clown. It was all right there from the start. The classic victory music. Airships. Poorly translated spells hampered by character limits, and black mages. Sure, the story isn't the most compelling. It's basically the trading sequence from Link's Awakening. You'll find the crown in the Marsh Cave, and you'll give this to the king, who turns out to be an evil dark elf Astos, and upon defeating him you'll get a crystal, which you give to this witch, who will give you an herb, and you feed it to this guy, and he'll give you a key. And so on. Then suddenly at the end they shove in time loops and embodiments of chaos. But it all still works. When I played the game for the first time, I was clued into the Peninsula of Power. It's a spot early in the game. By a quirk of how enemies are placed on the overworld map, you can access later game enemies on this section of the peninsula. It's a great place to level up your characters early in the game without excessive grinding of weaker monsters. But I'll be honest though, if you want to enjoy the original, it's probably best done with a walkthrough or maps of some kind. And if you want versions of the game with more quality of life options, there's a pretty good port on the GBA, Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls. You can save anywhere, for instance, there's a run button, and the pixel art is pretty good. There's also the new Pixel Remaster, which you can get on Steam. This also seems like a decent version with quality of life improvements and the ability to move diagonally. Groundbreaking. One downside to the Pixel Remasters is the awful default font. I would have picked a more blocky pixel font to go with a retro vibe. It's a bit baffling, but ultimately for me, the NES version has the most charm. I sorta love the jank of it, the unforgiving nature, and it's just fun to play in the primordial ooze from which the later entries spawn from. Number 3, Mega Man 3. It's 1991. Holden Beach, North Carolina, in a cottage called Frank Place. It is my older sister's birthday. She has a decent haul of Barbie things, and she's currently posing with her latest prize, Mega Man 3 for the NES. While she looks pleased for the camera, if you pan just a little over, there's somebody else who is losing his mind with joy. Yes, that's me. And yes, I did take custody of the cart many years later. I mean, look at the picture. I already considered myself the true owner the instant I saw it. Mega Man 2, I would say, has the reputation as being the quintessential Mega Man game, and rightfully so. It improves upon the first one in almost every way. It removed a lot of the jank of its predecessor, making big, colorful levels, gigantic, fantastic sprites, and of course, memorable robot masters. But something draws me to the more moody sequel, which even starts up a bit more melancholy. It's not as triumphant as Mega Man standing on top of a building, wind whipping through his beautiful robot hair. No, Mega Man 3's title screen, to me, hints at an angst, which is at the heart of this story. And it's the first introduction of Mega Man's brother, Proto Man. I remember this component being very evocative to me as a child. I guess it's the Cain and Abelness of it. And also having siblings myself and perhaps constantly fighting with said sibling. It was a compelling little story told with very little words. Whenever Proto Man appears, it plays this somber whistle. It makes you really feel like this is a robot that belongs nowhere. Not content to work for evil, but not quite on the side of good. And I think that translates into a lot of the game's design decisions. It's not as vibrant and colorful as Mega Man 2. No, there's more blues, cooler color palettes. The music also has sort of a darker edge to it. All of this was so much more appealing to me. The gameplay has some great improvements as well. They introduced the slide, giving Mega Man some more dynamic movement. Mega Man's companion Rush was added, and he's a doggy, and he's a robot doggy, and he's cute. Like most Mega Man games, you have an assortment of robot masters to choose from, like Shadow Man, he's like a ninja, you've got Hard Man and Snake Man. Get your mind out of the gutter. Hard Man. I like the remixes of the levels after you beat the robot masters, and they're like busted up versions of the levels you just conquered. And they have refights with Mega Man 2 bosses, except they're these skeletons for some reason. I really like the concept of using previous games' bosses in a Mega Man sequel. It's a bit weird, it's a bit darker, it's a bit angstier, but for me it works. And it's my favorite of all the Mega Mans on the NES. Zelda 2: The Adventures of Link. In 2016, I made an in-depth review of that game, so I don't want to retread too much ground. I'll retread a little, but I highly recommend you watch that video. I think it's one of my favorite videos I ever made. In that video, I made the following assertion. I think if it had a Super Nintendo sequel, it could have ironed out all of those frustrating and obtuse parts and become a great game. And yeah, Zelda 2 never got a Super Nintendo version. But it did get a version on the PlayStation 5. Yeah, Elden Ring, baby. I mean, look at how I defeat knights in Zelda 2, and look how I defeat knights in Elden Ring. It's the same. I'm exaggerating, of course, but having spent a lot of time with Elden Ring this year, and then playing this game to capture footage for this review, they have a very similar energy to them. Like I was going through a dungeon, trying not to die because in my head I was like, oh, I don't want to lose my runes. Or souls if you're a Dark Souls player. I instinctively knew this when I was making my previous video comparing Zelda 2 to Dark Souls.
But much like Dark Souls nowadays, you had to get good. And as a kid, I wasn't good, and I didn't want to get.
I do have a perverse fascination with the game. I initially rejected it as a child, mostly because I played a friend's version of the game, and the cart itself was busted. It took a lot of fidgeting to get it to work, and when I could get it to work, I was just dying constantly, and I was confused. Then the cart would just be like, okay, I've had enough of this, and it would glitch out and stop working, and then delete your save. Then later I remember going to KB Toys. I think I had a good report card or something so I could pick out a toy if I wanted. They just re-released a few games under the Classic Series boxes. Metroid had this cool yellow one that reused Metroid 2's art, and I picked up Zelda 2 and stared at the back of the box, and I felt, I never gave this game a fair shake. And it's amazing how having a brand new working cart that you don't have to fight with does to your experience with the game. I did end up enjoying my time with it more this round, and I believe I made it all the way to the final areas. I might even have gotten to Thunderbird, but I was under-leveled, so I kept dying to him, and ultimately, I gave up. It wasn't until like maybe the Wii U I played it again and finally got through to the end. But since then, I've played it almost every year without fail. It's actually taken the place of Super Metroid as my most frequent pickup and just blast through experience. And just quickly, if you're unfamiliar with the basic gameplay, unlike the top-down hack-and-slash adventure that is Zelda 1 and A Link to the Past, you have kind of a JRPG overworld with random battles that appear on screen, and when you hit them, you switch to a 2D battle where Link can jump and slash like a 2D platformer. You gain experience from defeating enemies, you can go to towns to talk to people, you can do minor quests for townspeople to get spells, and that usually leads to a dungeon in the area. The dungeons are 2D labyrinths with lots of tough enemies, and each enemy requires unique tactics to fight them. There's an item in the dungeon that helps you progress in the game, and a boss to defeat. And you sort of have to repeat this process for the rest of the map. It's a very unique combination of systems, and the battles themselves are probably what I like the most. They can become quite tense, and you develop a rhythmic flow to them. There's a sense of weight between Link and the enemy, and it's satisfying when your blows land. Not unlike Elden Ring. It's not a good Zelda game, but it's a great whatever it is. It's deeply flawed, and probably too obtuse in some parts, but if you use some save states on a modern machine, keep a GameFAQs tab open, you might enjoy it as much as I do. And number one, as if you had any doubt, it's Super Mario Bros. 3. We are very used to AAA gaming events nowadays. Super Mario 3 definitely was the first explosive gaming event of my lifetime. And you guys are spoiled. Nintendo will just tweet out a new trailer for a game on a random Wednesday. In 1989, you had to pay money to go to a theater to see a trailer for the next Mario game embedded in a Hollywood feature film. And we did it happily. Super Mario Bros. 2, look, I liked it. I didn't know what a sequel to a game was supposed to be. It was weird. And I didn't know it was Doki Doki Panic because I didn't have the internet to remind me every few days. But I knew something was off with it. And seeing glimpses of Super Mario 3, I could see clearly what was missing. Maybe I couldn't quite articulate it at the time, but that was the true spirit of Super Mario. My aunt used to work at a Stop and Shop. In 1990, Stop and Shops often had video rental stores embedded in them. She knew that my sister and I were mental over the release of Super Mario 3, so she was able to snag a rental copy as soon as they came into the store. I remember her bringing over that chunky black case from the rental store, and it was originally designed to hold VHS tapes, but they modified it for NES tapes. We used to call them tapes at that specific time. The iconic Mario 3 box art was cut and it was slipped under the plastic sleeve in front of the case, and it gave an impressive total package. My sister and I frantically shoved the tape, and yes, I'm going to call them tapes for the rest of this section right here. It feels right. My sister and I shoved the tape into our Nintendo, and magic. Right from the whimsical title screen, to the dancing bushes. Look how freaking happy they are. To when you entered the level and you felt instantly at home. Everything felt right. From Mario's small sprite to just how you were led to the first turtle shell and you kick it into the block to get your first leaf, and the coin trail going up showing you how you can fly up to a secret. It was perfect. And obviously we automatically knew about the castle secret because of the movie The Wizard. It's so funny how we had this collective knowledge before the internet. Everyone knew how to get that whistle. It's just like the Justin Bailey code for Metroid. Knowledge you just absorbed from the playground, from Nintendo Power, from the movie The Wizard. Playing through Super Mario Bros. 3 felt like playing a game from the future. Nintendo was several years ahead of the curve. Even from little touches like the whole thing is made out to be kind of a play on a stage, including having a curtain go down at the end of the game. Just little out-of-the-box design choices that show Nintendo is operating on another level. And it set up the paradigms for the whole Mario series, like the grass world, the desert world, water world, snow world, and the level for big boys, and these guys are big. And we thought that was cool. And it was. And we felt like big boys for playing it. Not only that, the Koopalings, we were told at the time that these were Bowser's children. Since then, they've been retconned to not be his children, only this asshole is his child. But in any case, it was neat to think that Bowser was having tons of children, and he turned them into child soldiers. All of this was enhanced by the Super Mario 3 cartoon, which did away with the live action segments from the Super Mario Super Show, which is great because all I really wanted was the cartoons. The levels are packed with ideas. The concept of changing kings back to their original forms was cute and novel. Look, this one's a doggy. I don't even want to change him back to the king. He's better as a dog. Even the Bowser battle had a great spin on boss battles by tricking Bowser into smashing his way to his own demise. Also, everybody knows that after you beat the Koopalings, you cannot let the wand fall on the floor. If you let the wand hit the floor, you are a failure. Super Mario Bros. 3 is not only the best game on the NES, but definitely a contender for one of the best games of all time. And that's what I got. The first NES games that came to my head, and then I had to try to justify my impulsive decisions with a bunch of words I wrote. It's a good exercise. I recommend you do it as well. Let me know with your words in the comments what your favorite NES games are, what memories you have associated with them. What were you eating at the time? Was it Pop Quiz? The colorful bagged popcorn marketed to children? Were you drinking a Squeeze-It drink? Were you? I was. Half my body is composed of artificial dyes. That's why I look like this. Well, anyway, that's all for now. Until next time, bye!
In the original Clerks, Jay has a scene where he goes,
Pack her ass, my good man. Time to kick back, drink some beers, and smoke some weed.
and I guess Jason Mewes was supposed to say the line, there's a lot of fine-looking women in the world, but most of them don't make you lasagna, most of them just cheat on you. And then he couldn't get it, he was drunk during the scene, and Kevin said it instead. And it was that understated...
You know, there's a million fine-looking women in the world, dude, but they don't all bring you lasagna at work. Most of them just cheat on you.
Not, hey man, it's me, Kevin Smith. He's not that guy back then.
Hey kids, it's me, Kevin Smith.
Back then, he was kind of this guy who smoked all the time. It was kind of, like, he had these dulcet tones.
I think the black and white and the graininess just kind of added to the content and just kind of brought out the subject matter.
It's in Clerks 3. Silent Bob is like, F it, man, I'll do the line. And then they go, action, and he goes, yeah, man, there's a lot of fine-looking women in the world. He impersonates himself back then.
You know, there's a million fine-looking women in the world, dude, but they don't all bring you lasagna at work. Most of them just cheat on you.
Cell phones are so ubiquitous, and they work during powder outages.
Powder outages.
Powder outages.
So we're starting off the day a little
Frankulous.
having the malasadas first.
Because they're ready.
What's malasadas?
It's a delicious Portuguese, like fried dough. We're not open yet. We're still in the 7s.
Is it powdered sugar or is it like
a Domino's classic sugar? I'm so pleased to be back at this fair after
2 years now?
2 years.
Twice.
I do. You can tell just by the weight of them how good they're going to be. That's 2 malasadas.
Oh, that's some hefty dough and sugar.
Heft of sausage.
Is it enormous?
Oh my god. Oh, it's incredible. It's so good.
Is it bigger this year than they usually are? And they're more expensive this year too, aren't they?
They're twice as much.
It's only $2.
It's worth it. Yeah, it's only $2.
All
Come
right.
on, inflation. I've been coming here probably since 98, 97. It's always been $1. Prices at church fairs are stuck.
Now, what's the difference between this and like a doughboy? So I have a question of the malasalas experts. What is the difference between a malasalas and just a doughboy?
I think that has more sugar.
More sugar?
This is a lot more dense.
Yeah. Feels like I'm picking up a damp cloth.
I rated it a 9. Having trouble expressing how good it is. It's very good.
It's definitely not healthy.
It's good to see that there's a group of younger people manning the malasada stand. In the past, it has been a tremendously elderly crowd. I'm a little concerned, frankly. The malasada women, they've done a great job for so many years. They're getting older. And I don't see any new generation
There's no one being
to take up
trained.
the reins. It has been passed on to a slightly younger generation. Okay, here we go.
And we're off.
I still got my slides in my hand.
So what are you looking for today, John?
Everything.
Everything and anything a man can unload.
I feel like I'm on supermarket sweep.
John, will you make me the happiest man in the world and take me out to breakfast after this?
I probably will, yeah.
Okay, you need a docking station?
For an iPhone 4?
You want to chat on the phone with your girlfriends? Scouring paths. Noticing a lot of landline phones this year.
Well, they're really like fading out. Right?
Family heirlooms? A genie, perhaps?
It is a big collection of Nintendo DS games.
Jeez.
For $5. A lot of titles that I'm probably not interested in, but there's a few that I am. There's a Mario title in here. For $5, I'll do it. Are you telling me this box is $10? Wow. There are 3 game systems in here. And a GBA.
A GBA?
Super Monkey Ball 2. It's a Wii.
How much?
$20. Is this a second entire Wii?
Oh my god, it's another Wii. It's just too good a deal.
It is. Remember the age of digital cameras?
I do.
As phones got better, now there's almost no reason for me to even get my really big good camera out, which is kind of sad. Just $1. Oh, Maps of Buzzards Bay. $1. Look at this Malasada line. We were right to go early.
Oh, look, there he is.
Hello.
I gotcha.
Do you even have a DS?
I do.
I hear the 3DS games are going up in value. The smell of malasadage is strong and delicious.
Let me tell you, it was the best malasadage I have ever had.
For years, year after year, you've always said malasadage has been unaffected by inflation.
It's true. And it had to happen eventually.
You know how you invest in fine art or gold? Do you think malasadage appreciates? So look, it's busy as heck. You know that the pandemic is winded down when senior citizens can come out and gather.
Tell me when to stop.
Now.
Martina McBride. Pretty 90s to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like it. Would you buy a blank that's still sealed?
For a limited time.
Yeah.
The Disney Vault is opening up.
You're going to be trapped in the animated vault. But Disney Plus kind of blew the doors off of that whole concept.
Yeah.
Look, you can get the Avengers.
Oh, and it has...
Whoa. That is really cool, actually.
It's like a collector's item. Was it signed to someone from Grandma? But act now, because it's going back into the vault.
Back into the banana box. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. You still have your proud...
I think I'm going to put it back, to be honest.
The thing is, you could accomplish the same thing with an R4 card.
I know, and I have one. The PlayStation was there, which I actually had in my hand, but I figured, I don't need it. I got so much video game stuff already. I got so many PS2s. Handful of lousy games.
How come every time we go to a church fair now, we see a bunch of corks?
Cork art?
I don't know. Like, maybe it was popular in the 2000s, and now it's faded out. How about a bag of corks for $2? What a value. I don't know what you need it for, but...
To cork uncorked bottles. At least this is a little more artistic. I've seen lots of this sort of thing, but have you ever seen a run-on sentence, Matt? Live well, laugh, all 10, love much.
Now here's a device that has kind of dropped off the face of the earth. Having an emergency radio. Cell phones are so ubiquitous, and they work during powder outages.
Powder outages.
Powder outages.
I remember as a kid living in the woods of New Hampshire.
There'd be a powder outage?
A powder outage?
Yeah. I still have one. I have a battery-powered radio. Why, though? I put it back.
Okay.
Someone else
Was it here?
It was here. In a very small selection of records.
Which is strange because vinyl does outsell CDs now.
It does.
At some point, you go, I want to be able to collect something tangible with my hobby.
Look at all the space my music takes up.
Right.
This is a clam steamer.
Steamed clams?
It's labeled steamed clams.
Oh, no.
Steamed clams.
The US and A.
Don't you lay a knife on my America.
I actually kind of want it.
I've seen cutting boards like this. They're a pain to wash because you got to get.
Oh, I see. Yeah, true.
Some nice speakers. I don't need any more speakers.
Parfait glasses, Jonathan. Parfait.
Did you call scrap pack for your glasses?
No, just
Then
glass.
I want them. How much do you think?
One
quarter.
Some things are still a quarter.
Do you realize what you could have done?
Good out! Cock-a-doodle-doo!
This is an antique chamber pot.
What do you put in a chamber pot? I like the cheeky smiley face.
It's winking at you like,
it's like,
isn't this disgusting?
Kind of a granny square. It's not really your style.
Hybrid granny square. But look at these beautiful embroidered flowers that someone did.
Oh, you like those?
I do. I'm not going to buy it, but
No.
I'm always drawn to a granny square.
Oh, sure.
Sheet set?
Sheet. Oh, whoa. That actually is frightening.
Is this one of those dementia cats?
Yeah, I thought it was for a minute there, too.
Oh my god, and there's a spider in it. No, thank you.
Dude, there's my kid. A musical instrument? A frozen one?
Yeah, and like a hot sticker and...
What else? Oh, and a mic from Monsters, Inc.
Incredible kid, and an Elsa sticker, and a Vanellope sticker, and like there's like a 4x2 sticker.
Are you going to learn to play the guitar, Gloria?
She wants Dad to teach her.
Okay.
In case you're in the minority group of parents who have not heard enough of Frozen songs.
Yeah, it came back into our life.
Yeah, we've had a Frozen Renaissance. But you know, I gotta tell you, Frozen 2, it's pretty metal.
Is it?
It's like,
Frozen 1.
yeah, Frozen 1's pretty good. I believe this was the very kind I had when I was a kid, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we did a outdoor movie night.
I saw the picture. It looked amazing.
In fact, we might even do it tonight if she's in the mood. So you guys can come over for an outdoor movie if you want. The only trouble with it is it doesn't get dark until like 8:15.
Yeah.
And her bedtime is 8. It's hot, but you know, that's okay.
Yeah, bring a drink.
Bring a drink.
I've been looking online for a way to make a bubble mode.
Can I tell you something you and Gloria would definitely have in common? She never looks at an object and doesn't think, oh, how could I use this in some way for my art project?
I have found something that I am going to buy. It is a glass cake topper. I have a Volksgraf cake stand. Interesting fact, this originally came with a glass dome. They very often broke because they were quite thin and delicate, and shipping them is almost impossible. But it didn't come with the top. This isn't the exact top, but it is the correct size.
A single cake.
Yes.
It is unpriced, so I'm gonna have to query about the price. You can't really ship these because they will definitely break in transit.
You guys getting more stuff?
Somebody donated a huge box of like craft supplies, like different holiday stickers and letter stickers.
At the window you could see snow.
Annoying cow.
Annoying cow, moo.
They had some private
You
malasada.
should get some more because they are the best they've ever been. I'm serious about that.
And Nina loves, you know, fried dough.
Amazing this year.
Annoying cow, go annoy John with the annoying cow. Annoy Matt with the annoying cow.
You could never.
We were normal vampires in Transylvania.
Yeah, but they're not the normal vampires because they don't drink blood.
Like the Count.
Yeah, like the cat.
Should we get these? She actually wasn't interested, but I was like nostalgic.
Oh, they're super cool, yeah. Yeah, get them. I think they're fun.
Did I still get my Elsa guitar?
Yes, it's in the box.
Yeah, you get your Elsa guitar.
Do you guys have a rule? We'll get toys, but that means we have to get rid of other stuff to make room.
We try, yes.
We tried to do a periodic donation thing where I'm like, Gloria, what do you not play with anymore?
She's actually pretty good about
Other
it.
kids use these more than you.
We have to pay for that.
You remember in Aladdin? I hope you're going to pay for that. Princess Jasmine goes, pay?
You'd better be able to pay for that.
Pay?
Jasmine just heard of money. It hasn't been an issue up until this point.
The malasadish line has done exactly what I thought it would. It is backed up quite a ways now. Are you still going to be able to get a malasadish?
I'm not going to be getting a malasadish.
Because of the line?
Yeah.
If the line was not there?
Maybe.
Maybe.
When you have a child in tow, you're not going to like stand in line for small luxuries.
Many parents do.
That's ridiculous.
What do you mean?
I disagree with their choice.
If my mother wanted to do something, you'd wait. But anyway, let's go into...
But who needs the malasadish?
Very high dough density. I love a dense dough. There are some very nice wooden chairs over there, and I was thinking of maybe buying a pair. I think they want $5 a piece. They're very solid wood. They're easily capable of holding me.
The classic room.
Well, that appeals to me right there.
Which one?
Pineapple upside down cake.
Yeah?
I'll take this pineapple upside down cake, please.
We almost never get anything from this window.
No, because usually it's not open by the time we're kind of all done.
Cookie. It's okay.
Not my cup of tea.
Not at all.
I bought some tickets. This guy used some pretty good sales technique. I was walking by. He's like, what do you think of these?
Watch out.
Stands up there, I sit down.
That commercial kitchen is the cutest commercial kitchen I've ever seen.
Oh?
The classic old cabinets. It's got this giant table that's at sit-down height so everybody can work at it. I love it.
Wouldn't you love to just do a BoxMac in there?
I would love to.
I tried my cookie.
How is it?
Nah.
Eh?
There's nothing special about this cookie.
Nothing special?
No.
And how much did it cost you?
$1.
You could have had half a malasadish if you were willing to wait 35 minutes. So I do notice a slightly reduced scale. The essentials are all here, the malasadish, the food, the silent auction, but there's no like little vendor area, no bouncy house set up, and there's no quilt. Usually the parish makes a quilt.
Good point.
Each year, the women of the parish get together and they make a quilt and then they raffle it off. The malasadish crew is younger.
See that? Take that as a metaphor. There's hope.
That's very optimistic and I like it.
The malasadish will not fade from this earth.
Yeah, and if malasadish doesn't fade, what else can we preserve?
You know, I was concerned that we may never have malasadish again. That's why I always try to get a malasadish.
I'm pretty sure that you could go online and find a recipe and make it yourself.
He is not a Portuguese grandma.
That's not the same unless a Portuguese grandma has dipped it into the sugar herself.
I don't know how they made that dough quite that dense. I don't have a frying tub big enough to fry.
You, of all people, have the resources.
I wouldn't do it.
You don't even want to try a bite of that thing? For the cam? No? They're going to have to guess?
I'll record a little segment later when I try it.
What is this? I think we probably should not run. I actually am considering buying a Veridesk for my home office.
Did you bid on? How much would you pay for a Veridesk?
I guess $30 if I was trying to get a discount. Oh, look, Gloria, gnomes.
No, but what I was going to ask is this Romeo and is this Juliet?
Oh, that does look like Romeo and Juliet.
Sherlock gnomes, Gnome Alone.
Oh, so this is a gnome theme.
Yes, there's our boy.
It's August 8th this year. Yes, not the first weekend.
Should just interview him. Like,
right? Hello.
Like, hi, you're not going to be around much longer. We should interview you. You've been on our content for literally 10 years.
So you say it's a bad movie, right? It's a terrible movie, right?
About Lightyear.
Why is it a terrible movie?
It's a terrible movie.
But why?
Because the characters are like, we're going to space. We're going to space.
That's the whole movie? Oh, we're gonna go to space. Chris Evans acting.
Like having this fight with Buzz Lightyear. I mean, they're having this fight with Darth Vader, but they don't really like destroy his suit. They don't destroy the man.
Okay, that's what made it stupid?
You should fight inside the movie, and it didn't really make sense to me. It was like how could this all happen? Because you knew it could happen, so you gotta prepare for this. You know?
What's the worst thing about the Lightyear movie?
I don't really understand it.
All right, $10 for the gnomes.
You're going to be driving over to pick up gnomes.
You think no one's going to bid more than 10?
No, I think someone will. They're actually kind of cute.
I put $20
on gnomes.
Are you gonna get into a bidding war with your wife like Morticia and Gomez?
5,000. 25.
25.
30. 35.
Like, I hope you win the norms.
Norm with a G is pretty good.
That is very good.
Where's Anna? Where's Elsa?
So I've got a clock on my wall at home, but the mechanism is dying. It doesn't work anymore. And there's a very nice clock that I quite like here. I have not bid on one of these in many years.
Have you ever won an auction here?
No, I'm gonna cheat and see what the value is.
Okay, the poor church fair.
I should warn you, I've been on like a whole bunch of stuff.
You don't want to bargain hunt at the church fair too much.
It lights up at dusk.
Probably worth more than 35.
I would think so.
So I'm gonna bid 36.
Indoor-outdoor clock too, so I could put it outside and have it light up at night.
You know how do you win this game? You gotta get in my spot, and my spot was right here.
It's a game? It's Chinese checkers?
I also bid on some wind chimes that I'm thinking of going back and increasing my bid on.
How about a Baby Yoda cookie jar?
That is quite cute. It wouldn't quite fit with my aesthetic. I like that it includes Quality Lee's cookies.
Oh man, that's been weird. I get these comments on these TikToks that are like, who would listen to these two old guys anyway? I've gotten to that age.
Your TikTok is like 80% under 14 or something.
Yeah.
Someone said, oh, you don't have a Snapchat of TikTok. And I was like, I don't want to spend my time checking one more thing.
It does sound old. It sounds a little bit like I don't like these text messages. Pick up the phone, give me a ring. Whatever happened to making a phone call to your mom?
I put 20. I'm going to up it to 30.
John's bidding on Corinthian balls.
I sure love the soundtrack. I haven't heard this song in so many years.
My parents were just in Sweden, and they just play ABBA on loop. It's been like an hour, and the Malasades line has not even close to slowed down.
They're so nice.
I don't really get it.
It's a nice chair.
It's a chair.
You know how much this would cost? $110 for an all-wood chair?
Where would you put them?
That's the question.
It's just about the value.
I always am breaking chairs, so.
For $5, and if it breaks, it breaks?
Yeah.
John's convinced that these would be like $100 chairs. They're $5 here.
They're wood. They're all solid wood chairs.
Gloria wants
I
that.
was liking those little curved ones.
What is this? Gloria, what are you doing with that thing?
A pressure cooker.
A pressure canner.
A pressure canner. How much, Nina?
$3.
Nina has gotten a lot of stuff. All right, let's check out, and then we're gonna go over to the farmer's market.
Okay, Nina's abandoning it. You're not doing it?
I'm not doing it. I'll put it back where I got it in the kitchenware. We'll see if I regret it. I'll pick it up next year if I do.
I'm looking at this amazing display of garlic.
Transylvanian garlic?
They're little like plums. They're,
Oh.
I don't know what they're called, but they're very juicy. Shiro plums, so. All the way from Japan, right to me.
I may buy another baked good.
Yeah?
Should they have them?
Little tiny potatoes, very cute.
Cherry Toms.
Cherry Toms.
Okra.
Okra. Not a fan of okra. I like the
Calypso.
light jazz, light tunes, you know? sponsored by the Westport Cultural Council. I like it. I approve, you know?
Yeah.
It makes the world feel not quite so...
awful and stupid.
Yeah.
There's a massive cookie. I may get it.
Ooh, that looks really good.
Make a fresh pizza.
Yeah, cheesy focaccia.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
You're gonna get the cheesy focaccia for 12?
Cheesy focaccia.
Look at these fine desserts. It's a brown butter buckwheat chocolate chip cookie.
Really? New York.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
Does it live up to the hype?
Yeah, it's got all those little flavors you don't normally get in chocolate cookies. This is super good.
Oh, I'm so glad.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I just had a kind of a lousy cookie at their bake sale, and you just made up for the cookie.
And it's organic buckwheat in there, so I mean, come on.
Not that bad for
It's like good for you.
That's good for you?
You could eat broccoli, or you could eat this.
Would you guys like to do corn on the cob at the movie night tonight?
Sure.
Does anything taste better than corn?
Some things. Probably cheesy focaccia loaf. This is going to be delicious. I might bring some tonight. Maybe we can try it.
What are you gonna do with it?
I'm going to eat it. Sourdough focaccia loaf with cheese on top.
Whoa.
This has been a lovely day on the town today.
It's been a summer of church fairs.
Yeah.
More of that, less of everything else.
Yeah.
I guess just come for like 6, and then we can hang out outside, and then when it gets dark, we'll watch a movie.
Sounds great.
Here comes the fun part. This thing keeps blowing.
It's blowing.
That's corn. John's got the doggish.
I do. It's wonderful.
Even the corn?
Delicious.
I had pasta salad and corn and more pasta salad.
So you've brought us your focaccia.
And a little bit of the pineapple upside down cake.
Oh, you cut it like not your average Joe's style.
I did.
But a nice bouquet.
It's good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, you actually wouldn't want dipping sauce, really, would you?
No. You know what you could dip this in that would be delicious? A little bit of tomato sauce. It's made with locally sourced grains, and she baked it herself.
And now for a little piece of upside down pineapple cake.
Pineapple upside down cake.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. It's so good. It's so freaking good.
It looks like unbaked and undone.
Focaccia bread.
It's an undone focaccia bread.
Look at you. You're high as a kite.
It's better than when I baked them.
When was the last time you made that?
A couple years ago.
I never would have gone for that, and it's so good.
It's got pecans in it, which is incredible.
All right, hold on. Is that how we play with this? Why don't you stand in the middle for me, okay?
Okay.
I don't know. It's a little windy, and I'm gonna try to put you in a bubble, okay?
Whoa.
Mom, it's gonna happen.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, the trouble is that it's not on solid.
Whoa. Look! Holy.
It's an independent entity.
It's got a rainbow. Double rainbow.
Oh my gosh, Becky, look at that loading. I love it.
Oh, your own thing.
Jesus.
Oh.
Look at these things. The big hoop on the ground didn't work. I accidentally made a really strong batch tonight.
This was on the screen.
Thank you for coming to Lowe's. Sit back and relax. Enjoy the show. Send her to space.
Bubble land.
Here she goes. Oh.
I get in a bubble and I go back down. And when it pops, I'm there. And there's bubble heaven.
Where dead bubbles go.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and then there's bubble hell.
Yeah, don't get started on bubble hell.
What's bubble hell like, Gloria?
A bad bubble is someone that steals and does bad things in bubble land to the other bubbles.
So there's bubble thieves?
Guess what? Can I tell you something?
What?
The suspense is killing me.
Okay, let's get in.
Take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt.
All right, everybody, put on your tinfoils with EJ.
All of these Disney Plus shows made by a process called scrapbooking. They shoot multiple versions of every scene, also branching paths. So there was rumors like Reva was going to get killed in Obi-Wan. They filmed a version of the show where she does get killed. The upcoming Indiana Jones movie barely has a script. They have multiple versions and branching paths like a video game.
It might have something to do with like the way they schedule things and the way they get the most out of the schedule. Because you imagine when James Gunn, a visionary, makes a movie, he is committed to that vision.
Yeah, and maybe you make compromises here or there, but it's not, maybe we'll do a version where the story goes this way and this way. You have the amount of content they have to produce. You can't get visionaries everywhere. A lot of these productions still look great.
I don't know, like, remember that meme that was like, how come all Marvel movies now look like Spy Kids?
Hi, my name is EJ Massa. When I was a kid and I went trick-or-treating, I always loved getting Snickers bars. You'd have to suffer through endless amounts of Smarties, Necco wafers, and Mike and Ike's until you finally got one Snickers bar. Then there was that one rich guy on the block who'd give you full-size Snickers bars, and that guy made you feel rich. But you weren't rich. You were just a stupid kid. During my early cooking content years, I expressed my love for Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. And one rude commenter scoffed by saying, Sweet Baby Ray's? That has so much sugar and so many calories, you might as well put a Snickers bar on your ribs. I've mentioned this comment several times before because it stayed in my heart. A heart full of clogged arteries. Because I eat so much Sweet Baby Ray's. However, that got me thinking, what if I did make a rib that tasted like Snickers? Now, I learned a lesson from my pumpkin spice latte ribs experiment that you shouldn't aim to make the ribs taste exactly like your target food because, well, it's much too weird. You need the flavors to balance with the ribs. So I'm going to use Snickers as a prompt to create a ribs recipe that evokes Snickers without overpowering what makes ribs great. Because in the end, I don't want to throw away a whole rack of ribs into the trash. I've done that a few times. I've done that. First, we'll tackle the outer layer, chocolate. I seem to remember coming across a recipe for chocolate barbecue sauce, so I cracked open my favorite barbecue book, Meathead, and lo and behold, there's a recipe for a chocolate barbecue sauce, so that's what I made. Into a saucepan goes 1/2 cup of water and 3/4 cup of regular white sugar. Whisk that around and simmered it to get the sugar to dissolve. And then I added 3/4 cup of rice vinegar. A 1/2 cup of tomato paste, whisked that to combine, before adding 1/4 cup of orange juice, which may seem a little weird, but you've surely had a chocolate orange shoved into your stocking at some point, right? It goes. Then I added 2 tablespoons of unsweetened cocoa powder. I'm using Ghirardelli's. 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce, a 1/2 teaspoon of salt, a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and 1/8 teaspoon of chipotle chili powder. Whisked that all together to combine, and then simmered it on the stove for about 30 minutes. And after that, you can see it thickened up and easily coats a spoon. Looks perfect, so I took it off the heat and poured it into a container until the ribs are done. And speaking of ribs, we have a nice rack of baby back ribs with the membrane removed. To start, I'll season them with a bit of kosher salt. Now if we look at our Snickers cross-section, the next bit we'll tackle is the caramel. And for that, I spied this caramel popcorn seasoning at the store and decided to give it a try. It's mostly just sugar and brown sugar and assorted other chemicals, and it does smell like caramel, so we'll use this as an ingredient in our rub. I sprinkled a generous amount of it on both sides of the ribs. Then I sprinkled both sides with paprika and cayenne pepper. I know what you're thinking. EJ Massa, you vapid dumpster of a human being. There's no paprika or whatever in Snickers. No, but the spice will help tie the room together, so to speak. The spice goes with the chocolate, like a Mexican hot chocolate, and it goes with the ribs. And it'll work like a bridge between the chocolate and the ribs. Now for the peanut portion of the candy bar. I have dry roasted peanuts and I put them in a coffee grinder and coarsely chopped them up. Not quite making a peanut butter, but making it finer than just chunks of nuts. And then I patted it onto the ribs. I also finished it off with more caramel seasoning and paprika. What about the nougat? Well, my friends, that's the ribs itself. Because when you cook ribs low and slow, they become tender and soft, like nougat. So let's fire up the grill. Let's see if we've made something delicious, or maybe we've made something horrible, like monster ribs.
Out from kitchen, Drax's voice did ring. Seems he was troubled by just just one thing, he exclaimed in a panic. There must be some mistake, and said, whatever happened to my Transylvanian steak?
It's now these ribs.
It's now the monster rib.
Those are ribs.
That you can eat with a bit.
Don't make a mess.
When you're enjoying your ribs.
Those are ribs.
It's now the monster rib. Ribs go! Igor, you impetuous slob. Save some ribs for the rest of us. Ribs go!
So let's see if this is an abomination or if it's any good. It doesn't taste like Snickers, but it's very interesting. It's even pretty good. So unlike my pumpkin spice ribs, the flavors here mesh with the pork way better. And the peanut crumble spread on there, also, I thought it was going to be much more peanut buttery and overpowering, but actually in the smoker, all that peanut butter smell subdued, and the taste, it actually leaves a little bit of a creaminess to it. Even though it's kind of like chopped fine peanuts, it adds a creamy note to it. Inside the barbecue sauce itself, there's a lot of acid from the orange juice and the rice wine vinegar, and that actually, it like coats the mouth and it delivers some of that chocolate flavor to you. The one ingredient that I'm not really getting much of is the caramel popcorn seasoning. So if I were to do this again in the future, I'd probably use just like brown sugar or something like that. Way more successful than my pumpkin spice ribs, which were way too much like pumpkin spice latte, almost exactly tasted like it. This evokes the flavors of Snickers without overpowering it. It meshes better with the pork itself, being a more delicious treat. So I don't know, I at least recommend the barbecue sauce. The peanuts are just the weird innovation that I think kind of goes. And actually the next day, I had the ribs as leftovers for lunch, and the flavors blended even more. And that caramel flavor that was subdued when the ribs were fresh, it was more pronounced. My 2-year-old even jumped on my lap and licked the ribs clean. So these were quite a hit in my house, and you know what? I hope you have a great Halloween. I will not be making Necco wafer ribs. You can't make me. I won't do it. Check out my video next week when I make Necco wafer ribs. Before I go, I want to shout out Dan from Super Bob Hoskins Brothers. He made that awesome parody of Monster Mash. And if you like my content, you like my humor, I think you would really like Dan's work, because I think our humor is it's cousins. He does more gaming content. I do some. He does mostly gaming content. But yeah, if you enjoy my humor, you'll like Dan and Super Bob Hoskins Brothers. Go check them out. Until next time, bye.
EJ was having fun. The cooking had just begun. The guests included Zach, Frankie, and our Junt.
And then Andor starts like next week.
Well, this is the Star Wars that's supposed to be for adults.
Well then, let's review it as such, shall we?
So if we criticize it and they say it's a baby show for children, and we can be like, no.
Star Wars movies are made for kids. They always have been, and they always will be.
This is a film about space wizards intended for children.
I think we should go the other way. I think that if we hear anybody slag it off, we should say, it's for kids.
You know, it's a film for 12-year-olds.
The movies are for children, but they don't want to admit that.
Just like George Lucas said.
Did we turn into Nicolas Cage?
It's for kids. I told you it was for kids.
You have to, or I'll fire you. Do you understand? Stop giving these L takes. You look stupid.
This isn't just any day. It's Black Friday!
Hi, Gloria. How are you?
Hello. I'm just putting on socks and shoes to go, because it's the Black Day, right? It's like this Black Panther Day, I don't know.
Black Panther Day? Black Friday.
That would be a different day.
Like Wednesday from the New Time.
Oh, that's Wednesday, King Friday, isn't that it?
Oh.
After 9 years of Black Friday videos, I'd say this is King Friday. We're going to a mall called the Providence Place Mall, Gloria. You and I did go there one time and bought the Nintendo NES Lego set.
Oh, that's where we got it. Oh my gosh.
But I'll tell you what else is at the Providence Place Mall. What? Dave & Buster's is there.
If we go to Dave & Buster's, you know what will happen?
What?
It's auction time. Da 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 da. What are the wings?
They probably don't have any Black Friday sales at the arcade. That's the only thing.
Probably not.
No, but we could go there.
Point well made.
Should we actually film that? I don't know.
I think so.
Because that would be pretty fun for all the kids that are watching this. Because most of the time you're bored.
You're not excited enough. You're in the videos. You're fun.
No. Okay, kids. I was like going like to the party a minute ago because my
Cut.
Are we at the sale right now?
No.
No, we're not there yet.
We're
just
getting
up
gas.
the road.
Gloria, we started doing Black Friday videos before you were born, and this is the first one that you're going to join us for.
Yeah.
In the past, we would always drop you off.
Yeah, but I was there because I was in my mom's tummy, or maybe I was like in my mom's eggs, because you have to like have eggs to have a baby in your belly.
It's true.
I can climb in and store myself in it for the winter.
That could be fun.
Even when I was in heaven, because when I was in heaven, I was like watching over you guys.
Oh, that's helpful. So you got us all those good deals. What do you think about going to Providence Place? It's an optimal mall in this area, and yet we've never gone on Black Friday.
Yeah, it wasn't like a big part of my youth.
A $1 billion redevelopment at the foot of the State House. Originally, the proposal was called the Mall of New England. When there was serious question about the viability of the mall in 1995, the elite Nordstrom department store signed on. That was the push the project needed. The mayor said he'd signed the tax treaty when the fat lady sang. It happened in October of 1996. But the mall did open. Some people thought it would never happen.
It's a very big, impressive mall. Yeah, Dave & Buster's is on the 4th floor. It's a big mall.
Not knew that.
You know, I was very shocked. I looked on the website. They normally open at 11 a.m. I didn't realize that malls now open like lackadaisically at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And today they're opening at 9 for Black Friday, like malls used to open forever, you know. There's a lot of clothing stores, which, you know, we don't have too much truck with. But we're going to see. We're going to find out, right? There's a Macy's. Macy's always has stuff.
Their GameStop has tons of square footage.
Oh.
It's mostly wasted.
Gloria saw a bug on the window.
A bug?
Still there.
I'm figuring out where this bug is going.
Do you have anything you want to buy?
Black Friday is not for buying of things that you need or even that you really want to give. It's just for looking and being shocked and filling up your cart in completely surprising, random ways.
I see. No Black Friday traffic to the mall.
We'll see. I don't want to jinx anything. Normally there has been a line of traffic to get into the parking area of the mall.
Now, Frankie, at this mall, I have a technique. Always go to the absolute top floor and park there. I always do this.
The bottom level is closed for parking. You know, honestly, when I see a floor that has some spots, I take it.
I don't know. I always kind of like being at the top.
But why?
Just the appeal of it.
So who wants to go to the arcade? Dad, don't say that. I'll just do this. Contact me if you want to do it. Contact me and say yes or no if you want to do that, but if you don't, just don't do it. But there's many different videos.
Yeah, if you want more Gloria content.
We have my elf on the shelf here.
Got some young folk. What do you think the key Black Friday in-person brick and mortar demographic is?
Women between 18 and 24.
Yeah, they still come out.
Yeah, for clothes.
See, look at all these spaces, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, now we're on L1.5, which is only the second parking floor.
More like Blank Friday.
Yes.
First time we ever did it was 2014. Can you believe we're still doing this?
2014 we did it midnight, didn't we?
Yeah. It is currently
11:46 in the PM.
Do you normally do Black Friday sales?
Never this midnight stuff.
Now there's nothing at midnight anymore.
If there was, would you do it?
Yeah. Just for old time's sake.
Yeah.
Want to go in a steering contest with me? I'm doing it to the audience.
The cutie pie.
I'm glad.
I win! Why do it no bite?
That's a great policy.
We have a major decision to make, up or down.
Down. I want to see.
He chose down?
He chose down.
She chose down.
He chose down.
Was that wrong?
Too late now.
Isn't it that the stores on the first floor were more expensive? Wasn't that what they used to say? And they got cheaper, like Tiffany's was on the first floor and Lululemon.
This sounds like some retail science.
Boscov's. I've never been in a Boscov.
Oh yeah, look, Nina, the coffee cup.
Sale, I know. 20 ounce for $2.49. Brown sugar cinnamon latte.
Is that a yes?
Okay.
It's a good price.
Yeah?
That is the new LED neon, which looks very nice, doesn't it? Looks
Yeah?
like
You okay with that?
You can't have everything forever.
Relaxing in your old age? The Apple Store has always been an obnoxious place.
Well, I've never been in an Apple Store, period.
Really? It's got like, we'll kick you out for filming written all over it, but I would be filming on one of their products. 'Cause I don't really think there's any browsing of any kind to be done.
I think the thing that fascinates me is just the doors, and I want to see them open and close.
I think like you walk in there and you're immediately approached by a human.
I don't want a human.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Like the Apple, the Swarovski crystal, the Tiffany and Company, the Brooks Brothers. I think the first floor was meant to be like the slightly closer to luxury good.
Yeah, check this out.
This is really cool. Like this view of Providence in the background.
But it seems like there's some kind of a reservation system.
Weird.
Scan your QR code to make an appointment.
Yeah, so Tiffany is just out.
They say you're just going to spend what you're going to spend.
It costs what it costs.
Cost what it costs, you get nothing. Good day.
Good day, sir.
There's a big Lego store down here.
There is, that'd be fun. If I was a thinner man, the North Face store would definitely appeal.
Yeah, you would like North Face?
This looks incredibly cute and awesome, and I would absolutely go inside if it wasn't closed.
Closed as hell. Aren't these those Squishmallow things?
They are. I think they're an even more expensive variant of them.
This does look like a great store.
But they didn't want to bother to send somebody in 2 hours early to get the morning traffic.
The big story that everybody always tells about this mall is that a guy lived in it for free for...
That's right, in the parking garage. They cordoned off an area.
Yes.
And lived there for a couple years, I guess.
Yes.
And nobody noticed. It's a classic urban tale, right?
Yeah, but it's actually true.
Michael found a small space in a mall in Rhode Island and lived there with 7 of his friends. When they were designing the mall, there was some extra space where the corners came together.
Okay.
That was too small for an actual store. And he saw this and made an outside door to it and began moving furniture in secretly, like a PlayStation and a couch.
But why?
To live in the mall.
But he paid no rent.
They didn't pay rent. 4 years they got away with it. Like they created an entire door and put employees only on it. So nobody suspected a thing. You know how they got caught though?
No, how?
He brought a girl over to show her around, to impress her. And the cops saw it.
Can you believe that they still have Spencer's? You want to go in? 25% off Christmas sweaters. This is the best you're going to do. Ho, ho, holy shit, I need a beer.
It's so like, I'm 22. That's kind of what this store has always been, right?
Yeah, 22, 19.
Yeah, 19 to 23.
Pretty amazing t-shirt selection, actually.
A lot of like really old references too, you know?
For those 19-year-olds.
Rolling Stones, Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
American Psycho.
I keep seeing South Park stuff, which I'm like, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like considered retro at this point or if it's just...
Yeah, or maybe it's kind of like SpongeBob in that it's both.
Yeah,
So
sippy cups and mugs.
Sippy cups and mugs. Tremendous number of fleece throws and Snuggies.
It does slightly appeal, just because it's like ridiculously mac and cheese colored.
Kids.
Yeah, this is definitely the place Mom would shop for kids, I guess.
There's a place in this mall called the Children's Place, and we actually have gotten some really nice children's clothing for Gloria.
It's a big, bright store. Looks like it might have been a Bath and Body Works.
That kids' place was 30% off store-wide.
Pretty good deal. Every time I see one of these cell phone repair shops, I'm currently carrying a badly broken phone.
Yeah?
And I'm tempted to see if they have my screen. Nowhere has the freaking screen.
The mall is where it's at for that. Over here, they've got MyQT. Now, what this is knockoff, bootleg, third-party, Chinese-made, licensed dolls and stuff.
That's fun. I always love, like, angry stuffed animals. That's appealing to me. Like a Ditto Squirtle.
This is what I'm talking about.
And I bet it's reversible, too.
Hey, donut girl. Hello, my donut.
How's your donut?
I'm getting a shake from this place. I'm getting a Reese's shake. Oh my Lanta. There is something kind of appealing to me about like going to the China Walk at 9 in the morning.
There is, isn't there? A very good looking shake.
Yes.
It looks delicious.
This is a regular size, $8.28.
Holy cow.
Last year we got a shake at the other mall and it was $9.
It's super good.
Peanut butter?
These guys make it themselves. They got Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yep.
They got Fruity Pebbles, Nutella.
I love Nutella. I've been on a Nutella craze lately.
Do you guys see this waffle place behind you?
Naughty waffle.
I bet you could put Nutella in it.
Nutella, strawberry, banana, and walnut. Delicious.
No mac and cheese though. Kind of tempting?
Not for $11.
No.
I'm not super into like big piles of sugar anymore. Look at this Gothic architecture. It's kind of incredible. They'll never build another mall like this, like anywhere in the U.S.
Enjoy it while you have it.
Yeah. Enjoy the ones that are still around.
I remember the whole thing was like, wow, Providence doesn't have a mall.
City malls are unusual. They're not that common.
So like if we scan it, you know that it's going to install a virus on your...
like install the Vans app to reveal your... I don't want to install your app.
This is a GameStop that has tons of square footage.
Holy cow, it's huge.
Right?
I've never seen one this big, and it's quite full.
50% off clearance. I'm excited.
The line here is Black Friday-esque.
And then they give you the whole tree, and then the base is the question mark block.
Buy 2, get 1 free on Xbox. That's a good deal.
If we were to get LOLs, and if we were to get Nickelodeon kart racing, we could get Paw Patrol for free.
I, of course, am drawn to clearance. Absolutely nothing I need here, but I'm still going to look.
I do actually like their merchandise. Generally.
Yeah, I think that's become a big part of their existence.
This show I've been watching right here, Andor, it's ultimately a very good show that has nothing to do with Star Wars.
Really?
Look, you can buy VHS boxes with, you know, a character.
That's neat.
Collectible characters inside VHSs. This is cute as hell, this Toad House. Because you go inside and you can pick one of 3 items.
Oh, I'm there for that, just because of that. Look at these Minecraft dolls, Minecraft little figurines.
You like Minecraft. Gloria's starting to kind of get into it a little.
It's awesome. Every few years I replay it.
Can you reassure Nina that there's nothing like inappropriate for like a 5-year-old in it?
If you're playing solo by yourself, there's absolutely nothing inappropriate. I mean, there's scary things, mild fright.
Yeah.
Rated PG for mild fright. There's no Nintendo Black Friday deals for anything.
Not even like cyber deals on their online store or anything? Really?
Certainly nothing on systems or nothing on first party games.
No, they're first party stuff, yeah.
You have a Switch, don't you? What have you been playing lately?
Sonic Frontiers, Kirby Forgotten Land.
Not familiar with it, but it's probably good. It's a Kirby game.
It's a really, really good conversion to 3D for Kirby. Like if you've ever played 2D Kirby, you immediately know how to play.
Now, don't tell Nintendo, but I have been emulating Switch on my Steam Deck, so I might have to check that out.
Check it out.
Mario Kart 8, great game.
And actually, they're about to release their 3rd or 4th DLC pack of courses. So instead of making more Mario Karts, they just keep releasing new courses. Because they kind of
What do you need? Yeah, what more do you need out of Mario Kart?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you were going to make a new Mario Kart, you would make an adventure mode, kind of like Diddy Kong Racing.
You're absolutely right that there's too much space for them to merchandise. They're used to much smaller spaces.
I haven't had any caffeine in like 3 weeks. Now I'm all caffeinated and it's really crazy.
In most Black Friday videos, Nina is expressing all kinds of enthusiasm.
I have a child now, so anytime I leave the house without her is kind of like, I'm doing it. I'm
going to Sears.
I'm still a human being.
Now that baby,
self-maintaining mostly.
One of us. One of us. Gooble gobble. And to showcase, we go.
Observe the S. These are freeze-dried Skittles.
What?
And some awful reaction occurs when you freeze-dry them. And I don't know if these would be amazing, because if they would be like the most stale Skittles ever.
There were some candy dispensers, and Nina likes her Skittles stale.
Yes, I do too.
You gotta have been in there for at least 2 years.
Lots of Squishmallows. If it was Squishmallows you were looking for, Jonathan,
$12.99.
you found them here. Where does a Squishmallow and a Pusheen begin and end?
I mean, right about here.
Is a Squishmallow and a Pusheen the same thing?
Not necessarily. I think they're slightly different.
Cinnamon pickle?
Ew.
I love pickles. I love all kinds of pickles.
And you love cinnamon.
These we used to have for nursing home residents to pet.
Are you kidding me?
Well, they don't remember much of anything,
They don't
so
know.
they think
know.
it's a real cat.
I think it's a real cat.
Tic-tastic. You can get a great butt in these Tic-tastic booty shorts. I swear it's all just like imported craziness.
Yeah, it's all just drop ships. What is it, AliExpress type stuff?
Yeah, a little claw machine, Gloria. We used to think maybe we would buy a claw machine to go next to the arcades. So I think we should go into the Boss Cobbs.
I want to go in too. I don't know if I have to go all the way through all the floors. I feel like it might just be Macy's.
Are you saying that you're going to skip Boscov's for men? The whole for men section?
For men.
Maybe these are Martha Stewart products for men.
And, you know, mattresses for men.
Yes.
Right, and couches.
Patio furniture just for men.
Every year we do Macy's, like basically every year.
Every year.
Isn't it time that we saw what a Macy's competitor had to offer?
I think this year we should do no Macy's. What do you think on that? That Macy's. This is definitely the floor I want to be on. Women's is floor 1. Men's is floor 2.
For men.
And this one is for me. Women, men, me. Yeah, well, it's got housewares, it's got home decor, it's got patio garden, furniture. This is the kind of thing I'm interested in.
Yeah.
I don't care about clothes. I go to kingsize.com and buy clothes. King size, order today, 50% off.
If you ever thought that there was any shortage of just crap Bluetooth speakers?
I never thought that. Even in the height of like the supply chain shortage.
I bought one time for our studio, $20 or something.
It was fine.
It played music and it played lights.
Yeah, we had fun.
It's just that there's such a plentiful amount of that exact kind of product.
So many varieties. 20 types of Bluetooth speaker right here.
Do you think people buy them?
I guess they must.
They pick them up.
If you want to listen to your music in a big way, that's what you gotta have. You gotta have a Bluetooth speaker.
With the lights and all. And what about these Victrolas for your vinyl?
Just buy a decent Technics one. Those are junk.
John, do you know anything about food dehydrators?
Oh, sure.
AJ just used a food dehydrator in his Blooming Onion video, and I want to know if he's happy with his food dehydrator, because, John, do you have a food dehydrator?
I do not have a food dehydrator. So my opinion so far of Boscov's is it's a better merchandised Macy's.
Yeah, or JCPenney?
Better than both of them.
Aisles and aisles and aisles of photo frames.
Kind of incredible. When last I needed a photo frame, I went to Walmart and selected from their like 4-foot display.
Tons of scented candles. You said last year that you had a zero tolerance policy for buying more candles.
I cannot.
I have a strict no more candles policy right now. I'm working my way through them.
Zero tolerance.
Cutting them down. Zero tolerance for candles. I can't keep buying them. I love them.
Have you burned through more?
Very little this year.
So this is the trouble. You gotta actually use them.
I know. I can't buy more.
Platitudes? The platitude section? I wonder if Hobby Lobby has a crazy sale going.
Ooh, maybe.
Look, Boscov's chocolates.
Ooh.
So they actually do have proprietary
House
food
brands?
here. Milk and dark chocolate smothered pretzels from Boscov's. Doesn't it? Look, they have a whole Lazy Boy section.
I'm gonna go partake.
Both for the sitting and for the browsing.
Yeah.
Don't you like some of this Macy's level ornament?
Ornaments are another thing I'm having to start to put a buy stop on. I love them. And my tree is only so big, and what am I going to do? I'm having to already rotate.
This right here is your kind of snowman. I just want you to know that.
Snow globe ones, I think they're a little tack.
Okay, fine, but his facial style.
It's very cute, yeah.
I've never owned an inflatable Christmas decoration.
You're about to.
This would be the one.
What, this entire train? Santa's going to run a train on our yard?
I'm getting to the point where it's almost time to buy a new couch.
Do you want a different style or just like...
Same thing.
Give me the same thing.
Just again.
Give me another one of them.
Throw them up on the counter and say, give me another one of them. That was real good.
Wow. So I guess the idea is that you would go sit on Santa's lap, except you would fall through him.
She is Black Friday ready.
King Friday ready.
I really want a massage chair.
You want a massage chair?
I like that it has more merchandise than a Macy's. I'm kind of done with like Macy's. I'm sorry, Macy's.
It feels like Boscov's is making a real effort to actually give you a large variety of stock.
Yes.
Like, come here, we'll try to square you away.
Yeah, there's not any stores that I can think of anymore that have furniture as a department.
You want to take a picture with the train?
Look, it's right.
This just in, John wants to see more of Boscov's.
I want to see what the other floors are like. I like this floor. I don't know if I have to go all the way through all the floors. I want to see the 4 men and the 4 women.
2 days ago, Nina and I celebrated our 22nd anniversary.
Wow, that's incredible.
Right? 13 years married, of course.
Wow, awesome.
Plenty of stuff that you probably wouldn't buy. Look, she likes this little hairless child. This morning she said, I want to buy toys and video games. And I said, you know what? Me too.
I like that right there. It's silly. Oversized novelty.
I see Squishmallows.
Yes, they're everywhere.
Yeah, so what happened with the Squishmallow phenomenon?
They're just squishy and wonderful.
It's like where Pops were small and hard, they're now big and squishy.
Yeah, it's almost like they noticed that John loves stuff like this and mass merchandised them. What the? She's gonna become a Squishmallow.
Like a dog, but a watermelon.
A watermelon
I don't know
dog.
why the combinations.
Remember when we bought her diner on Black Friday?
Great store, yeah.
You can serve a little coffee. It's pretty sweet. So you can change what's on the jukebox.
Look, you can change the type of coffee in the mug.
Hot cocoa with marshmallows.
Years ago, John selected a vacuum for Nina on a Black Friday.
This is a great vacuum, Nina. You would not be displeased.
Why is he trying to sell me a vacuum? Why does John want me to buy things?
Look how easy it glides.
What is with that pivot? Oh my god. Vacuums have come a long way.
No trouble at all.
I think you're gonna have to get it. He has that opportunity one more time.
Can you do for our daughter what you did for me, John?
In the many years of vacuum usage, Nina, how do you review that vacuum?
It's a fantastic vacuum. It still is more power than I need because our house is so teeny. I could have gotten away with and probably should have just gotten like the stick.
There is a time for every season under heaven, John.
It's the one I use in my small place, and I still love it.
What does she got? A more Squishmallow crap.
Squishville Mall.
Squishmallow.
Squishmallow. Just this year, I have 2 new nieces, a new niece and a new nephew. So I get to like enjoy the childhood gift giving and
lovely.
one more set of kids.
Santa's Choo Choo. Pretty elaborate.
Yes.
Play-Doh lollipops. What even? Do you like a puzzle?
I feel like I've never gotten into it enough. I think there's a lot of other things I'd rather do.
There was a time before Gloria was born when Nina and I bought a 1,000-piece Wizard of Oz puzzle. And we were like, that'll be fun. We're going to start to do that. It takes over the living room.
Yeah.
Because you have to go to sleep eventually.
Exactly.
And then, like,
you need to leave it. You can't like pause.
Kohl's has a toy store very much like this. Unlike Target and Walmart where they have actual toy aisles. They have
It's pretty big. It goes like all the way over, you know?
Nina is always in the market for books. We read a lot of Berenstain Bears.
Yeah. They have good messages too. They're good books.
It's way more Christian than I remember it.
Really?
It's like deeply Christian.
Is it? I don't remember it being that at all.
If you decide to buy something that's going to be a present, you go up there. They'll give you wrapping paper, the ribbon. But it's right up there.
Oh, thank you. That's a good tip.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I've got a lot of shopping.
Is that what you're doing?
I do like this sort of self-satisfied, suited one.
I like it.
Yeah, how do you feel about the fact that Bozcovs will actually gift wrap things for you?
I love it.
And prep it with a
Very,
card?
very traditional.
This place really is going for like that old school department store.
Yeah, you're gonna do it, eh? Does it come with some mellows?
This is a bribe. Gloria will earn this for a day of good behavior today and tomorrow.
Nice. So, nothing but ladies.
Nothing but ladies.
There's nothing but ladies.
Nothing but ladies.
This floor was just for men. Now it is just for ladies.
They market to ladies to buy it.
Yeah. This is the Alan Rickman scene from Love Actually. John has left Bozkov looking for seating, and there's nothing.
Huge empty tracts of land. No seats. Heights like this make me uneasy still. I have to kind of like approach it with caution. Solid, secure.
Like, obviously you're not gonna fall over the railing.
It's just like, it's too far. 1 floor of any, like, is fine.
High risk.
Now we're at 3 floors. Like, look at how tall this place is. There's 6 floors open here. That's like, whoa.
You can park here and then walk down that way.
Yeah.
You'll go right over to the convention center. Well, you figured your situation out.
It's not the best seat. It's low. It's low.
Oh, look. John did find a good quality seat.
Was it long, obnoxious? Oh, very stylish.
Oh, wow. Very good. All right, John, you too. All right, now the place is getting hopping. When was the last time you were in a Lego store?
Never.
You've never been?
Nope.
What about Santa's visit? I'm actually not really sure what's going on here at this workstation.
I think you build people.
Look, Atari. Lego Atari.
You get 3 guys for $9.99.
That seems expensive to me.
It does, but
you can't get piles of these things in yard sales.
They've been like so successful in revitalizing this brand. It was dead in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
And now it's like such a big cultural deal.
The Mario section is this way. Gloria's been wanting a Princess Peach, and look, there she is.
Yeah, but they only come with sets.
Oh, that's how they get you.
Look at Giant Bowser.
26, 46 pieces.
Yeah, it's a $270 set. All right, let's do it.
We need it?
Yep. Although,
That's the only way we're getting Princess Peach.
I'm in.
With the Lego set.
You know, call me old-fashioned.
Yeah.
But for a crowded store on Black Friday, 2 registers makes more sense to me.
But can they even get 2 people to run the registers?
At these prices?
They should be able to.
Some cute Build-A-Bear bears.
Oh, I love your shirt.
Yeah, forget everything I was saying about how it wasn't busy here. It's pretty busy here. And as usual, dunks. People can't get enough of dunks.
People are just done with the early morning shopping thing, and good on them, and good on us. For one thing, we're moving in the right direction with.
John's gonna sit for sure. He hasn't been able to have a proper sit in a while. Did you notice how busy it got?
Yeah. What time is it now?
It's like almost 11.
That must have made this fairly expensive, I assume.
$60. And guess what? Squishmallows, Squishmallows, Squishmallows.
Did you have a nice time playing a few games?
What do you have? Chicken?
Yep.
Yum.
Some Chinese chicken.
It's rare a Black Friday goes by I don't at least step inside of a Newbury Comics.
You're not gonna do it?
I mean, look, it's freaking packed. And I know what's in there.
Yeah.
Things for 19-year-olds. Look, there it is, a massive Macy's in Providence, Rhode Island, and we're not going to go in it.
It looks so bland, doesn't it? The door's not even open.
Wouldn't you expect it to be Christmasing out a little?
Yeah, there's nothing.
H&M for men, 30% off everything. One of the finest Auntie Anne's.
There's 2 in this mall. There's 2.
We made a mockery of the parking garage on the way in.
Yes, but now, look, there's full signs. It's telling you it's full. There's no escape.
So Black Friday lives another year.
I guess it does. I mean, early. I guess people don't want to come out very early anymore, but people definitely want to come out. 11 is the new 9. The mall was way more alive than I thought it would be. I thought it was kind of a dead mall. It's definitely not. Almost every store is filled. Lots of people, lots of merchandise.
We can stand by the top floor of Boscov's. That's where you should go.
Yeah.
Top floor.
I found out every season they do it like that season. They do it like that holiday.
So now that it's the day after Thanksgiving, the Peppa Pig game is a Christmas game.
Yes.
Look, 2 Christmas trees on top of that car.
Not only are they going in on the real Christmas tree, but they're doubling it.
We've bought a lot of things, none of them Black Friday deals, all full price merchandise.
I didn't even get the Black Friday iced coffee deal. I got a full price $7 latte.
You didn't even get the iced coffee, Nina?
I got 2 kids' toys that were full price.
Yeah, it did its job of getting you to come out and shop, but they didn't even have to give you anything to do it.
You went to the Christmas place?
I did. Matt and I went last weekend, and they recognized me and had nice things to say.
Because of the video?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And they said they have it on their website. It's like part of their website.
What? Well, now we're going to Hobby Lobby.
Yes. If their Christmas display was impressive in July, I can't imagine what it's going to be now.
We have our Christmas decorations, and it is the beginning of July.
It's about time, I say.
When do they unstock this area? Does it ever go
Perpetual
away?
Christmas.
She said it's not even Christmas.
Yeah, I missed the PO1. There's the corpse of it right there. It's been gone 2 years, but the corpse remains.
They're going to be a Skechers now in Dartmouth.
I think that this is going to have all the best stuff. It's a rolling basket.
It's a rolling basket. It is kicking here. Look at this place.
When was the last time you came to Hobby Lobby?
When we came. It's not a store I would probably go into independently. I did enjoy our last visit, and
Yeah.
I'm predicting enjoying today's visit.
Come on out, buckaroo. It is nice to now be unencumbered by bags. Instantly smells of...
Nice fresh wood. Very densely merchandised right up front.
In seasonal sense.
Yes. I'm mostly interested in the Christmas department.
And so this is Christmas.
You like that song?
Hobby Lobby.
All Christmas is 60% off.
Holy.
A lot of variety.
Yeah, and it's not the same old crap over and over again.
Snowman gift bag?
I dig. This year, throw your stuff out festively.
I'm
Pretty
laying back
impressive.
here.
Some festive consumers. Talk to me about the deals. Christmas decor, 60%
60% off. I was like these. Can I preview it? No, it's dead. Can I preview maybe this one? No, it's dead.
60% dead.
I might buy something.
Christmas decor?
Yeah.
I thought you had a zero tolerance policy.
Oh, but Frankie, 60% off.
Trees?
I said I had a zero tolerance policy.
Their health plan might not cover birth control, but it's a great story. Some unicorn balls.
I'm always looking for places to try to recreate the Pier 1 experience since Pier 1's gone. You have a pickle on your tree? Do you do that thing?
No, we haven't done the Christmas pickle.
If I want additional small trees, this is the time, this is the place.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing Christmas Place has plenty of. So if you were really mourning the loss of the Christmas Place, which fair enough, they have kind of a lot of it here.
But the prices here are way better. Christmas Place is awesome. The ornaments are actually pretty reasonably priced. Things like trees are very expensive there. Isn't that neat? I'm not going to buy it, but I like it.
It's also very busy in here.
Oh, I love these little kits. I have a Christmas tree at my desk at work, and it only has lights. It has no ornaments. A nice little set like this where I could get a few ornaments for it. It's kind of cool. I wish I had a room that was big enough to have a tree like this. $5.59, marked down from $13.99.
For a 12-footer.
Yeah, and with 1,200 LEDs and 4,500 branch tips. Pretty amazing. Those are cute. You could have like in a sequence next to each other.
What the heck is this? Are you guys getting these?
For the play.
That's a genius idea. Gloria is going to be in a gingerbread man play.
Yeah.
And they do need to contribute some props and things like that.
That is awesome, actually. Those are incredible for that.
This little one is like vanilla pizza.
That's like her scepter.
I'm going to get these ornaments for my work tree, and I really like these, and they're so cheap. It's $5.59.
She's
Really
been
a big
bitten.
manger scene we're sticking up for.
Oh, that's cute.
Hobby Lobby was a hit. And we've been here for about 3 minutes.
I know. This is actually like really good Black Friday deal. 60% off Christmas.
They cut the birth control and pass the savings on to you.
This aisle is very thin.
The walls are closing in. How do you like a fake snow dripping off of your fake plantery?
Not a huge fan. I think it's just going to make a huge mess in my house.
That stuff flakes out?
I feel like it would. I don't know if it actually does.
Look, there's a whole candy section.
Yes.
How is it that Nina is buying even more of this stuff?
She's supplying the whole play.
60% off. They're only $8 to begin with.
Might as well buy the whole thing out. We have a real need with this gingerbread man play.
Well, you can give them to all the kids. It looks so fun.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
Oh my god, I can't even see Nina in all the candy. Even more small trees. Now he's really thinking medium small tree.
It's a little big. I kind of like the small one better, but this one for $12, I'll pay $4.80 for this. I'm breaking my rules, Frankie.
$5.40. What the heck is going on with Nina?
I lost my damn mind.
She's lost her damn mind.
All right, good.
Gloria's got something to ride on.
And Gloria's got something to ride on. What are you wackos buying now?
$129.99. 60% off $129.99. Oh, it is LED. Oh, kind of digging it.
A giant $52 wreath?
It's a little bit of a big purchase compared to its normal price, and I think it's a good deal.
Why don't you go ahead and do that? Why don't you go ahead and buy that giant wreath for the viewers?
Should I?
Yep. Show me a victory pose. I think he's making a purchase. I think he's making a look at
in
that.
The contemplating stage right now.
Oh no, that's in your cart, my friend.
I haven't bought a new wreath in many years, and some of them are getting a little ratty.
You gonna?
And I can hang this outdoors, like right outside my house. I need a new Christmas skirt for my tree.
For yourself.
I think it's gonna be that aisle right there.
What have you found?
It's a stocking. I think it would be the most comfortable thing.
It's basically a granny square stocking.
It's like with huge knit. Oh, it's so soft. There's no way. I'm not gonna spend.
Well, are you?
$23 on 2 stockings.
Oh, my God, you did it.
Nobody's telling me not to, so I am. Did you get a tree skirt too?
Yes, because I only have a huge one.
Yeah.
With these little 30-inchers.
I need a little 30-incher. That's what I need.
Buffalo plaid or sweater? You go with sweater?
Yeah. All right, Frankie, I think we need to leave before I buy more stuff. It just got me excited about Christmas again because it's cheap. A little Christmas cardboard chest. It's only $12. No, it's less than that. It's $8.
What would you even do with it, Gloria?
I would put the scepter in it.
I love these ceramic trees.
Me
These
too.
very classic ceramic trees. This like giant plastic version of it, but like to be
It
a
hugely appeals.
It's
All right, getting those lines, you shopping fools, you Black Friday nutcases.
Now you can learn the secret of Hobby Lobby's success in a book.
I mean, I'm not shocked to see that there.
It's very well run. It's one of the better run stores, I think, in general.
I'm especially impressed that he braved the narrow aisles for all this merchandise.
They were very narrow.
60%.
It's a good sale.
This is a Black Friday miracle. As it so happens, John was the perfect demographic for Hobby Lobby all along. There's John buying his gigantic wreath.
It's like having a second Christmas tree. How much do you think it cost?
60-10.
60-10? You're close.
Look, the Lollipop Guild. She represents it.
They got, like Imperial, big orchestra Christmas music.
The Mormon Choir, or whatever
Mormon
it is.
Tabernacle. I love that sign up there. It like has such an 80s kind of feel to it to me.
Department store Christmas?
Yeah, classic. If I had a big garage, I'd hang that on it. I do, but I'm not gonna.
What did you spend?
Do you want to know how much I saved first?
Yes.
I saved $151.57, and then I spent $111.72.
It's a pittance for that much Christmas stuff.
Right.
I spent $107.
And you saved?
I saved about $120.
Much happier with Hobby Lobby than with Providence West Mall?
I did not anticipate this amount of shopping when we were at the mall.
I thought I was gonna be like, I don't need anything. I'm not gonna buy anything today.
But look, what
Look
is
at
in
me.
Junt's cart? What's in Junt's heart? The Christmas season. You got enough to put in that trunk?
Is that shot just to make me feel foolish?
She's got her Squishmallow Mall. She's got her scepter.
I think Gloria might have won Black Friday this year.
I checked out a couple more episodes of Andor. Stellan Skarsgård. He's awesome. You can't keep your eyes off him.
Cassian Andor.
Cassian Andor.
Cassian Andor.
Cassian Andor. Cassian Andor.
They probably told him how to pronounce it. He's like, I don't care. Cassian Andor.
Say Cassian. Cassian. Say Andor. Andor. Say Cassian Andor. Cassian Andor.
These days will end, Cassian Andor. Cassian Andor.
The 8th annual BoxMac Holiday Special, Part 1.
So I see a pan full of apples.
I've prepared a little. Pre-prep. Growing up, one of my favorite treats from Grandma was Apple Crisp. The second year of the Christmas dessert contest won first place.
My grandmother's apple crisp. With apple roses.
Yep.
And maple whipped cream.
And maple whipped cream. The apple crisp is excellent. The maple whipped cream is a bit too much for me. It's too strong.
That's too much.
And in first place, gotta point out, apple crisp.
What makes it unique amongst apple crisps?
It doesn't have oatmeal or oats. It doesn't have brown sugar. The recipe is this old, weathered, browned card from hundreds of years ago that she's used many, many times.
Let me play apple's advocate. I don't really like apple pie. The pie part, I enjoy. The apple part, it's just hot apple.
Well, I'm kind of with you there. If the apple is like too dominant, it's one of the reasons I love crisps is that exact reason.
Because it avoids the apple. For me, the hot apple problem is such an issue that vanilla ice cream, peppermint ice cream basically needs to be present.
Would you rather have it cold or do you like it? I mean, you could do it either way.
Well, look, I don't like a hot cider either.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I like a cold cider. So yeah, I suppose I would prefer apples cold, yeah.
At the end, you can serve it with ice cream. You can serve it with whipped cream. That way you have something warm, something cool.
You have to.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's slimy apples.
These are Cortland. Grandma has told me Cortland are the best. You can use Macintosh, but Macintosh apples are a lot wetter. I have made this before, sitting and peeling with a potato peeler. It takes a lot of time. You can get this online, I think, for like 20, 25 bucks. I found this at Savers. I think it was like $4. It has an attachment here that makes sure that it sticks to the counter so it doesn't move because you want it nice and stable. You line it up with the core.
Put it in the bung of the apple.
Shove it right in, and then...
No!
It's very nice that it chops it too. That's very convenient.
It cores it, and then you can just right in half.
That's very appealing.
It is very appealing. In fact, they're appealing him right off the sidewalk.
Here's an appealing fellow. In fact, they're appealing him off the sidewalk.
3/4 of a cup flour, and then a whole cup of sugar.
No booze goes into this.
No.
Boozeless.
About a tablespoon of cinnamon, a little sprinkle of salt.
This feels like an E.J. Cooks. A generous amount of cayenne pepper.
And a generous amount of fresh pepper on top of that.
Half a teaspoon of salt.
It's a lot of salt.
Oh, it's a lot of salt? You got John back there saying that's a lot of salt.
We're gonna put 1/3 of a cup of butter in there.
How long do you suppose she's been making this?
Oh, at least 50 years.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That's crazy. Wow. I see in the recipe it's called apple crisp, paren apple crumble. Kind of like the name apple crumble.
Apple crumble's very appealing. Maybe it's crumble because there's no oats.
Now, your grandmother's still with you?
Yes, she is. Going strong at 99.
Whoa.
And she's been in and out of the hospital, and she's made some miraculous recoveries during COVID, but she keeps on coming back.
Good, good. If I was like 100, and my grandchild served me some mac and cheese like the way I used to make it, like the way John used to make it.
I always thought this was for mashed potatoes. This is technically, it's a pastry tool. I mean, you can use it to mash potatoes.
Sure.
You can mash potato.
You can mash potato.
You can make some crisp.
I like that.
Crisp. My groin still hurts looking at that.
That thing is amazing.
It makes what would probably be 40 minutes of peeling go down to about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like if I made apple things more than about once a year, I would get one of those.
When you make apple things, what are you making?
I make an apple cake.
We made it together.
That's the only sweet thing.
Yeah.
We're at a stage of the evening where we're enjoying the cake. I had a bite and it was delicious.
I'm digging the whole experience, A to Z.
How's the cake?
Delicious.
I'm continuing to be slightly concerned about the amount of salt you put in.
I might have put in a little much, but I think it'll be fine.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
I can tell you that Endeman's has an amazing apple Danish. Apple cheese Danish.
An apple cheese something for the future, Matt.
Let me take a little taste test.
Oh, wow, you're gonna eat raw flour.
He's basically given his body to science, isn't that what he does for a living?
I always say it's kind of like beach sand, like you're making a sandcastle.
Is there a way we can make a dessert someday? Doesn't have to be this Christmas special.
Yeah.
Where it's all crisp, no apple. Look, I've got an open heart, an open mind. You know, I should.
With an open heart and empty soul.
They do welcome us mine.
Sprinkle that over the top.
There's surely some other vehicle for the crisp besides apple.
You can do peach.
Oh, true, peach cobbler.
I mean, peaches seem worse to me than apples. You're just gonna end up a runny mess. Basically what you're asking for is a coffee cake with extra topping.
Yes, well, you know, blueberry. I really like blueberry.
Blueberry would be wet. It'd be very wet.
So be it.
Slimy's okay as long as it's not apple.
I think maybe that kind of al dente sponginess of the apple, I'm just going like, this is like the perfect wrong texture for me. With flavor that ain't worth it.
So then we're gonna put it in 350.
You need about 350.
About 350.
He does need about 350.
I need about 350.
350.
I have already been making this, which I don't think is going to turn out too well. Just as a decorative element, some apple roses.
Well, let me tell you something, Matt. That is not the first Christmas treat that's ever been botched in that oven.
It's very true. Oh, they weren't supposed to expand at all. They don't even look like shoes. They just look like cankles at this point.
They're all blowed up.
You can like draw eyes on, you know, bloated cankles. Christmas cake. I look upon the cankles fondly.
I'm gonna quickly show you how I made these. Cut it in half. Core that out.
You know what he's doing with that knife? You ever cut yourself?
Never really badly. The long way, we're gonna cut thin strips. This is essentially making the rose petals. The thinner the better. And the next step, which we're not gonna do, you take a lemon, squeeze out the lemon juice into a bowl, put some water in, and then you're gonna wanna put these in there. So water, lemon juice, whatever your petals are, put it in a bowl and put it in the microwave for 3 minutes. And what that does is the acidity of the lemon and the heat is gonna make it nice and soft. That way you can roll it up. So then, once it's all nice and soft, you line these up.
How long are we baking the crisp for?
45 minutes.
Have you ever been to a Christmas party and the host is doing that like overly insistent thing of saying, please take a bag, please take it all home? Because they like way
too much food.
Way too much oversupplied. Food. I'm just wondering, has anybody ever once been like, oh good, they're gonna let me take it home? Or have you found yourself taking home food that you throw out when you get home?
I enjoy taking home
I like
leftovers.
taking it home.
I don't want to, like, especially if I'm traveling, I don't want to travel with like a car filled with food.
Yeah.
Often I'm trying to like maybe not overeat the second day and the third day and the fourth day.
True.
Like,
Yeah, I was offered food yesterday. I did turn them down. I'm trying to calculate how much space is in my fridge. I'm trying to...
You're like, it wasn't part of my plan. I found that party hosts oversupply food, though. Like,
That's a good host. Can you imagine going to a party where there's not enough food?
Mortified. Pizza parties in particular are guilty of this.
Oh, yeah.
They'll order 35 pizzas.
When we get pizzas at work, it's like a pizza apocalypse. People are taking home whole pizzas.
When I did the dessert contest, I made a maple whipped cream. I went shopping yesterday. There is no whipped cream. There is no heavy cream, which is what you need. So I had to, I'm sorry everyone, I had to Cool Whip it.
I would have gone vanilla ice cream personally. So you've just mapleized.
I've just put maple syrup into.
Give it a good handy.
So I've made myself a little piping bag. I have that little attachment I just shoved in the corner.
Nice.
And I'm going to put this into the fridge.
For it to cool whip.
Cool whip. Normally you use heavy whipping cream, a little bit of vanilla, and then the maple syrup to make this specific thing.
That Family Guy Cool Whip joke, that probably like forever changed the brand of Cool Whip.
Really?
I think it did.
Test of time.
In the minds of people.
Oh, hey, can I get some of that pie and Cool Whip?
What did you say?
We can't have pie without Cool Whip.
That's not how you're supposed to say it. You said it weird.
It's interesting how like the different holidays right around the same season have kind of like played musical chairs with what you're supposed to serve at what holiday.
True.
Turkey was served at Christmas for a long time. Somehow it became very standardized on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and then you have a ham for Christmas often.
Ham goes with apple.
True. I'll eat anything anytime. You just give it to me, I'll take care of it.
So that's gonna cook for 45 minutes.
Okay.
Time wipe, we'll be back. Okay. Flush. Now you can make these apple roses to eat. The recipe says you can put like apple jam.
But you
in
suggest
them.
we don't?
Or, I mean, this is just decorative and they're a little burnt.
So right into the pie.
Right into the pie.
Right into the crisp.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
And those apples softened up so nicely at the bottom.
They did, and you know what? It's almost like it's just a cream.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're actually softened to the point where it's just like a lovely apple mush.
Hey man, God bless her.
Delicious.
99 years old.
Her chocolate chip cookies also always did
Oh
it.
my God, chocolate chip cookie is my favorite dessert. Now, are you eating your words as it relates to the salt?
I can taste a little bit of salt in it.
I can too.
But it's fine.
We're gonna use 50 grams of salt. It seems like a lot of salt, let me tell you. Almost all that salt's gonna go down the drain.
All right, I'm gonna try this apple blossom. It definitely tastes like apples, unlike Apple Jacks.
The thing that I like most about it is that it's not wet.
Well, Matt, you outdid yourself. If it's a shame that this isn't the competition. Seriously, awesome job.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Do we handshake on the Red Cow Show? Good job, Matthew. A+. It's been a pleasure working with you.
We're back in the benches.
Yeah, here's something we haven't done in a long time. The basic idea is you go around the property and try to find an item, and I tell you what it is, if I knew where it was from, and then at the end, I say which item I like best out of all of them. This is the Christmas edition, so we're looking just for Christmas things. Ornaments, trees, wreaths, anything Christmas.
I'm looking for ornaments.
Okay. I have to guess who bought it, too.
If you guess is wrong, do we still get to tell us?
Yeah, I want to give you tips because you could be searching in a lot of places where there's nothing. The key concentrations of Christmas stuff is the basement and the room at the end of the hall.
I had the basement in mind. I was like, the basement's gotta be where it's at. Should we go first?
Go ahead. Have fun.
You want that one? This is your pick.
It's kind of cute, isn't it? In a way. All right. I'm pretty satisfied.
So, Mom, that's silly.
That's
What do you do with the rest of the sock?
Is that a good idea?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
but do we get another turn?
I think we're just doing it one time.
Oh, then let's not do this one.
So
Okay.
he used to live over here with his dad.
Have you been following us?
He's filming it.
I can't see anything.
All right, so you got some Christmas lights. We could bring him up an entire Thanksgiving cactus. We could bring him up some plants covered in spider webs. What if we brought him this giant reindeer?
Okay, that's a good idea.
Do you like it?
I'm that giant reindeer.
Go big or go home.
Mommy won't remember.
We'll see. Now the worst part of this game is after we're done, you gotta put stuff back where you got it from.
I can't believe we did a giant freaking reindeer.
You're gonna say, John, close your eyes. We're coming.
I'm going. He's like in here. There might be some Christmas thing. It's a very Muppet Christmas movie. Should we do it? Because it's, as far as I can tell, it's the only Christmas item in this room.
Round 3.
Here we go.
The spoon, but we know a lot about the spoon.
You pointed at this spoon.
Mama.
There's this manger. Huh? Let's see if he knows about this.
Oh.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that because now I've got to wait. I didn't wind it too much though.
All right, here we come. Without telling you who gave you each item, I'm gonna go pick one of the 3 items.
Okay, item number 1. This is a manger. This came from a set, and we do set this out some years. It had all of ceramic figures, and this was a staple in our house for many years. It has a little music box.
It looks handmade.
It's not. It's a commercial product.
Okay.
I don't think this music box has been played in years.
Do you know where it was?
That's a tough one. I kind of lost track of this. I'm gonna guess it was in the basement.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Here comes item number 2.
Item number 2. Well, all right. This is a wicker reindeer. It's real fibrous. It's not plastic or anything. There's some metal inside, I think, to form the shape. I have bought this out fairly recently, and I used to put it out front. This was definitely in the basement, and I really like this. This is something my mother picked out. It's obviously seen better days. It's barely together anymore. Maybe I'll bring it out this year. All right, number 3. Well, if it isn't a very merry Muppet Christmas movie. It's interesting because you notice that this is sealed, and I had never watched the movie until Matt and I watched it the other week, and it wasn't that great.
There's this one. There's a Muppet Christmas Carol.
Of course.
Which is the gold standard. But then there's a super good one called A Muppet Family Christmas.
Ah, yes. Where they all get together at a house.
They go to Fozzie's mother's house.
It's great.
And Sesame Street shows up.
Yes.
And Fraggle Rock shows up.
This is like a 2000s era.
Yes. This was in the room at the end of the hall in a huge pile of DVDs. This was from a time where if I just saw a DVD I liked, I would buy it. At that point in time, there was no easy way to just see this.
Kind of weak.
2003 era. I'm going to guess Zach picked the manger, that Frankie picked the movie, and that you guys picked the deer.
How did you guess?
Well, because Frankie likes movies a lot.
He likes Jesus.
I don't think Zach would be the kind of person to haul the deer out of the basement. It's a little more sentimental, and I think Zach maybe selected it slightly on that basis. As for which one I like the best, I'm gonna have to go with the reindeer. Zach, yours is definitely a close runner-up.
Gloria, you won.
You won!
He picked the reindeer.
That was my favorite. The reindeer was my favorite one.
And did he get it right for where it was?
Yeah.
Did he get the manger right?
No.
No.
It was in the back room.
Oh, was I right with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Thank you for playing the Christmas Scavenger Hunt.
We used to do a show called Junt SNES.
We did. One of my all-time favorite Red Cow shows.
We thought it'd be fun to bring a little bit of that Junt SNES energy back into the holiday special.
Yeah.
The video game memories, they go beyond the Super Nintendo.
They do.
We grew up with video game Christmas morning memories. It's why that movie last year, 8-Bit Christmas, was so successful.
Nintendo?
That's right. Come over here. I've missed you, Jake.
If you asked 100 kids around our age, what was your favorite Christmas gift ever, they probably would choose a Nintendo or Sega product. So we said, all right, if you still have it, bring in your cartridge or your CD, your retro video game, and talk about the Christmas morning opening. So let's start with you.
Obviously, very well known for Super Nintendo, but NES was really the first system that was Christmasable. As a child, I was actually always delayed on video game systems. I didn't get them the year they came out or the year after they came out. They had to do a price drop. The NES was the first system I got for Christmas. I believe I got it in Christmas 1991, which is pretty late for the NES.
Right.
A couple years later, when the first Addams Family movie came out, my parents picked me up this, Fester's Quest by Sunsoft. I really enjoy this game. It's a silly little top-down fighter with all kinds of flawed mechanics. My mother, when she had Christine, my youngest sister, she had to go to the hospital for like 2 weeks. And for some reason, she decided to take away all my video games. But I squirreled this one and Bubble Bobble away. So this and Bubble Bobble were the only 2 games I had to play over a whole 2-week period.
Could do worse.
Yeah, and Bubble Bobble got a little more play than this one because I got very frustrated with this game. But yeah, I remember it very fondly for that reason.
Sunsoft's an interesting company. They always had very interesting licensed game, of course, famously Batman, and some that lost their licenses like Journey to Silius. They always came up with interesting, fun ideas for the NES.
And this is my original copy, which is in very poor condition. I don't think it's operating anymore.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some kind of skin disease.
Yeah, I don't know quite what happened.
Just like Fester.
John Fetterman.
The NES stuff got put... A lot of the
John Fetterman's Quest.
But anyway, so all the NES stuff, before I was kind of preserving it, got put in the basement, and I'm pretty sure this sat face down on the floor in small water for a long time because the plastic is textured.
Do you suppose this plays?
I would be very surprised.
There's no amount of blowing into this cartridge that's going to save it.
And then I have one more, also an NES game, and it is, of course, The Legend of Zelda. The first RPG of any kind that I really played. This was another Christmas, the year after I got the NES. I played this game to death. This is also my original cartridge. You can see it's beat up, but it's in better shape than Fester's Quest because it stayed upstairs.
It wasn't in a standing pool.
No. Another amazing game. I still go back to this game. I have it on my Steam Deck. I play it.
Technically not an RPG, right? Because it doesn't have like turn-based play. And...
Well, I consider it to be an RPG.
Yeah, I would call it an RPG.
Really?
I mean, they would call it an action RPG.
Yeah, action RPG.
Adventure game?
I'll briefly talk about one more. And it's not here for a specific reason. I do have the cartridge.
I drowned it in the basement.
The same year I got the Super Nintendo, I got a Star Trek game for NES. And let me tell you, that was my least liked game of any game I ever got for Christmas.
What kind of game was it?
You were in command of the Starship Enterprise, and it's all represented by strange little icons and a complicated interface. Original Star Trek, not Next Generation, which I was never really into. It was kind of a contrast to these games, which I loved, and Star Trek I played for maybe 30 minutes ever.
The NES had a lot of variance in quality.
It did.
But you regarded the NES like everything that you were going to get was going to be great.
Well, because Nintendo did do some kind of job of making sure there was some kind of quality.
Yeah. Those later games, those, you know, the 91s,
yes.
the 90s.
The 93s.
Yeah.
As a consumer, just word of mouth, you saw it in like Nintendo Power.
You only had the box art, so you just stare at it in the rental store and be like, maybe this
looks
is
like
the
it might
one.
be fun. Well, when I was in 3rd grade for Christmas, I got my first Nintendo, which was great. And the game that came with it, Master Blaster, which is another Sunsoft game, which is a fun game. It's a great game.
I struggle with it myself.
Well, in my adult life, I have a very limited attention span. But as a kid, when you only have limited options,
you'll brute
you
force.
play over and over and over again. I'm assuming they made Fester's Quest next. So they have the same music, the same sound effects, the same sprites in Fester's Quest. I don't think they cut up and took leftovers from Fester's Quest and put it in Master Blaster. I think it was the other way around. I'm pretty sure that this I got for Christmas, Quest for Glory. I assume that you do not like point-and-click games.
I've had more fun with different kinds of games than point-and-click games.
Sierra had a line of games that were point-and-click like this. In the mid-90s, the first one I ever played was King's Quest VI, and it was beautiful because they had hand-drawn, hand-animated, beautiful backgrounds, beautiful sprites. And this was kind of in the same vein. There was this beautiful overworld where you kind of interact with characters, and it was recorded audio, so there was speaking voices.
This is some kind of altar to the Dark One. The top is covered with sand.
I think this came with something like a computer pack that someone got for Christmas, and this was the game that came with it. The original Oregon Trail. This is not that, it's an actual CD, so it has audio and it has speaking.
Whoa.
Good day to you, friend. I'm new here in town. I'm making ready to head out on the trail west.
I think I had Oregon Trail 2 for Windows 3.1.
We had this at our school. Everyone wanted to play this just so they could blow the shit out of animals. Because you could do a hunting session.
Yeah.
We were in like a Catholic school.
But animals don't have souls, so you can overhunt them.
Yes.
I killed 15 buffalo and got like, 20,000 pounds of meat.
I love that era, like with like Myst, you'd have like the game developers just like putting on robes and stuff.
Here. Most of what you'll need to know is in there. Keep it well hidden.
But you got these for Christmas? Or are you fudging this assignment?
This one I'm pretty sure I got for Christmas. Master Blaster was definitely that. This...
LucasArts?
Kind of point and click. I didn't get this for Christmas, but I remember for...
Get it out of the show!
For Christmas vacation, someone let me borrow this, and I played the shit out of it.
Associated with Christmas loosely.
I got this one for Halloween.
I'm gonna sympathize with Matt here, because a lot of the fun of Christmas is you have that week off. I can get through Final Fantasy IX. I can get through it.
This one, The Sims.
I love The Sims.
You know, call me a Luddite. I just find it all too dull.
Well, you kind of got to use your imagination.
My sister played Sims 2000, Jeopardy on the NES. There's a whole classification of games that were like, that's Christie's games. Oregon Trail had a little, because you could blow animals to pieces.
That was the only appealing part of it?
And going down the river. But certainly dialogue boxes about diarrhea didn't really get me through.
Roller Coaster Tycoon was a big one.
Oh, yeah.
Where you just like make the roller coasters just kill all the patrons.
Yeah.
I've got Yoshi's Island. I got it for Christmas and it was almost like an afterthought because it came out the Christmas of the Virtual Boy. And I was obsessed with Virtual Boy, like in the marketing. Like I thought, oh, this is the next thing, obviously, virtual reality. It's red.
I love the Game Boy.
The Wario game looked great.
And it actually was
It was good. It was great. But this was the one that made me put away the Virtual Boy. The art style, the gameplay.
It's the Super Nintendo at the height of its powers.
It really is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And then the marketing was really weird because it had that Monty Python sketch with the guy like bursting open with his disgusting belly.
Sure you don't have room for another little bonus level? Super Mario World 2, only on the Super NES.
They were like, we gotta market this to preteens and teens.
They love Ren and Stimpy and shit.
Yeah.
Totally hid this beautiful game behind it. But I also wanted to talk about the Christmas right after that, which was the N64 Christmas, which was such an event.
So how different is it from the old Mario games? Well, take a look. There's really no comparison. They've even made the music, well, honestly, less annoying.
It was Tickle Me Elmo, and it was Nintendo 64.
This may very well be the last Tickle Me Elmo to be found in the Bay Area, but he's already sold. And when we brought him out into the store, we caused a near riot.
I remember there was like scalpers that had pages and pages of classified ads of Tickle Me Elmo N64.
The other hot toys include CD-ROM Barbie and Nintendo 64, but even they can't rival the demand for Elmo.
And Jingle All the Way came out that year. Everybody was experiencing what Arnold was experiencing.
And like every kid was scared they weren't gonna get a Nintendo 64.
I was.
I'm afraid I'm not gonna get this.
I like resigned myself to not getting it. I told my mom, like, don't worry about it. Just get like a Lego set. Christmas morning, my parents played a little troll. I got like a tiny Lego set. I got all these things. And I was like, oh. And then the last thing they brought out was just, it looked like a game cart. Open up, it's Mario 64. It's like, oh, Santa didn't have the N64s on it, but you get this game, you can look at it.
That's awesome.
And I was like, oh, well, I mean, like, even as a kid, if you have like the packaging, that's like almost enough. It's almost enough for you. And then, of course, they brought it out of the garage. I called my friend, and he was like, I got one too. And it was just, it's just.
I have that same memory actually. Like, yeah, calling around. It turned out that everybody did get one.
All the parents stood in line. They did it.
And you make a good point about like the game you didn't expect to be the hit with you. I remember I actually thought I wanted a PlayStation 1 because Mortal Kombat Trilogy was coming out for that and it had more characters. And then of course, Mario 64 was the thing that swept me up.
When I wanted something for my Nintendo 64, Zelda's great, Turok 2, South Park would be fine. How about Rogue Squadron? That game should be mine.
Make up for a lame Christmas. Get the hits you missed on N64.
Well, I also got trolled. So here's the deal. Your 16-bit system was Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
When we were kids, you got one, you didn't get both.
Yeah, that's right.
There were enough students in my class that convinced me that Sega Genesis was the way to go. And you'll remember that Sega did beat Nintendo in sales for like 2 years in a row.
They did.
I got a Genesis in '92, which is a little tiny bit later, past the Altered Beast, past Strider, a pre-Sonic Genesis era.
Yeah, before the Super Nintendo was out.
I knew nothing of the Master System. Only recently have I kind of learned a little bit more about the Master System. But what it came with on Christmas morning was Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Not 1.
And I never got a chance really to play 1 until maybe a few years later. It's a really an inferior game. This was Sonic bringing it.
Yeah, you know, Sonic 2 is great. It's better than the first one. You have great graphics. Sonic has a new friend called Tails the Fox. 2 Tails, cool.
This was Sonic being like, this is what I have to offer.
Yeah.
Totally next generation of video games. Sonic 2 was pushing it so much further than anything I saw on the NES. But maybe 2 years later, Sonic 3 comes out. I didn't get Sonic 3. I had rented it, and there was this character, Knuckles, that was compelling. You know, kids love new characters, new mascots. And then they came out with a game called Sonic and Knuckles. And they had this weird gimmick where they said it's got this lock-on technology where you pop open the slot and you can put in another game and you can get some DLC that way.
Yeah.
And it was really confusing. And they said you can pop in Sonic 3. Well, shoot, I don't have that. Or you can pop in Sonic 2 and you can play Sonic 2 as Knuckles. We're gonna give you a ROM hack.
Yeah, basically, it was really cool.
And I was like, well, I can do that.
Plus, it has new technology.
Lock-on technology.
So you can play Knuckles in Sonic 2 and 3.
It's revolutionary.
You just laughed at us. So we sold the whole thing to Sega?
Who's laughing now?
This was the thing I wanted, Sonic and Knuckles. Not realizing that the reason they were doing this was because Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles was the full game. They had to split it into 2 because of cartridge size, and they made double the money. So I begged for it, I begged for it, I begged for it. It's the big one anytime I was put in front of the feet of Santa, and they let me open every present and not find Sonic and Knuckles. And of course I didn't say anything. And they said, can you go out to the mail? We forgot to bring it in yesterday. Can you like go out and bring in the mail? And I was like, ugh. And I go out to the mailbox and Sonic and Knuckles is just sitting there in the mailbox. And yeah, for years, it was Sonic 2 that I popped in playing as Knuckles. Years later, I actually got to get Sonic 3, which I have in box.
Oh, the way God intended.
This is the game to end all Sega Genesis games.
It's an amazing game.
And finally, I'm a huge Power Rangers fan. You know, recently we lost Jason David Frank, and here's the sad reality. Power Rangers had a lot of video games released for it, but not unlike The Simpsons, most of them were unplayable or unfun. They got close. There was a Super Nintendo one was okay. There was a fighting game, The graphics were really good, but it wasn't really playable.
Yeah.
There's one that's very good because it's basically just Streets of Rage. And it's Power Rangers the movie for Sega Genesis. The one for Super Nintendo didn't follow the movie plot at all. What this did was the first 3 levels followed the movie, then it flashed back to the show, gave you a bunch of events from the show, and then ended with the movie finale. And you went in between Zord levels. You never played as the actual teens unmorphed. Although there's an open source platform called Open Boar, Open Beats of Rage. You can develop your own beat 'em up through this. And somebody made something called Beats of Power, and it's basically this, but you can morph, more level variety. It's really just kind of a beefed up version of this.
Yeah.
You know how right after you open all the gifts, you're supposed to go visit some family?
Sure.
You know how you're always trying to sneak in, like, maybe I can get like a half-hour video games in before we all leave. This was the game that I was like, that I left paused. I still play this to this day. I really enjoy this game. Well, there you go, some Christmas video game memories.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Do you guys have anything you're playing that you would want to play while you have time off?
I've just got myself a Steam Deck, which has kind of revitalized my interest.
Pick that sucker up.
A
Show
whole
us
bunch
this.
of games.
Oh my God, it's enormous.
It's enormous. I've got it set up with emulators, so I've got a lot of my classic games. But I've also been playing some great Steam games on it. I just got the Katamari remake. I've been replaying Stardew Valley.
How much storage you got on that thing?
I bought the big buck one, the 512 gig. And I've got a 128 gig card in it, which has emulation stuff on it. And I just picked up on Steam sale Forza, and I'm looking forward to trying that out. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun too. I love racing games.
It looks a lot like a Game Gear.
Big Game Gear.
Does it fly through battery?
like a Game Gear does.
Emulation, I can get maybe 6-7 hours out of it. On a really serious 3D game, it's 2.5-3 hours.
Jingle bells, Santa smells, Christmas really stunk. I got nothing that I like, my gifts were all just junk.
Frankie, we're gonna make a mac that the fans may have seen, but we've never cooked. Today on BoxMac. Observers of the Christmas specials may have once or twice spotted a mac. We got the cheese sauce rolling, the pasta cooking, 2-pound block of Velveeta. Right now I've got a half stick of butter in, some milk, and a pound of sharp cheddar. There's one Charisse tin and one non-Charisse tin. That mac we have never made on the show until today.
Do we know why?
No.
You call it the party Mac. It's a simpler Mac.
I need something that'll hold well, that'll last for a while it's sitting out there, and that is pretty quick so I don't have to like be away from my guests for an hour.
This is a Charisse and Velveeta cheese Mac.
That's right. Market basket, medium shells. Yep, I always make a Charisse and non-Charisse version of it. Do you think today I should make a half and half, or should I just go all Charisse?
I feel like the prototypical version of the Mac is with Charisse. You only make a Charisse list for the Charisse list among us.
For the Charisse list among us, exactly.
I want to try it with and without.
Okay, all right. EJ has made a request.
This is going to be very confusing for viewers in other parts of the country and the international viewers.
We've talked about it many, many times, but we live in what is informally known as the south coast of Massachusetts.
That's right.
Not the South Shore.
That's a different area.
That's a different area. We live in the south coast.
The armpit.
Right on the Rhode Island border. Some people might know it as between Fall River, Massachusetts and Newport, Rhode Island.
That's right.
And in that area, Portuguese.
Lots of Portuguese.
Not mainland Portuguese.
Yep.
Not Brazilian.
Yep.
From
Azorian.
From the Azores. We grew up with lots of Portuguese kids.
Yep.
They vacation in the Azores all the time. I've never been. Personally, I hear it's amazing. Portuguese or not, if you live in this area, you're eating Charisse at least some of the time.
It comes on breakfast sandwiches, omelets, lunches, pizzas.
Charisse and chips pizza.
Charisse and chips pizza.
Delicious.
You put
One of my
fries and charisse.
This is what causes all these Portuguese men to have their gallbladders removed. You've probably heard of chorizo.
Widely available.
The same thing, but Spanish.
So we have a beef mac.
It was supposed to be Charisse mac, but I accidentally bought chorizo, which is not the same, so it's a chorizo mac.
And then this is just that without it.
The cheese is Velveeta and sharp and heavy cream.
Then there's linguiça, which is the same thing as this, but prepared differently.
That's right.
Normally prepared in like a sausage link.
Yes.
Well, they're actually two different sausages.
Yeah, because you can get a ground linguiça.
And then you even have variants like casurla.
But this is a sausage, and casurla is more like shredded.
Yeah. So most of all, it's cured, it's spiced. Is anybody here Portuguese? Zach, are you a little Portuguese?
No.
How did we come together with the only non-Portuguese people in Westport? I mean, I'll throw kielbasa in this thing all day long. But
Nina's extremely Polish on both sides.
On both sides.
We've never done a kielbasa mac.
No.
We should have Nina come on board and
what, throw cabbage and sauerkraut in it? Just nasty it up.
listen, EJ threw a bunch of horseradish sauce into his mac recently, and he said it was amazing. And then he sprinkled the fried remains of a bloomin' onion onto the top of it and baked it.
That sounds like a good topping.
And and then he sat there alone in the middle of the night and ate it on camera.
Well, all of my children, my wife slept.
So guys, it's super good. The party mac would be good enough. But I had another thought. You bought a waffle iron.
I did. 100% would buy this.
You would?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't want new bullshit. Oh, it's a little broken.
Have you even made one waffle with it?
Yes, I made them twice.
How are they working out for you?
The first time was not so great because I used pancake mix and I foolishly thought they were the same thing. They're definitely not. I made some more waffles the second time. They were delicious.
In kind of an internet stunt, I thought, could you make waffle macaroni and cheese?
Yeah. So this is a Kraft 4-cheese deluxe base, and then I've doped it with a little bit of Velveeta.
Everyone's gonna get dope sick.
It's also got hot dogs in it, and it's also got some extra cheddar cheese. And what I've done is I have compressed it into a layer, and I've refrigerated it overnight. We're gonna put a little extra sharp cheddar on it, and we're gonna put it in the waffle maker to heat it up and see how that goes.
That sounds good. Hot dogs on waffles? Well, chicken and waffles. I don't know. We're getting there.
I don't know what I'm doing. Nina, can I put you to work in
Yes,
the typical fashion?
yes.
I have a block here of sharp cheddar cheese that I would like the whole thing shredded, please.
I would love to do that.
So this is our 8th Christmas special. I'm really at a point in my life where I'm like, I don't want a Christmas to ever go by where we don't get into this kitchen and make something stupid together. And Nina's got to be standing over there, shredding
some cheese. It's important to note that Charisse is already pre-cooked, fully pre-cooked.
Actually, it doesn't taste bad cold, this stuff.
It's delicious as is. When you cook it up, It actually gets a little bit firmer and tougher, and I kind of like it just like this.
If you asked me how many waffles have I had in my entire life, it'd probably be fewer than 5.
Really?
You know, I almost always choose French toast, pancake. If I'm in a hotel breakfast situation, I'm not sitting there making a waffle.
I'm just gonna put a little bit of olive oil to kind of act as a buffer.
You do this for the party as well?
I do.
Is there ever any left over?
No, never. Usually the cerise actually goes first, and then everybody else still wants more, so they go for the plain.
I associate this party mac with like, oh my God, I want more, but oh my God, I've eaten so much. How's the cheese going back there?
It's like my favorite part of the year. This is
Yeah.
my
Is it
favorite
really?
Christmas tradition.
The Velveeta is gonna mix with that. It'll help it keep. Because what I usually do is I put it in crock pots, and it's good for a couple hours.
We were like sort of not allowed to eat it in my house when I was a kid. My dad's very conscious of heart health, and this is the opposite of heart health.
It's the opposite of all health.
This 2-pound block was $8. It's a wonderful melting cheese. What we're gonna do is basically add this, a little bit of milk, and some of the sharp cheddar Nina's doing to make a wonderful mac.
Now, you've been sick all Thanksgiving season?
Oh, it's been awful.
I have a weird faux scientific theory that if you pour sweat every single day, it's a good thing.
This sounds like a 1800s piece of advice.
It's not quite bloodletting. I think it's good. I think it's good to like hydrate the hell out of yourself and
Yeah.
then sweat it all out.
Sure.
Then hydrate again.
I hate sweating.
Some of us just sweat continuously like sick freaks all the time, no matter what we do.
The problem is like, because I'm so big, once I get heated up, it's very difficult for me to cool down.
Yeah, that's another thing that I recommend putting Charisse in, your omelets.
Oh, absolutely. Delicious in omelet.
Stuffing.
Stuffing, they do it in your stuffing.
I think it overwhelms stuffing, to be honest with you.
No, nice Portuguese stuffing.
Zach disagrees.
You put it in your stuffed quahogs, your Charisse
Oh,
stuffed
yes,
quahogs.
you do. Which is another thing that nobody would know anything about.
Stuffed quahogs. Around here, they're called stuffies.
Family Guy's quahog.
Yeah, right. It's called, when they called it quahog, I was like, oh wow, that's a deep cut.
Do you remember on that show there were tons of Portuguese jokes?
Yes.
You don't remember Santos and Pascual?
Not even a little.
They were like male consuelas. It was a mistake making them Portuguese, though. People don't even know what a Portuguese is.
All of our driving teachers were Portuguese.
Yep.
Mine was Liberal Baptista.
Yep.
St. Michael's Driving. Como estás, capaz? Your turn signal. He called it your blinking. Did you say I blinking?
No, I say Abe Lincoln. I said, hey, Blinken.
Show me your beautiful cheese, Nina.
Very good. So I've got a product here that I have actually fallen in love with that we haven't talked about on the show before. Amish roll butter. It's a 2-pound kind of lump of butter. $10 at Market Basket. It's butter that has less dairy in it and more fat. I've been cooking with it and I really like the way it cooks because the dairy component doesn't burn. It's not quite to the level of ghee. This is a product that I will definitely be keeping in my kitchen going forward.
I feel like the butter quests are almost a subgenre of the BoxMac show. Like Land O'Lakes to Kate's to Irish butters.
Yep.
Now we're on to Amish butters.
Can I tell you a cute Christmas story?
Sure.
When I was but a boy, about Gloria's age, I was asked by my mom to deliver little tin packages of cookies to my bus driver, my teacher, my principal, all the key adults in my life at school. Now, I was a forgetful kid. Like if I needed to bring in a note about something, I would never deliver the note.
Yeah.
So she started pinning the note to my shirt. And then the teacher would notice and go, oh yeah, he's just an automaton, this kid. In this case, she was like, give 1 to each person. She meant a tin. I thought she meant like pop the tin open and hand a cookie.
A cookie.
Each adult had to be like, I think probably your mom wanted you to give me the whole tin of cookies, but even that is a little bit weird. And I was like, she said only 1.
That's very cute.
She said 1. And I'm handing it to them with like my hand.
And then you just brought back all the tins of cookies at the end of the day?
No, I think somehow, some way, I did the right thing.
I'm cutting up the Velveeta just so it melts a little easier.
Oh, I don't want that job. That's too wiggly. Do you know we have a kid who doesn't like mac and cheese? She says it's too slimy in her mouth.
Even though your dad does a TV show about it?
Should he change the TV show?
You know, I don't like it doesn't mean that we do a different show about it.
That's very logical. Then I'm going to introduce a Christmas lean.
Here we are leaning upon the countertop.
I mean, I could start the waffles, but I kind of want to do them in sequence, you know? I want to finish a mac and then start a mac.
The Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special came out. It's like 4 or 5 full-length songs and then the thing is over. And I thought, you know what is another cheap Christmas special just like this? Just song after song after song?
What?
Alpha's Magical Christmas. The Power Rangers Christmas video.
Never seen it.
It's Alpha, you know, they can get for cheap because they can put anybody in the costume.
Yeah.
And it's him and a bunch of...
Oh, you smell pasta? You
Ooh,
just want
smell
plain pasta?
Bow tie pasta.
It's shells.
Did you notice that the wreath behind you is the one that John bought at Black Friday?
Mm-hmm. Don told me that.
Yeah, I told her.
Oh, it is LED.
kind of digging it.
A giant $52 wreath?
It's a little bit of a big purchase.
I think he's making a purchase. I think he's making a look at
In
that.
the contemplating stage right
Oh, no, that's in your cart, my friend.
It has a nice timer function where you can set it up to
Oh,
light.
I love that.
Shells.
She came wandering in here like a zombie for shells.
I'm a pasta zombie.
It's Alpha's Magical Christmas.
Wasn't there a Ninja Turtles one kind of like that too?
Yeah, We Wish You a Turtle Christmas, of course. The Power Rangers do not appear in it except on like the viewing globe. They're like, hey, we could not afford them, Alpha.
It does seem strangely quiet without the Power Rangers.
How's this stuff?
Weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't just snack on that.
No, not at all.
That needs to be whipped up with some shells.
Oodles of cheese.
The disconcerting way it like flubbers.
I'm gonna put it over the heat. You gotta really watch it because this stuff burns.
What was the cooking chemistry powder you were using for a little while?
Sodium's, yeah, there's a huge amount of that inside this Velveeta cheese.
That's the stuff that John uses to vanish, you know, when he leaves a party unceremoniously.
Emulsified.
He just left a cheesy fog.
We just need to let this heat up until it's nicely mixed.
Look at that.
We're just giving it a minute to heat.
I like the way John's standing back from it and staring at it with pride. Just gotta let that sucker melt.
All right, our cheese sauce is perfect.
Wow.
It's still got a little bit of lump in it, but I don't want to push the temperature anymore because it's gonna burn. We got a bunch of hot noodles here too. I'm gonna put the noodles back in.
How dare you call me a hot noodle?
And we got a very cheesy mac. It's a little over cheesed. So I'm gonna take a good portion of this and I'm gonna put it into the chorizo.
The only part we're not mixing in is the part that EJ reserved. But EJ's worth it. This is our Christmas gift to EJ.
EJ is so worth it.
I hear that at home. Frankie likes EJ more than he likes me.
The cheese factor is gonna go down a little when we mix it with the chorizo. So I'm just gonna fold it in.
Tap it
Fold it in.
Tap, tap, tappy. Give it a little taparoo.
Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
Now, Frankie, do you want to try a little of each?
Yeah, but most of all, I want to make sure EJ's got, you know, what he has coming to him.
One year, Facebook reminded of our Facebook friend anniversary before your anniversary.
It turns out that our friend anniversary is on November 23rd.
Are you serious?
We were friends before that.
Yes,
like,
yes, but our
Facebook official.
Yeah, we didn't go Facebook official until I waited until it was the same date as my marriage anniversary and my dating anniversary.
All right, let's try the plain first.
Oh my God, the cheese.
It's like, yeah, it's a crack. It's like crack.
You have to try to imagine this thick ass layer of cheese, cryogenically preserving the mac and cheese. If this went into a tree, you could clone mac and cheese millions of years from now.
And a little bit of the chorizo, perhaps.
John goes quiet because it's so good and he forgets to describe what he's like about it. And now let's eat more noodles.
The chorizo, I think, is much better balanced.
It just adds this huge dimension to it.
Depending on my mood, I like both of them.
Yeah. And that's why I usually make both for the party.
A little bit of like a smokiness to it. It rounds it out, definitely.
Yeah, it kind of cuts down the cheese. The cheese is a little heavy on the plain one.
You want to start making waffles? Now it feels
So
foolish.
why don't we take a little break? We'll get the kitchen cleaned up and then we can do waffles. How
Okay,
about that?
all right, sure.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Prospero año y felicidad.
Did you see this Sly Stallone thing back in 1975 or whatever? He was auditioning for a role that he got turned down from in front of these producers, these MGM guys. And he mentioned when he didn't get the role, well, I write too. And he turned in Rocky, and these guys made Rocky happen. The 93-year-old Irwin Winkler, they own the rights to Rocky. But he's real pissed that he doesn't have any rights to that IP at all. So he posted a painting of that 93-year-old producer with like a snake tongue. Irwin Winkler stinks.
That's right, it stinks!
After Irwin controlling Rocky for over 47 years, and now Creed, I really would like have at least what's left of my rights back. Keep punching.
I understand why he would want ownership of it, but it's like, I could see why like nobody would go for that deal.
Yo, don't I got some rights?
What rights do you think you're referring to?
The 8th annual BoxMac Holiday Special, Part 2.
We are here in historic downtown Plymouth for our annual running of the Winter Lights 5-Day and for the annual tree lighting right here on Main Street. Part of the Christmas industry. When the tree lights go on, the race begins, though not literally.
Plymouth, Massachusetts, they're doing a 5K in the Christmas lights.
I smell French fries, and I want to eat them, and I smell them in the air.
I will order you some French fries once Dad starts running.
Run through historic downtown Plymouth, enjoy our beautiful waterfront views along the way for this early evening event, and celebrate the start of the holiday season.
We booked a hotel to stay here overnight. Nina always checks for bed bugs, and I always am like, it's not gonna be bed bugs.
The minute she walked into the room, she started inspecting for bed bugs. In fact, we chose this hotel because it passed on the bed bug registry.
What does she do? She gets a little bed bug, puts it in a coffee cup, goes down to the lobby and says, we'd like to cancel. We will not be staying after all.
I knew one day it was gonna happen. You hope every time it's not this time.
There's a lot more activity down here.
Look at the crowd! Exciting!
Gonna find out who's naughty or nice. You did get a big candy cane.
Were you near people who had lights?
Kind of. A lot of us put our lights away. I put mine away because it was just too much to hold it. When you're running at nighttime, you have no idea how fast you're going.
Yeah, this is your fast.
So it was one of those. It was good. What was it like being out here?
It was great. It's a big party. It's a sign that says wreaths are for sale. You can get a wreath for our front door.
This is our old high school. People don't go to school here anymore, but the building hasn't been condemned or anything. Uh-oh, empty-handed to the food drive? It's a food drive. I actually didn't realize it until on the way here. So Nina went and bought like cans of soup at Mobile, and they were $6 a can.
Why don't you just give them cash? You don't have to donate to get in, right?
Well, I understand, but you know.
I don't care.
You don't care.
The amount of food we waste in America.
Uh-huh, you're making sense.
Humbug.
Suddenly realizing that I might be bumping into people I went to high school.
I know, I actually thought the same. So it looks like you can vote for your favorite gingerbread.
Favorite gingerbread. We gotta find the gingerbread exhibition, and then I gotta vote.
I remember those restrooms.
I mean, I have like, 3,000 memories of everything about this.
You got to go to the bathroom in my old high school.
I want to see Santa's elves.
You want to see Santa's elves? Like the lobby of the school. We get to go down there.
Those are the voting tickets.
Okay. Some of these seem
too busy.
Seem straight out of a kit.
Well, look, they can't all be yours that John smashes.
Can't they? I'm gonna vote for this one because I like this rainbow roof, and it's Charlie Brown cookie.
This way to Santa Claus,
and this way to the holiday shop.
Holiday shop is for kids to buy things for their parents without them around. They will be assigned an elf to go.
That's pretty cute.
You want to say hi to Santa? Thank you. Hi. Can we take a picture?
This is our high school, of course, and they've moved on to a new one. But when they change high schools, they don't like bring anything. Like all the past awards and everything just stay in the rotting high school. They're gonna demolish it. It's gonna
Really?
I remember this has been here since I was here.
That very sticker.
That very sticker.
You sign up, an elf escorts Gloria into our old high school's library.
Yeah.
And then she shops for items for the parents.
I get the concept. I just want to go in and see the library.
I want to go in.
Not allowed. Did you get some of that really yummy popcorn that you can get from these places? This place's big thing is that they're having lobster rolls today for their Christmas fair. Tons of Christmas foliage.
The smell hits you right away when you walk
The
in.
pine. These are just bags of Christmas greens.
$10.
I know. I don't know if it's a good deal or not. Is it?
You get to choose what the value is.
I thought these people had babies for a second.
That albino baby with a carrot nose.
I think it's a good value. But I have holly plants at home that I can clip off of, you know?
True, true. Okay, so clearly John is stuck on the Christmas greens.
I am, like, a little interested.
I'm all about getting a box of cookies here.
This beautiful gingerbread house here, it's gorgeous.
I can't give you the specifics other than the woman who made it is phenomenal.
John keeps wafting back towards those greens. You like him? Or her?
See, you got the expensive cookies?
Yeah, why not?
Too expensive.
The bread, which is $6, is cranberry bread.
Oh, rejected on price.
No lobster rolls for this guy.
Jingle bell.
Jingle bell.
Jingle bell rock.
Sing it, sister.
Refused.
She wakes up at 6 a.m. going, jingle bell, jingle bell.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
That was then. This is now.
What book are you drawing in?
Jingle bell, jingle bell.
Timing is everything.
As always, we are positively constipated.
Yes.
With boxes. We're boxed up.
How do we cure this ailment?
You're gonna have to unbox.
Oh, jeez.
Welcome Christmas, Christmas back.
Do you need a Santa hat?
I would
to
like
cover
one.
this, like, I just got up Christmas morning. look?
Well, you get a hat, you get a hat.
Do I get a hat?
Sure. Wait, no, do you want your earmuffs?
Oh, yeah.
She watched the final cut of the Black Friday video, and she was asking me things like, why did you cut this out? Why did you cut this out? Wasn't it funny when I said this? Why'd you cut it out? Right? Isn't that what you did?
It's true.
So this one has a compelling exterior message. Mac of the month.
It was Book of the Month.
I am just to pop bubble wrap.
So does this imply that we'll be getting one
Every month for the whole year?
Yes, it's the Mac of the Month.
I hear Max, which is not a big surprise to me. Oh, there's a lovely letter. Frank, Junt, Zach, EJ, Nina, and Gloria. Sorry, Matthew.
It does say Frankie, not Frank. It says, I'm not gonna be able to read that. P.S. We made Kraft 3 cheese for dinner the night we packaged this and loved it.
Yes.
Kraft 3 cheese was the baseline Mac for a long time.
It was.
Now, Walmart. Dear Red Cup family, we are huge fans of your content. In the hopes of watching another 100 plus episodes of BoxMac, we found another brand of Mac, hopefully untried by your crew. We also found this craft game for your enjoyment. Love, Ashley and Jesse.
Craft game.
Craft game.
Like Minecraft.
So it comes in what looks like a regular mac and cheese box, but it is no mac and cheese box.
Nay.
On the back, macaroni and cheese meter.
Can I play?
1 through 7.
Can I play?
You can if we can possibly understand what it is. Shuffle and deal the whole deck so everyone has the same amount of cards. If there are extra cards, set them aside out of play. For example, in a 4-player game, there will be 2 extra cards. In this case, remove a 6. Is anybody as bored as I am?
We should play this game. Play the game.
Yeah, but I do too, but you can't. It's like when you play a video game and it's nothing but dialogue boxes and you desperately can't play the game.
I do really enjoy these cheesy dice though.
The words are just stopping us from playing the game. We just want to play the games. It's not a candy win. It's not a Candy Crush when you can just like play the game.
Or you just leap in.
Someday soon, Frankie, we're gonna finally play Jump Horse. It'll be a combo Jump Horse and macaroni and cheese game night. I think you have to like make certain shapes, like form them up out of cards. Some lovely goodles, which we have tried.
Not worth $3 by any means. I will never buy these, Max.
Okay, fine, don't. There was a really important piece of information about Goodles we didn't say on the show.
What was it?
It's owned by Gal Gadot.
Does it have her name on it anywhere, or is it just we're not supposed to know?
We were like, oh, this is a new Target brand. I've come to find out these are in more places than just Target.
All right.
So Gal Gadot owns it, and you can get them elsewhere, and they're super mediocre and really expensive.
I really don't recommend it. I want to go for this one because it's big and bulky. And this is my least favorite type of Amazon packaging because it has a bunch of fluff in it if you don't open it right.
Toy mini brands, what the heck is it?
Oh, these are very popular. Yeah, they're little miniature marshmallows, hot dogs, soda.
No documentation?
There's no documentation.
Ominous.
All I know for sure is it went to Frankie Frayne.
Doesn't say where it came from.
Yeah, no. Just mystery balls.
It opens up into like 5 pieces. It's got like a toy that requires moderate to severe assembly. It's how to build it in tiny print that maybe I could have read when I was 17.
Small.
Does one of those compartments have a little magnifying glass?
Sean can barely read a billboard.
I have to get out my phone and take a picture of it and blow it up. So this makes a little shopping cart, which is very cute.
So somebody gave you a little Junt's cart.
Yeah.
I feel like we're assembling like a riddle. Like they're trying to communicate to us.
These are kind of fascinating, but also kind of like confusion.
So I am confusion. We just got a mini JoJo Siwa doll.
And I got her microphone.
Whoa.
Who's JoJo Siwa?
A YouTube celebrity for children.
This is what happens when I just give away my address.
Oh, I got a little avatar.
I've got miniature Lunchables.
They're kind of cute. I'm attracted to the concept here.
They give you a list and they want you to collect all of it. So buy more, buy more, buy more.
But they're also very small, so they don't take up a lot of space.
Now you can collect them all. Furry cat, donkey trunk, penguin, shoe.
So this is like the whole array.
Yeah, it's grocery simulator.
Well, I got a little bag for my little tiny toys that are too small to play with.
And it's called Toy Mini Brands. So it's licensed.
I kind of like it, but I also kind of object to the like blatant re-consumerism of it. The double-layered consumerism, like you're buying something that just shows you a brand.
I'm very close to having assembled my cart, and I would like an award for that.
Nice work, Nina.
How are you?
Because John over here is like,
I'm fiddling with this stupid thing.
Wait a minute, at least put a Lunchable in there.
You get what, 5 per?
5 per, and then we got 4, so we got like 20 items. OMG.
Cinnamon toasters.
And John's favorite.
It is actually my favorite.
Even if I take something like my cinnamon toasters. Cinnamon toasters, by the way, are the best. This is 39 ounces and it was $6. It's now with more cinnamon in every bite.
Somebody either made this happen or it's a Christmas miracle. Ore-Ida shredded hash brown potatoes.
Oh, I like that.
Gourmet Garden chunky garlic stir-in paste.
What What is that?
The products are so random.
That doesn't appetize you.
Here's a bunch of balloons. Oh, these are toy mini brands, and these are mini brands. I see.
What grocery brand item do you hope will be in this?
Oh, well, obviously macaroni and cheese.
Well, what other obscure...
I have to have a second choice.
Sun-kissed orange soda.
I mean, Kate's butter.
Kate's butter. Let's see Kate's butter.
You get one. Survey says.
Oh, I did get a really good one, though. I got McCormick black pepper.
I got Kraft caramels.
And this little Jujo doll.
Yes.
Wow.
So it turns out this was actually really kind of
It
amusing.
was a lot of fun.
Except you lose the game if you actually get the cart and have to assemble it.
You know what that job is for? The shuffling, sort of quiet, humble dad of the family.
Yes.
I'll put together the cot while you all have fun.
Yes.
Well, whoever you are.
Thank you. It was actually fun.
I do take issue with how much
Plastic waste there is. All right. We got another box here. Oh.
Aha. Yeah, so this is Amy's box for sure. The annual, the biannual, the triannual.
Triannual.
Amy Sater box.
Yep. She wouldn't just send us something with no documentation at all.
Wishing you all a happy Halloween season. She said, hey, would you be open to doing like another snack thing? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then just the season got away from us. So I hope you all like Halloween candy or fall flavored candy.
Sure.
It's still, look, can you eat cinnamon things and sugary things during
all year?
I'm just overwhelmed by all of this.
Oh, you know what this is? It's Trolls fabric. And she found it and she said, I would love to make Gloria a Trolls fabric bag. Look.
And I think it's reversible too. It's got a really nice pattern inside.
Anything's reversible if you try hard enough.
I don't think it's designed to be reversible. I think it's designed to show you the...
But it can.
But it can be.
What a nice bag.
It's a Trolls bag for you.
It's a present for you.
Maple shortbread cookies.
I'll
Let's try one of these.
Sure. You would like these, Nino.
Ooh, they smell really mapley.
Nicely not over sugared.
Hide and treat gummies.
It's a finger, EJ. A delicious finger from my mouth.
A hot chocolate bomb.
Whoa. I like those, actually.
Eerie critter cookies. Hey, want a cool eerie critter cookie?
It's like an animal cracker with a little bit of frosting.
They're kind of good.
Okay, maple caramel crunchy clusters.
Oh boy.
Who wants some? Cluster?
Thank you.
Cluster?
I like it.
Cluster?
It's very chewy caramel, like excessively.
Not for people with fillings.
I'm just gonna eat the whole thing.
White chocolate bumper spice.
Whoa.
I have a lot. It's very nice.
Yeah?
A little too strong. I think the maple cookies so far are still my favorite.
Can I interest you in whatever the heck this is?
And now, I'm not a fan of candy corn. However, it's a gummy.
Halfway through this box, I can feel all my teeth are sealed up.
There's a new layer of sugar teeth. Vanilla candy corn shaped gummy candies.
They're fine. It's too strong for me.
You were hoping to be chicken flavored.
No, I just want a subtle flavor. Too sweet, you know, the age-old adage.
Here we are again.
Yeah, I'll never stop.
Do you crazy kids want to try some quick chocolate?
Hey, Zach got the shelving unit done. It looks great.
I haven't applied the stickers yet.
Not as good as Reese's Pieces.
True.
Because Russell Stover's never is, but it's good.
Pure?
What?
Pure chocolate?
Pure chocolate? Pure chocolate. She goes, pure?
She used John's bathroom and said, oh my gosh, this potty's hot.
Yeah, the seat is warmed.
For Christmas, some people have hot toddy. John has hot potty.
I do. And that's only the lowest setting, Gloria. It could get too hotter.
Is anyone else creeped out when you sit down in a seat someone's been sitting in and you sit down and it's warm?
The source of the heat shouldn't be a naked butt. That I don't like. This product is the one that fascinates me the most.
All right.
Dunkin' Donut, pumpkin spice, goldfish graham.
Yep.
For a second, I thought it was a bag of ground coffee. Pumpkin spice graham crackers.
But where does the dunks factor into it?
It's just graham cracker.
Well, it's supposed to look like, I guess, a pumpkin spice donut.
Thank you, Amy.
I'm gonna keep the bomb because I love hot chocolate. To be honest with you, the thing that I would buy from this is the shortbreads.
Totally.
They were really good.
Totally.
It's right up to the brim, this box.
This is like Santa pressing against his suit. I might need to go a size up, Nana.
It's a box filled to the brim with macaroni and cheese. All right, it was from
Damien?
Oh, how lovely. This is some cool Macs. We got the whole line of Winco, which we've never tried. And we've also got Signature Select. It's the whole Signature Select line and the whole Winco line. It's very exciting.
Do you want
You will definitely see at least a Winco and a Signature Select show. I promise you. I'm a little excited just because the packaging looks so antique.
Look at this.
Poppin' pirate. Arr.
Stay right here on the Rick Out Christmas special.
It be poppin'.
How dare you look It's from the North.
Elf on the Shelf?
Yes!
We're bringing home an Elf on the Shelf to our house?
Why are you so sad?
Square's closing.
The Christmas place is closing?
A beloved Christmas store in Abington announced today that it is closing. The Christmas Place posted on its Facebook page today that the store's owners are retiring. WBZ's visited that store multiple times over its 40 years in business, showing off the amazing Christmas decorations, ornaments, and even the massive electric train display. The store will remain open for this holiday season.
Maybe somebody else will open it.
Or maybe Gloria will buy it.
I'm not. It's too expensive.
One has a gun and one has a sword.
We have guns and a sword?
Me and John came here when Gloria had just been born.
I don't think that every building is for Christmas. I think that some buildings are for pools. These actually look pretty vibrant. Every light has a rainbow halo. The cinnamon glazed cashews, that's kind of right up my alley. The biggest selection of Playmobil toys I have ever seen.
So I got a little personalized ornament for Glow, and then I also got her this little guy.
Convenient, easy parking, Abington Mouse. Abington Mouse.
The Playmobil set has gotten even larger.
They did not phone it in for this last season.
If you ever forget about this Christmas store, fans, you can just watch this video and you don't even know have to go, and you want to go because it is closing. This is the last season before they close. There's lights on the Nutcracker, just like Alice, there were lights on books.
Yeah?
You can actually do a flashback from the movie. I think I know why it's so busy, because it's closing. I can't believe such a big place could be so busy. So there's like Marshmallow Man.
You can see Janine opening up a pizza box.
How can this place close with this kind of business? Somebody must see the opportunity.
Guys, do you think Santa's real? Well, come look.
Santa's sleigh. Please do not stand or sit. Authentic, antique, horse-drawn sleigh. Perfect for pictures of Santa. You're gonna pay $5K for this thing?
For the money, you'd also have to take pictures with the Easter Bunny and Uncle Sam. Jack
Tooth Fairy is gonna end up in there. Let's go before it closes. It's not gonna close for a few more weeks, actually. There's like an animatronic Santa's workshop down this way.
Real Santa's workshop. I want to make the Santa believe, Dad.
She's a 5-year-old willing to sit in a car for an hour and a half to get here for this.
Look, guys, Santa's train.
Last one, $1,000. It can be ours. White lights on a Christmas tree or colorful lights on a Christmas tree?
Guys want to go to an elf amazing place, get it? Like amazing place, but elf. Hey, you can buy the crystals.
You like those icicles?
I'll buy them.
Would they be hanging in your bedroom on the ceiling?
Okay, I don't mind.
Alright, who's your favorite penguin?
The little one up top. Look, one on top.
I've never noticed that before. How do you know that that's the singing one?
Because it has the microphone.
Buy one, get one free. Should we get one and then donate one? Yeah.
It's cute, right?
I'll keep one with my Christmas stuff. It'll come out every year.
There's something really sad about those two penguins.
What?
They'll be separated. They're twins. Oh, these guys are twins. This is the rest of their penguin family, so they're messed up. The store's closed and they never see their families again.
When they close the store, where the heck are the dancing penguins supposed to live?
It's in the store. Look, Santa's out and he's in. Out and he's in.
Is this what you came all the way out here for?
Yes.
So you get the elf and you get the book?
You want to buy him?
Yes, do we need him?
So busy.
Holiday homecoming.
Smells awful.
It smells awful? Ooh, cinnamon twist.
It smells good. No. Smells like apple pie. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
What do you want for Christmas?
Jingle bell. A pendulum.
Gloria found the one quiet spot in the whole store. You like this dangly stuff?
It's a whole shoebox full of them dangly ones.
Cranberry beads?
Oh, sure. We had them on my tree growing up.
I don't even know what the little guy is. Who are you talking about? What little guy?
There was like a little guy coming out of a little hole. I think it was...
Oh, that guy. Look, you can't even get out.
Oh, yeah, it's fake fog, huh?
There were 2 bears in there. So do you think they're statues?
Yeah, they're not even dancing. Did you do that? What's that snow made out of?
Snow. It's made out of cotton.
Are you saying bye to everything?
Bye. 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 Bye.
Do you want to say bye-bye to the Christmas place?
Bye for centuries.
Bye for centuries, bye forever.
So Frankie, we got an experiment here. I don't know if this is gonna work out at all. It could be an utter disaster. We're gonna give it a try. I have made some 4 cheese. I've cut hot dogs into it. I've also doped it up with a little bit of Cabot sharp cheddar and some extra Velveeta. So we're gonna try to make this into macaroni and cheese waffles.
So this is your own creation?
My own creation, EJ.
You didn't go on TikTok and learn from the Zoomers, anything?
Frankie suggested it. I decided I was gonna like pull the routine that my grandma used to do when I told her I wanted some ridiculous dish, is she just try to throw it together. I compressed it kind of into a layer, and then I put parchment paper on each side to make it easy to get out. And by the way, I love parchment paper for everything. It makes it so easy. This dish is totally clean. I'm gonna cut a piece of this that I think will fit in my waffle maker. This is the one I got for $1 at Our Lady of Grace. I've used it twice. It's been delicious. I had one just like this when I was a kid. Gave it a good cleaning over, and it works wonderful.
When he initially bought it, I was like, that hunk of junk? And he was like, it may not look like much, but it's got it where it counts, kid.
Yeah. First of all, I really love square waffles. I like square waffles a lot more than round waffles, to be honest with you.
Wound waffles.
I prefer my waffles to be squared.
Again, I don't know that I have a preference. I haven't really done a lot of waffling in my life.
Why not?
I think it's because pancakes and French toast are right there.
Yeah, pancakes and French toast do all the work for me.
Yeah.
I think a good waffle is better than a good pancake.
Yeah, why?
You just get a lot more like of the syrup pockets. If you cut it right, you get the syrup in the pocket into your mouth.
I'm not looking to drink syrup.
Yeah.
I am.
What are you putting in it? Chocolate chips, blueberries?
Nothing. I
Nothing.
never put anything in my waffles.
There's a constant question in my mind.
Yeah.
Which is, how much can you introduce savory dinner-style food with cheese and meat into baked or breakfast goods?
I'm not gonna put any syrup on this. This is not what we're doing.
I like to make cheesy eggs and then put syrup on it.
That is a bridge too far.
It makes more sense to me than ketchup.
French toast, it's bread with eggs. So if you just have eggs.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Bacon goes alongside all of this
If I had put bacon in this, then you're getting to that area where you're approaching a breakfast food. I was not viewing this as a breakfast food.
What were you envisioning?
I was envisioning fulfilling your request to have.
But if you call it brunch, you can have whatever you want.
Now, have you saw the TikTok things? Do they make it more breakfasty mac and cheese, or what do they do?
Have I seen these things?
Do I feel
Where
like
did this idea come from?
Yeah,
Was it just out of your head?
Can you do mac and cheese waffle? Okay, that's just mac and
This
cheese.
is what happens when you put mac and cheese in a waffle iron.
Okay.
Is it gonna be a disaster? Because I don't want to know.
This is what happens when you put mac and cheese in a waffle iron.
Obviously it went well because the music got better.
Oh, he's putting some chicken
It's
in
time. I'm gonna start us off with a little bit of cheese. Oh my God, this is a bad idea. I'm gonna take a big piece of my mac and cheese solid, right? And I'm gonna put it in directly. And I'm gonna close it down.
What the?
It's burning. It's burning. I'm sorry, everyone. The temperature's settling down. We're doing okay. Maybe we're not ruined.
Yeah, it doesn't smell too bad.
It smells like a little bit of burnt cheese, but maybe it's just goldened.
That sure sounds better than burned.
But goldened.
All right, let's lift up briefly and see how we're doing.
Oh my Lanta.
I mean, it's better than I
It's getting
thought.
there. It's getting there. It's browning slightly. We're gonna try to brown it a little more.
For some reason in my mind, I thought maybe you were gonna make an actual real waffle and then like maybe scoop some mac and cheese in.
Like the bacon pancakes thing?
I didn't know. I like giving you a prompt, like improv, and then seeing where you go with it.
You're a doctor who's at a bus stop and suddenly...
Look, we're doing pretty good. I want to get that brown a little more on top. Another probably 30 seconds.
It looks very good next to your plate.
It kind of feels like they're of the same era. All right, I think we're ready. I'm gonna pull it off. Oh, it didn't hold structure though. It didn't hold structure.
More cheese.
I can get it out, but it's softened up again, understandably, because it's not a waffle. It looked nice for a moment for the TikTok shot, but in actuality,
What? Waffle?
I could try it again and try to let it cook for longer till it really solidifies.
We're having waffles.
I'm making waffles.
Try to get a little bit of the brown, because that's probably the real experience, right?
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Should I try it again?
Surely not that bad.
It's like when you get the burnt cheese at the edge of a mac and cheese, but it's the whole mac and cheese.
Yeah, as it turns out, applying a bunch of heat to mac and cheese doesn't make it bad. Look, John has some kind of plan.
Maybe putting cheese on top, will that add a layer of structure?
That's what I'm gonna try, EJ. Cheese heavily the top and the bottom. I take another good-sized chunk of my mac and cheese flatness here, and now I'm gonna cheese the top too, and we'll see if this goes. Really freaking cheese it. I'm applying compression in an attempt to add some more stability. You could definitely eat that.
It's not only not bad, it's perfectly fine. If you served it and said nothing about what you did.
Would you rather eat this than microwave reheated?
Mm-hmm. Could you like stick a pizza in there?
Probably.
You ever reheat your food Belgian style?
I'm really like applying a lot of pressure here. I'm gonna let it go a little too long.
I was wondering, yeah, you could probably take that apple crisp.
Make it really crisp.
It's sticking because I didn't spray it.
Oh, third attempt.
I'm going only forward. Only forward, Frankie.
Not going back.
No, only forward.
It's like a dad when you're like you have to pee on a road trip, but we're really close to the destination.
I'm waiting until a lot of the steam kind of comes out of it, and that's it. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
A lot of oil dripping off the side.
I'm only going forward.
I'm only going forward.
I'm gonna squeeze this thing until there's a waffle.
It actually looks pretty good. Look at that topping. Doesn't that look pretty good? Pre-spray, respray, same thing.
Hot dog.
Keep going until it's a TikTok.
I'm not unplugging that thing from the wall until it's a TikTok.
Where's all the steam coming from?
From the steamed hams we're having.
It's starting to look like a waffle.
Oh, it's starting to
actually do the things. I'm gonna try to let all the water come out of the pasta and kind of make it a little crunchy. It's really starting to work, Nina.
What's the bottom look like? I wonder if that's just gonna get burnt.
Yes.
Look at this.
It's getting there. We're close.
Not unlike a waffle.
Give me another minute. I count it down.
Gloria likes to set Alexa timers. We'll be like, can you give us 1 minute, Gloria, please? And she'll go, Alexa, set a timer for 1 minute.
We're done. That's it.
Yeah? What?
Can I get it out? It's kind of waffle shaped, right? It's not waffle. It's not de-waffling. We're gonna like break them up. So we got multiple wafflettes.
I want to know how hot dogs made their way into this.
I had extra hot dogs. Almost. You could get this some waffling. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave it more. We can try this one in the meantime and see if we're anywhere. I think it's pretty tasty.
Yeah? Would you make it again?
No, never. It kind of tastes like those Parm crisps. Have you ever had those?
Yeah.
See, now we're really starting to get some color. They're gonna pull out just as badly, I think, but I'll try.
As we burn it into place. Oh, look at that. That's probably as close as you're gonna get. Nina, you're a fan of waffles.
I love waffles.
What do you think of this?
No.
This is waffled. There's no doubt. I don't think you can deny that it's waffled. And this one I don't think is.
That's lost cause. Nope.
Disregard the hot dogs on the floor.
Imagine that was part of your body. They waffled me and then they threw me on the floor.
Look what we've done.
We just appreciate your friendship and wanted to make you something.
It's not gonna poison you.
It's pretty tasty. Waffly, no.
No.
Maybe a little waffle, je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think you could put maple syrup on.
Do you want to?
All right.
We're going forward.
We're going forward.
Just a dab. Just a dab will do.
This is still under the guise of being a Christmas thing.
Oh no.
Well, wait a minute. If you just have hot dogs, it's syrup with hot dogs.
That's like sausage. Like
No, this is fine.
A maple sausage. Oh. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Not as bad as I thought.
Right? In fact, I think it improves it.
Would I recommend you make it? No.
I think there's something to it.
All right.
I think there is something to it, especially with the hot dog. If you did this with kielbasa or a breakfast meat or a sausage.
I mean, you could do it with this and with like a sausage and hash browns and it would be delicious.
Think about it, John. The browned cheese, the golden cheese with syrup and with a meat.
There's something there.
We're in omelet territory.
Yeah, except instead of like the protein being eggs, it's cheesy mac.
This is what happens when Junt puts doped up mac and cheese in his $1 church fair waffle iron.
Round waffles. And I'm gonna put it in. It smells like a little bit of burnt cheese, but maybe it's just golden. It's softened up again, understandably, because it's not a waffle. I could try it again and try to let it cook for longer until it really solidifies. Really freaking cheese it. Applying a lot of pressure here. In an attempt to add some more stability, it's sticking because I didn't spray it. I'm going only forward. It's starting to look like a waffle. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave it more. This is waffled. There's no doubt. I don't think you can deny that it's waffled.
I think you could put maple syrup on. Pretty good.
Not as bad as I thought. Would I recommend you make it? No. Obviously it went well because the music got better. But we have something else important to try.
Look, you would never want to have a waffle with a little scoop of ice cream next to it, would you? And we got to introduce this properly. What the heck is a Little Debbie Christmas tree cake?
It's like a highly processed, stepping on dogs, a highly processed, mass-produced cake with a lot of preservatives. I love them. I usually buy at least 2 boxes for every Christmas party.
When we were younger, there was always boxes of them up in your room.
Yes, I don't really do that anymore.
But then last year they go, hey, guess what? We're making an ice cream of that stuff.
Yeah.
We couldn't find it.
Yep.
So we had to cancel. Christmas was canceled. Nina and I went way out to try to find it.
That's right.
We couldn't find it. We're
We're looking for the Little Debbie Christmas tree cake ice cream, and we had to come all the way out to Cranston, Rhode Island. The Walmart website says it ain't anywhere else. I see Fruity Pebbles ice cream. I really have very little hope here. We came all the way out here too. Yeah, no luck. She said that they went yesterday. Some other guy came from really far away to Try to find them. No Christmas tree cake ice cream this year. EJ hunted one down for this Christmas.
Yeah, very red and swirly.
Guess what? It's so good.
Yeah, it's really good.
It tastes like somebody took that very frosting, plowed it into that ice cream, and then it actually integrated properly. It's so good. Watch out, don't buy that stuff.
I won't.
It's kind of like that birthday cake flavor.
It has a little texture in it that's really nice.
Much like the sprinkles that are on a Christmas tree cake.
Yeah.
You don't need hot fudge on this.
No.
In fact, it would probably diminish it.
Yeah.
I could demolish that.
So the Christmas tree ice cream cake, I absolutely recommend. Don't do anything like what I did today with the waffle iron.
Do it with your waffle iron.
Or try to improve on it.
And film it for TikTok.
All right, now one more bite and then I'm out.
You're gonna love this.
Tastes like plain ice cream, but with bits in it and bad.
I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart.
I'm going only forward. Only forward, Frankie.
Not going back.
No, only forward.